Chapter 1. The First Day. Kate. Past. She hunched over the book again, shading the walls a very startling and specific shade of blue. It was as close a match as she could get to the paint chip. It was a calming shade, relaxing, perfect for the master bedroom of a busy family home. It would be an oasis for the harried parents. She drew a few lines on her sketch, and a 4-poster bed took shape. Cherry wood, king-sized, fluffy down comforters, and an overabundance of pillows, bolsters, and accent throws in shades of white, beige, and blue to tie the room together. She thought they were going to love it. She sat back and pushed the book away to get a look from a distance. Something wasn't right with it. It needed something to balance it, something to ground it. She sipped her cappuccino and sighed. It had gotten cold again, and she was fairly certain that if she asked the barista to microwave it, she would get tossed out for coffee blasphemy. Cast iron. Cast iron accents would ground the room and add substance. She sketched in 2 cast iron pendant lamps into the space, and an occasional table in the same material. She added a stack of books and a wing-back chair for effect. It was perfect. She tucked a curl behind her ear. Her hair was getting too long again, and with the red hair and curls, she was starting to look like a real bohemian. It suited her, but it wasn't professional. The firm wouldn't appreciate such an unkempt appearance in an interior designer. They had their reputation to uphold with their wealthy clientele, which was why she was currently squeezed into a suit and heels when she'd much rather be wearing flats and jeans. Her internship with the company had ended with a job offer, a generous job offer, and she didn't want to break the dress code while she was still the newbie. She could tolerate the discomfort for now. You could bet she'd be lobbying for a more relaxed dress code as soon as she gained some seniority and a substantial client base. She could also tolerate the cold coffee. She glanced up at the TV in the corner as the people looted and rioted in the cities. She scoffed at the coverage. Didn't the media realize that giving them coverage would only result in more destruction and violence? She didn't believe it was about the virus that everyone was talking about. No, this was about the government trying to overstep its boundaries again. They hadn't dealt with the virus issue very well so far either. They dismissed it first. Then they were doing 24-hour coverage of the rapidly spreading illness. Then they were back to ignoring it in favor of some political thing or other. She was pretty apolitical in general, but even she was starting to see that the politicians were getting a little big for their britches. She drank the rest of her cold coffee and grimaced. It was still caffeine, which she desperately needed right now. She had to finish this sketch and work on a paper for class. It wasn't due for another week, but she wanted to get it finished before they started work on the Clayton project. In fact, she thought the lead decorator would probably use her design for their master bedroom. She had already kind of hinted around at it. It was thrilling and scary. She ignored the droning TV and got up to order another drink. She had a couple more hours worth of work, and she couldn't afford to doze off just yet. Her sleep had been interrupted enough lately by the upheaval with the supposed Russian flu, which turned out to be just a bad fever for most people. Her mother had it and was fine now. Jared hadn't had it, nor had she. Jared was being really weird about it, though, which didn't surprise her at all. He was a conspiracy nut sometimes, not as bad as some, but more than she wanted to tolerate. She loved him too much to hurt his feelings over it, so she just made non-committal noises when he brought it up on the phone or whatever. But if he didn't stop sending her crazy links in her email, she was going to scream. The past week he had been sending her little updates in emails and texts. She appreciated the gesture and the caring that was behind it, but she wasn't worried about it at all anymore. People were fine. Things were getting back to normal. It just wasn't a big deal. The people in the cities just wanted their grievances to be heard, or just wanted an excuse to stick it to the man. That didn't concern her, or them, here. This was a small town. There wouldn't be any of that stuff here. The first time he had emailed, she had been at work. Her desk was a shared space among her and a couple of colleagues. She had unthinkingly clicked the link. What followed had been immediate embarrassment of epic proportions. The sound on the computer had been up. Way up. The video had been set to autoplay. Loud screaming and crying in a foreign language had drawn everyone's attention. What in the actual fuck? A quick glance at the Cyrillic alphabet, unintelligible to her, and the almost nude Russian bride advertisements along the side had her clicking the X as fast as possible. The video that he had apparently wanted her to watch wasn't worth the reprimand that she was surely facing now that 4 of her co-workers had seen the computer screen. Her cheeks had burned crimson for hours after that. She was going to kill Jared. A bell over the door brought her back to the present. It jingled cheerily in the cool, dim space, and she smiled politely as a listless, middle-aged woman made her way up to the counter to browse. She had a nervous tic, her head and shoulder shrugging up every couple of minutes, and Kate looked away so that the woman didn't get embarrassed by it. It was middle afternoon, and judging by the violent brightness of the sun outside and the heat waves coming from the vehicles in the parking lot, it hadn't gotten any cooler out there. She sighed and wished for fall. She wanted cooler weather, pretty leaves, campfires, cozy rain and books, someone to snuggle up with after carving pumpkins, someone to cook a Thanksgiving meal for. She shook her head, then looked around to make sure nobody had caught the unguarded movement. The fact was, she was lonely. She was 25, single, overworked, underpaid, and lived with her mother to save money. On her meager wage, she couldn't even afford an apartment. Until she started to gain traction among their clients and earn more, she would be staying in her childhood bedroom. It wasn't exactly a romantic little love nest or a place to spend time with a date. Her mom would hover uncomfortably and ask potentially embarrassing and awkward questions. She knew she had the favored child status, though she and Jared had never discussed it. He didn't know how lucky he was that Mom was hands-off in his life. She loved him, of course she did, but she didn't hover and dote and direct his life like she did Kate's. It had gotten a lot worse since their dad died of a heart attack. Jared blamed himself for it, though Kate knew it wasn't his fault. Their father had been a workaholic and a type A personality, something that she herself had probably inherited. He never took vacations or just relaxed. When he wasn't at the office on base, he was fixing up something on the house or the car or doing some project or other. He never stopped, and Kate knew that was what had caused the heart attack. Her mother knew it as well, though Kate thought that maybe, deep down inside, she might have wanted to blame Jared as well, because it was less painful than blaming herself. So their family was all kinds of screwed up now, and Jared was being extra weird lately. It wasn't helpful to her at all, and she was afraid that she was going to have to sit down and have a talk with him about his obsessions. Or maybe she would just slip some lithium into his food. That might be easier. She snorted at that and turned to a new page to design the master closet. She could use the design software on her laptop, but she found sketching to be far more relaxing and enjoyable. It allowed her freedom to improvise, and she often came up with much more creative ideas than her fellow new hires. Hopefully, it would pay off soon with a promotion. She got a text, and she knew immediately by the assigned tone that it was from her mother. Yeah, she wasn't going to be answering that right now. Not unless she wanted a 30-minute lecture on her various lifestyle choices and eating habits. She already had to field Jared's incessant questions earlier at lunchtime. He was concerned about their mom's fever. It was strange, though. He didn't seem particularly relieved when she told him Mom was fine. She brushed off his strange tone and told him she'd be extra careful and watch Mom like a hawk. The woman who had come in earlier got up and went to the bathroom. She didn't look so great, but considering that it was about 500 degrees outside and most people had been sick, it was understandable. The news was still showing chopper coverage of some city on the East Coast. She thought it might be Boston, but she was too far away to read the headline. The barista was scrubbing some fancy-looking machine that she had no name for. The fan overhead twirled the air and pleasantly ruffled her curls. She was enjoying the cool, relaxing atmosphere of this place. She had found it over 3 years ago when she had started school. It had provided a quiet respite from all her busyness her life entailed. She didn't know why it wasn't more popular. She packed away her things into her tote bag while side-eyeing the woman's purse. She needed to visit the restroom as well, and even though the town was small, it would be stupid to leave her things lying on a table unattended. She was halfway across the room when she heard the booming crash of glass breaking behind the closed door of the bathroom. She jumped and looked over to the barista. She stood wide-eyed and confused for a moment, seemingly waiting for Kate to do something. Kate stared back. The barista seemed to shake herself and realized that it was her job to make sure patrons weren't injured on the premises, thereby leading to lawsuits and other unpleasantness. They both rushed to the bathroom door, which had gone ominously silent. Kate waited for the woman to call out a sheepish apology, or perhaps come out indignantly questioning the structural soundness of the coffee shop. But there was nothing. "Ma'am, are you all right?" the barista called out timidly. Nothing. Kate's hand shook on the strap of her bag. She clutched it so tightly that her hand was beginning to cramp. She willed her fingers to relax. She knocked. "Ma'am, I'm coming in." Kate thought it was silly to be asking to come into the multi-toilet bathroom. There were stalls, for goodness sake. The woman was young, maybe 19 or 20, and she seemed less capable in this situation than she had been earlier making drinks. Kate had the split-second cowardly thought that they should just go back and call 911. Let the experts handle it. And if nothing was really wrong, then they could just laugh it off and feel a little foolish. She stayed quiet, though, and apprehension filled her as the young woman tentatively pushed open the heavy wooden door. "Oh my God!" she said, and rushed forward, heedless of the glass underfoot. Kate rushed in behind her and stopped as the young barista knelt beside the crouched figure. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. The large mirror over the sink had been ripped from the wall and thrown to the floor on the other side of the room. It could not have possibly been an accident. Large and small jagged shards littered the space like diamonds. "I think she's having a seizure," the girl yelled. The woman was facing the corner. She was on her knees, hunched over with her head resting on the painted cinder block wall. She was twitching violently and making the most awful gurgling, choking noises in her throat. Her head was thumping against the wall with every violent shake, and Kate saw blood marring the white paint. It was stark and startlingly red, and so unexpected. The barista pulled the woman away from the wall by her shoulders, perhaps to lay her on her side or some other recovery position. Kate stepped forward to help with one arm raised, when the woman whipped her head around and struck. "Shit!" She stumbled back, yanking her hand to safety, as the woman growled in her chest. Her jaws locked ferociously on the girl's neck with a disgusting snap. Blood ran in hideous red rivers down the young woman's chest, soaking into her basic black blouse like water. Kate heard a strangled cry from the girl and leaped forward, finally finding her courage to pull the woman away. She heard a crunching noise as she got closer and realized, nauseously, that the woman had bitten down hard enough to bite through cartilage. She was shaking her head, ripping the skin, and spreading blood like a pit bull. "Oh my God, bath salts or some kind of drug. Had to be." She had to do something. Fast. She glanced around the space, seeing nothing that could possibly be of use to her. Her eyes jumped back to the large vase on the floor near the console table. It was a modern design made of some kind of metal. It was hip height, and her hand grasped the neck of it easily. She pulled the pampas grass from it and tossed it down. She held her breath and picked it up, hoping it would be heavy enough. She heard ripping, squelching sounds behind her, and she was terrified to turn around. But the young barista was still making noise. She still had a chance. Kate wasn't about to let her die, not if she could help it. She turned, mentally blocking out the scene of horror in front of her. She couldn't afford to freeze up. The barista's neck looked like ground beef, and she saw the white glint of bone. The attacker was moving up to the young woman's cheek now, and Kate didn't want to contemplate what her motive there might be. She reared back and swung the vase as hard as she could at the woman's head. It connected with a solid clunk and reverberated up her arm. She kept her grip tight and let the end rest on the floor. She had expected the woman to go down, immediately incapacitated. She was wrong. The woman released the bite she had on the younger woman's jawbone and turned her head around slowly to look at her. She didn't give any warning before she launched herself at Kate. Kate shrieked and raised the vase in a clumsy block, but her hand twisted on the metal, and the vase skittered away uselessly to the floor under the onslaught. The woman tackled her to the floor, and Kate's head and back thumped painfully against the tile. She was stunned for a moment, and only managed to raise her hands at the last second to protect her throat. She was going to die. The woman was probably 50 pounds heavier and extremely angry, enraged even. Kate's arms trembled as she used every fiber of her being to keep the woman from doing to her what she had done to the barista. A snarl worked its way up from the woman's chest, and Kate looked at her face for the first time. Really looked. Her eyes weren't human. They were soulless and angry, furious, malignant. "Stop!" she screamed uselessly as she pushed harder against the furious and extremely high, writhing woman on top of her. In the back of her mind, she knew it had to be a trick of the light. Eyes just didn't do that, even on drugs. Kate was sweating and panting. It had been probably less than a minute since she had been knocked to the floor. She might have less than a minute left to live. She was going to die being attacked in a dingy bathroom by a drug addict. What a pathetic way to go. The thought pissed her off. It made her angrier than she had ever been in her life. The woman started to gag and heave above her, and she used that to her advantage. She twisted around and dumped the woman to the floor. Her arms rejoiced at the break, but she wasn't done. The woman was vomiting, and it dripped from the sides of her mouth. The stench filled the air and made Kate's stomach turn. The woman's hands were grasping, and her nails were sharp. They clenched on Kate's abdomen and hips and scratched her chest. She winced and tried to pull away, but the woman's grip was strong. A gleam of light caught her eye, and she reached out. The jagged shard of glass was large and felt deadly in a way that the vase hadn't. She had no choice. She was going to have to kill this crazy woman or die in here. She didn't want to die. She refused to die. She plunged the sharpest edge into the side of the woman's neck and was surprised at the sudden spurt of blood. It caught her on the face and neck, and she reared back. The woman was still struggling, and Kate winced as her fingernails punctured her skin yet again. Her growls were bubbling out through the cavity in her neck. Kate stabbed again and again until the woman's clawing hand fell away from her stomach. The body was still writhing on the floor, but the movements seemed automatic. It sickened her. Kate was panting with exertion and nausea and fear. She was still angry, but exhaustion was overtaking her now. She crawled off the woman, snagged her forgotten bag, and slid over to the barista. Tears were dripping down the young woman's cheeks as she gagged and choked on the floor. Kate pulled her into her lap and wrapped a hand around her ruined neck, hoping it would help her to breathe more easily or staunch some of the bleeding. She cradled her against her chest like a baby. It wouldn't help. She couldn't have much time left. Tears fell from Kate's eyes as she rifled through her bag with one hand, keeping an eye on the wriggling body near the sink. "I'm going to call for help. Just rest now," she said ineffectually. Her voice wavered, high-pitched, and unfamiliar to her ears. She sniffed deeply as she unlocked her phone and dialed. She put the phone on speakerphone. A rhythmic beeping tone made her heart drop. She hung up and tried again, hands shaking more now. Another busy signal. "Hold on. I'm sure they'll answer soon. Just hold on," she said, and looked down at the young woman again. Glassy eyes stared up at her, the pupils blown wide. Her chest didn't rise and fall with breath. Kate started to hyperventilate. She wasn't sure where to feel for a pulse in the ruin that was her neck. She grabbed her arm and pulled it toward her. It flopped heavily into her lap. She pressed 2 fingers against her wrist. The girl was dead. "Fuck!" Kate yelled to the ceiling as she laid her head back against the cold concrete. She cried and tried calling 911 again. This time she would report a murder. Busy again. And again. And again. She stopped calling. Chapter 2. Away Home. Anna. Present. Albert was bookended by Anna and Jared in the back seat of the off-kilter Suburban. Jared didn't even complain when Bradley ordered Fletch to drive them out of there, and that said a lot. He must be hurting more than he was letting on. Bradley took the passenger seat and gave them all an assessing look. Stuart was on the roof again, keeping watch and being a weird kind of navigator. "We should get Stu one of those tank commander hats," Jared said in the silence. Bradley snickered, and Anna saw a small smile play on the corner of his lips. Even after all they had been through, Jared still found humor somewhere. It was one of the things she loved most about him. That and his beard, which was growing on her. Figuratively speaking, of course. "Or a pirate hat. He's kind of up in the crow's nest right now," Anna said. "Let's hope we don't hit an iceberg," Bradley muttered. "That was Titanic. It was most assuredly not a pirate ship. I know because I saw the movie," Jared said. "I know that," Bradley huffed in annoyance. "Hey, you guys think we can get Stu to say he's king of the world?" Jared said with a fraction of a grin. "He'd sink us if we tried. You'd have more luck getting him to draw you like one of his French girls," Fletch said, looking at them in the rearview mirror. Jared's face twisted in disgust, and it gave Anna the giggles. Jared had changed since the day this all happened. They all had. He was more serious in his serious moments, but his joking nature was still the same. His hair was brushing his collar in the back, and had gotten so long in the front that he now kept it slicked back. His beard had come in full and with a slightly surprising reddish tint. He was startlingly handsome. Always had been, but more so now that there was a hardness in his features. That was the most shocking change. Lines had started to form at the corners of his eyes and on his forehead. Lines of stress and worry and pain. His hazel eyes now held a steely glint that had never been there when they were just office workers. She hadn't known Bradley before, but she supposed he and Fletch and Stuart had changed as well, perhaps less noticeably than the civilians in the group. They had been in combat more than once, and it seemed as if they already had that hardness in their character that most people lacked. She thought that maybe this transition into a new world was a little easier for them, especially now that Stuart wasn't exactly human anymore. He had adapted well to the change. This was his world, and she realized just how lucky they were to have him as part of the group. "Don't suppose you folks saw any wheelchairs back in that rubble?" Albert asked. "Nope," Fletch answered as he backed the SUV down from the protruding section of concrete in the parking lot. Jared's pickup may have been swallowed whole by the earth, but the Suburban had gotten lucky. "Ow!" Jared complained as the truck bounced down off the obstruction. He was holding his head, and Anna was more concerned than ever that he had some kind of brain swelling or blood clots from the concussion. "Am I going to have to bore a hole in your skull?" Bradley asked from the front. "You already bore a hole in my skull," Jared returned sarcastically, "and you've seen too many movies." I think that's the equivalent of the pot calling the kettle black," Anna offered, looking out her window at the destroyed Crossroads community. "You don't even know." "Jared, rest," she interrupted. He just stared at her, and she raised her eyebrows in a silent challenge. "Fine," he huffed. "I'll rest, but I'm not going to sleep. Someone has to be in charge and make all the difficult decisions around here." 5 minutes later, he was asleep. "Should he be sleeping with a concussion?" she asked. "It should be fine. As long as he's breathing, let him rest," Fletch said. "Let us rest," Bradley remarked dryly. "I have to say, you people are remarkably light-hearted about all this," Albert commented. "Well, we tried being serious about it, but Jared never shuts the hell up," Bradley said. "I knew a feller back in the war like him, back when we served in the trenches. Kept us all in stitches. Never had a serious word. Always quick to josh somebody." Albert smiled fondly. "What happened to him?" Anna asked. "Got shot," he said succinctly. "Oh." "By the Germans?" Bradley asked. "No, by the French." Bradley turned in his seat and frowned in a silent question. He insulted a Frenchman's mistress, accidentally, of course, and the Frenchie shot him in the foot. Took off his big toe. Of course, that got him a medical discharge. Fletch snorted, and Jared let out a loud snore. They all looked at him in silence before Al continued his story. Last I heard, he took up with some Irish gal and had about 12 kids. Well, Anna said dumbly. She cleared her throat. I could definitely see that happening to Jared. Yeah, Bradley said. They all murmured agreement and went silent as they heard 3 raps on the roof. Fletch stopped the SUV, and they waited as Stu hopped down without making a sound. She had the feeling that he was concealing many of his new talents. In deference to them, she wondered what all he could do. Road is damaged ahead, impassable, and there is a DeFi squad approximately 1/4 mile to our right, he said. Albert cringed at his voice. DeFi squad? He asked. Anna admitted that it did take some getting used to. At least Stu was still visible. She hoped Al didn't have a stroke when his skin changed. Defiled. That's what Stuart calls them. DeFi for short, though I don't know how long that will last. We never seem to settle on any permanent nomenclature for the damn things, Bradley said. Alternate route? Fletch asked Bradley. A side road 3 miles back. Seems to lead in the direction we need to go, eventually, Bradley answered, tracing a finger on the road atlas. 3 miles back? That's almost back to the nursing home, Anna said. Yep. She sighed inwardly, knowing that her impatience wouldn't be appreciated. They were all dealing with this, and one person having a bad attitude would affect them all. They had all learned that lesson back in the basement. Besides, it could be worse. They could be walking right now. That old road was barely passable before the earthquake hit. Doubtful it'll be any better now, Albert commented. The county always ran out of funds before they got around to fixing it. Ain't nobody out that way except a couple of old-timers anyway. Most folks down that way moved out when they found out the cable companies wouldn't be running service down there no more. Well, it seems like the best option. The only other road is the interstate, and to get to it, we'd have to travel over an hour in the wrong direction on roads probably a lot worse than these, Bradley pointed out. You might be right. Still going to be some hard driving, Al replied, before closing his eyes to rest. Anna would have liked to close her eyes and sleep too. She was too apprehensive about the trip back and how the others back at the Rolling Hills community were doing. The earthquake had been the biggest one she'd ever personally witnessed, and similar to some she'd only seen on TV. The damage was massive. Trees had fallen in many places. Houses and structures had become rubble. Whole sections of land had been displaced by the upheaval. If the world had still been like it was in the old days, this would have been a massive statewide emergency, maybe even a national emergency. Now it was just a massive and dangerous inconvenience. She looked out the front window as the SUV slowed and came to a stop. Bradley whistled, and her heart sank. Well, the old-timer was right. I'm always right, Al grumbled, his eyes still closed tightly. Anna snorted. Jared would get along well with this man. Probably too well. Are you trying to kill me? Jared complained, as the SUV bounced over more rutted potholes than seemed possible in one small stretch of road. Yes, is it working? Fletch asked. Asshole, Jared muttered. That earthquake did a number on this road, Bradley commented, holding the grab handle with a death grip. That wasn't the earthquake's doing, son. This road has been like this ever since '09, back when we had that big old ice storm. Jared gave him a skeptical look, but wisely kept his mouth shut. He must really be hurting. The single-lane road was more potholes than asphalt, and the shoulder was uneven and dangerously crumbled. The hills it led into were steep and wilder than she was used to. A car definitely wouldn't have made it through here. She started to have the feeling that perhaps they had made a terrible mistake and should have kept to the main road. If they'd have just bit the bullet and taken the more circuitous route to the interstate, they probably would have been better off. It had to be safer than this, right? Men. We should stop at the houses along the way. Them folks is likely to have some supplies we can commandeer, Albert said. If we can get there, Jared said. As long as these tires hold out, I'll get us there. We need to be thinking about finding fuel as well. I don't want to run out in the middle of nowhere, Fletch finished lamely, risking a swift glance at Albert. Maybe we should think about staying the night if one of these places is habitable, Anna said. We all need rest, and the way things are going, it doesn't seem likely that we'll get very far before dark. Bradley and Jared looked at each other for a moment before Jared nodded. Let's see what we have to work with first. Supplies are a necessity. Rest can wait until later. Worst comes to worst, we sleep in the SUV and take shifts keeping watch. Stu can help us majorly in that department. Yeah, that's gonna suck, Anna said. Our whole situation has sucked for about 3 months now, in case you haven't realized it yet, sweet corn, he pointed out, leaning around Albert to look at her. All of it? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, not that part, he said with a small smile. He put his arm up over the back of the seat and trailed a finger lightly over her shoulder. Awareness thrummed through her, and she smiled back. I'm not queer, Albert said, interrupting their moment. Jared glowered and took his arm off the seat behind Albert, and she grinned as Bradley snickered in the front seat. You wish J-Dog was into you, old man, Jared said, staring out the window. You couldn't handle me, you ninny hammer. Albert crossed his arms and closed his eyes again as Jared looked at her in shock and amazement. Ninny hammer? He mouthed. She raised her eyebrows at him gleefully and covered her mouth to stifle her giggles. Let's cool it with the bromance for a minute and figure out what the hell we're going to do about this trip, Bradley said, running his hand through his hair. Anna noticed that all the men were looking pretty wild these days. Another 3 months without shaving or haircuts, and they'd start giving Sten's group a run for their money. She couldn't say that she minded, not at all. I thought we already discussed this, Jared said, breaking her reverie. We'll take this road around. Hand me that map. Bradley did. Jared followed the various routes with his finger. Okay, I think our best bet is to follow this road until we get to this secondary highway. Then we make a left here and follow this back. See where it ends up? He grinned at her. Sten's? She asked. Righto. We'll get to Sten's, get word about our people at Harry's, dump the old guy, and be back on the road. Albert glared at him, sniffed, and raised his head as if Jared hadn't just mortally offended him. Anna scolded Jared with her eyes. What? He said. Dude can't walk. He can't go with us. Plus he's like 127 years old. That's an oddly specific number, she pointed out. And it's not true. I'm only 97, give or take, Albert warbled out between them. The facts remain. Fletch sighed heavily and looked back as he stopped the SUV on a small, level portion of the road. Y'all done? I need to concentrate here, or we could end up at the bottom of this hill, really fast. She made eye contact with Jared, and they nodded together. We're done. 30 long minutes later, they came to the first driveway. The mailbox had only a single number marking its side, and it looked a bit worse for the wear. She thought checking this place would be a waste of time, but Albert insisted that they'd find things worth keeping. She hoped fresh water and food were at the top of that list. They were all dehydrated and hungry. They hadn't had any fresh water or food since last night. Bradley and Jared had both warned of water supply contamination, and she didn't want a chance getting sick drinking anything that wasn't bottled. I'm going to check the driveway on foot, Fletch said. Safer that way. I'm going too. Bradley should stay here with Jared and Albert, Anna said. Jared frowned and started shaking his head. Absolutely not. Jared, I'll be fine. I'm perfectly capable of watching his back, and we're only going down the drive. Stu would have warned us if there were any muties out there. I don't like it. I'm coming too. He started to unbuckle his seatbelt, and Bradley stopped him with a look. What? Jared asked. You put me in charge of this mission, and I'm telling you right now to stay here and help me keep watch. You still have a concussion. It hasn't magically gone away in the hour that we've been out here. You won't do Anna or anyone else any good if you're dead. He's right, Al said, nodding his head sagely. Jared narrowed his eyes at Bradley and sighed heavily. Stu, you'd tell us if there was anything out there, right? Stuart leaped from the roof and opened Dana's door. She stepped out and he took her place. If I sense a threat, I would tell you. What the hell does that mean? Jared asked. I am not omniscient. Fletch looked at Anna, confused. All-knowing, she whispered to him, and he nodded his understanding. Maybe you can fix that when you mutate again, along with your lack of counting skills? Jared grouched. Maybe. Okay, we're going. We'll be back in 10 or sooner, Fletch said, and Bradley gave them the green light. The driveway wasn't as bad as the road had been, and she suspected the property owners had maintained it themselves. The county might have been a poor one, and the mailbox shabby, but the gravel was a good grade, and the only damaged areas seemed to be from the earthquake. They stuck to the tree line instead of walking down the open space. Fletch said concealment was safer in situations like this. It made sense. I think we might be surprised at what we find down here, Fletch said after listening for threats for a moment. Deceptive, isn't it? My opinion of you just went up a few notches, he replied. Whoever lived here was no fool. What if they're still here? She asked. The birds were calling all around them, seemingly signaling that all was peaceful. She was no ornithologist, but she thought if something or some things were lurking out in the woods, that the birds would have gone quiet. He chewed on his bottom lip, one hand on his pistol as he walked along slightly ahead of her. They were careful to walk as silently as they could. No sense in alerting anyone or anything of their approach. We're going to see what we can see. If we see signs of the living, then we'll go back and tell the others. Bradley will have a plan for that. If we see signs of anything else moving that shouldn't be, then we'll reevaluate. She looked down to check her watch, Grace's watch, and grimaced at the blood on the wristband. Grace's blood. Red, scared eyes. Rapid panting breaths in the dark. Then silence, and coppery-smelling lukewarm blood. A hand squeezed her shoulder gently, and she flinched. She looked back with wide eyes. She didn't know what she had expected. Fletch looked concerned, but only held a finger up for silence. She frowned and looked around, thoroughly confused. As she had been recalling the event of the hellish night, the trees had thinned, and a clearing had come into view. She hadn't even noticed. She would have walked right on out there if Fletch hadn't stopped her. It didn't say much for her ability to guard his back, and she felt ashamed for her lapse in concentration. It wouldn't happen again. Well, damn, Fletch whispered in surprise, kneeling in the dirt. We have to go tell the others, she murmured. Chapter 3. Outside. Kate. Past. Kate sat too long in the corner of the defiled bathroom. 2 bodies. There were 2 corpses in the room with her, and she had no idea how long she had been here. Long enough for the barista's corpse to begin to turn pale. Long enough for the drugged-out murderer to stop writhing like a decapitated snake. She didn't realize that bodies did that after death. Maybe something to do with the drugs in her system affecting the nerves? She didn't know. The stench came back to her then, and she breathed shallowly through her mouth as she disentangled herself from the girl's body. Urine and feces and blood and vomit made the air rancid and sour. Kate barely contained her own vomit as she extricated her bag from the congealing puddle of blood. Her phone lay nearby. 3 failed emergency calls. 2 corpses. Not one person had come into the bathroom since she had been in here. It had to have been an hour, maybe 2. Shouldn't the shop have had a customer in all that time? Shouldn't she have heard the tinkle of the bell over the door? Screaming from some horrified patron? She stood and scanned the mess. Her brain was clear but numb. She would function now and fall apart later, after she filed the police report and possibly got arrested for murder. Her hands shook, and she jumped as she passed the remaining fragments of glass in the mirror. She leaned down and did not recognize herself. Her eyes were black and empty. Blood coated her face, neck, and body. Her hair was disgusting and matted with bodily fluids that she didn't want to think about. She stepped carefully around the corpse of the murderer, prayed a hand wouldn't shoot up to grab her ankle, and went to the sink. If she washed her hands, would that be destroying evidence? She found that she didn't care. She turned the faucet on as hot as she could stand it, and scrubbed her hands and arms under the steaming spray. She looked around, but saw nothing to dry her hands on. The dispenser was empty. It didn't matter. She wiped her palms on a clean portion of her suit coat. Perhaps the only clean portion. She picked up her phone from the sink and checked it. No calls, no texts. No, nothing. She dialed 911 again. Busy again. Stepping into the cafe area was like stepping into another world. Everything looked normal, sane. The TV was still showing the same rioters, a different city this time. The lights were still humming faintly overhead. The fan was whirring lazily. The smell of roasted coffee and various flavorings and baked goods filled the air absurdly, at odds with the stench of death in the bathroom. There was nobody here. It was deserted. Her cup rested innocuously on the table where she had left it. Even more absurd was the purse and cup resting on the table behind hers. The belongings of the crazy woman. The woman who had just ripped out the throat of a girl with her teeth and tried to do the same to her. She didn't know what to do. She felt strangely removed from the situation. A part of her knew that she was probably in shock, and she should call someone else for help. But she didn't. Instead, she walked over to the woman's deserted table. She picked up the good quality, though well-used, leather purse, and unzipped it. Inside was the usual jumble of things women tended to carry around. Keys, wallet, compact, extra hair ties, a pad, pens, a picture. She pulled the picture out and immediately recognized the smiling, clean, healthy woman. She was standing with her arm around a man who looked remarkably similar to her. Brother and sister, maybe even twins? This version of the woman was completely at odds with the cannibalistic monster in the bathroom. She slipped the picture back into the pocket and pulled out her wallet. Cash was neatly folded in the large bill pocket. A driver's license was tucked behind the bank cards and credit cards. Paula Green. She didn't seem like the type to experiment with weird drugs, but Kate knew that people were capable of doing far more than they seemed to be. Look at her, for instance. She killed somebody today with a shard of glass. A shard of glass. Paula the cannibal, Kate muttered to herself out loud. Her voice was startling and strange in the silent cafe, and she regretted speaking. She wouldn't do it again. It had made her feel too noticeable. She walked over to the glass door and started to push it open, to leave this place of death and turn herself in at the police station. She would have to walk because her car was at the shop. It was a mile across town. No big deal on a normal day, but she imagined she would be a bit more conspicuous, covered in blood. Still, she had to go. She couldn't call her mom, not like this. And Jared? That was a different thing altogether. She had the door halfway open, the hot, humid breeze blowing on her face, when she saw the people across the street. She blinked and stood there like an idiot, not believing what she saw plainly. She finally shrank back in shock, her mouth open and breath heaving. People were being torn apart. In the street. In plain view. More importantly, nobody was stopping it. She heard gunshots far off, but it was part of the noise, the cacophony of the speeding cars, the faint angry rumbling of the rioters, and sirens overshadowed the sporadic gunfire. It just wasn't important in the face of the actions happening right in front of her. People had started rioting in her little town. She flicked a glance up to the TV. What was more, the people hadn't been content with rioting. They had started to murder. Extremely violently and extremely quickly. She pulled the door closed and flipped the lock. How had this happened so fast? Did they plan this beforehand in some sort of meeting? Or was this a spontaneous thing where people just flipped their shit and went off the deep end? She had to get away, get home to her mom's house. Maybe they could call Jared and go to his house where they would be safe. She went behind the counter, feeling guilty and more than a little like a thief when she snagged 3 bottles of water from the small fridge. She grabbed some snacks and shoved them in her bloody bag. She would need to find something else to carry things in soon, something more sanitary. She was scanning the space, trying to think of what to do, when her eyes stopped on the purse. Car keys. She flicked her gaze to the small car outside. She had killed somebody already, stolen. People were murdering each other outside. Would Grand Theft Auto be a felony in this situation? Did it even matter right now? Would it ever matter again? Don't go there. She pulled the keyring out and snuck to the door. She would have to wait until the crowd had moved along. She couldn't help the poor people they were tearing apart out there. There were too many of them. They were darting in and out of the small pile of bodies on the ground. The attackers were twitching and shaking like mad dogs. Their mouths were gaping, then gnashing, repetitively and obscenely. Red covered more ground than she would have believed possible, and after the attack in the bathroom, she knew exactly what it was. Something bigger was going on here. The woman in the bathroom could have been a part of that group out there, but if it was an isolated group drug overdose, then why would 911 be busy? Where was everyone else? Cars were speeding by on the streets, sometimes going in the wrong direction of travel. No. There was something terribly wrong. This had to be some kind of mass attack. Maybe terrorists had put something in the air or water? She eyed her bag of supplies nervously. It wasn't like she could just stop eating and drinking. One thing was for sure. She needed to find a weapon before she went out there. She crept away from the door and looked around the space. There was only one room out here. It was the counter, the coffee supplies, and the tables. That was all. She went back behind the counter and looked more carefully. At the very end were some drawers. She opened them. The top one held useless napkins and some paper-covered straws. The next one down held exactly what she had been looking for. A large knife lay in a box. It wasn't ideal. Bread knives didn't usually make very good stabbing weapons, but she would make it work if she had to. Her MacGyvering with the glass in the bathroom gave her a sickening and macabre sense of self-confidence that her therapist probably would have had a field day with. How many ways could she turn innocuous items into murder weapons? She went back to the hallway, but instead of going to the bathroom, she opened the other door. It was an office. Inside, the space was cluttered a bit, and a desk took up a large portion of the room. Shelves with inventory stood behind it. She idly wondered where the manager was right now, and if he or she was thinking about their little cafe. Probably not. She rifled through the drawers quickly, not wanting to lose the advantage of the crowd going. Who knew if another, larger group of those people would show up? The very bottom drawer was locked. Worth breaking into? Maybe. She jogged out to the small closet, where she soon found the cleaning supplies were kept. There was a large toolbox on the floor against the wall. She opened it and felt like maybe she hit the jackpot. She stuffed a roofing hammer into her bag, along with 2 very large flat-head screwdrivers. At the very bottom of the miscellanea was a nice pry bar. She grabbed it and ran back to the office. She wedged the curved end into the desk and took a deep breath before jerking the bar back up toward the desk. It was harder than she expected, but it worked on the 3rd try. The lock gave a grating metallic pop. She cringed at the noise, but the drawer slid open. She was disappointed to only see a cash box. Well, damn. She grabbed it and felt around the back of the drawer, but there was nothing else there. On a whim, she opened the cash box, and a grim little smile tilted the very corners of her lips. It didn't reach her eyes. She had seen too much in too short a time. She had a bad feeling that it was only going to get worse. She needed to get to her mother and Jared. Back in the main room, she pulled off her suit jacket and stuffed it in the woman's purse. Her own was getting too full. She pulled her hair back into a quick, messy bun. She couldn't do anything about the heels but take them off. She'd never be able to run in them if she had to. She couldn't bear to go back into the bathroom and steal a dead woman's shoes right off her feet. She checked the cylinder of the .38 revolver she had found in the cash box. It was fully loaded. She spun it back into place and gripped it, somewhat inexpertly. It felt strange, heavy, and deadly. Jared, her mom, and her dad had all enjoyed shooting as a pastime. They sometimes went out together to do it for fun, but it wasn't really her thing. She had gone occasionally, and she was even a fairly good shot, but she didn't enjoy it like they did. It was boring. Now she had wished that she'd gone more often, and maybe paid better attention when Jared started to show them more advanced things. She didn't know if she'd ever get the chance to see. No, she would see him again, and her mom. If any two regular people were going to make it through this attack, then it would be them. She just had to find them. She looped the bags over her arms, grabbed the keyring in one hand and the pistol in the other. She walked on bare feet over to the door and peered out nervously. Leaving would be one of the scariest things she had ever done. Well, aside from killing that woman in the bathroom. It looked clear, as far as she could see. There were cars in the parking lot off to the sides, but she didn't see any movement at all. The bloody bodies on the other side of the street weren't moving anymore, and the crowd had moved on. It was now or never. She flipped the lock and pushed the unlock button on the key fob. Thankfully, the lights flashed, and the horn didn't make a noise. She opened the door and walked out quickly. She was stepping over the concrete parking barrier and onto the hot pavement when she heard the growling behind her. She whipped her head around quickly and felt the swift tripping of her heart. A man was staring at her from the corner of the building. She hadn't been able to see him from inside. Her feet were burning, but she barely felt it. Fear made her mouth dry, and she could only gasp out her breaths into the humid air. The man's head was jerking to the side, as if he was having a seizure. His arms and hands were trembling and twitching, fingers clawing. He opened his mouth and she saw blood and tissue stuck between his jagged teeth. He had been chewing on something hard enough to break off his teeth. There was a large flap of skin hanging from one side of his scalp, and she swore that she saw the white of his skull beneath the dripping blood. She knew her luck was coming to an end. He had been staring at her for several seconds now, and she knew that if she tried to run, he would chase her down like a dog. Could she get to the car in time? She couldn't risk a glance back, but she estimated it was about 15 or 20 feet away. She was counting down in her head to make a run for it when she remembered the pistol in her hand. Could she shoot him in cold blood? He hadn't attacked her yet, but he looked like the woman had, like he wanted to and would before too long. She didn't have a choice. Once again, it was either her or him. She had killed the woman in the bathroom in self-defense. She had a feeling that this time it wouldn't be as cut and dried. She raised the pistol slowly, lined up her shot on the man's face, and squeezed the trigger. The report was loud, and it echoed uneasily from the nearby buildings. She had hit her target, and the bullet had ripped through the man's eye. She watched as his body dropped straight to the ground with a thud. She felt sick, yes, but she also felt powerful. She felt safer. The shaking in her hands would go away. She felt sure of it. The disgust and guilt might linger for a while. She turned and ran for the car after a quick scan to make sure she was truly alone now. She was, though she saw a group galloping around in the distance. The sound may draw more people toward her, and at this moment she would have been so grateful for the cops to show up that she would have gladly thrown herself into the back of the patrol car. She jumped in and locked the doors. She pulled on her seatbelt out of habit and started the car up. It had only a quarter tank of gas, but it would be enough to get her to her mom's house, and then Jared's, if necessary. She pulled out of the lot and looked around at the rest of the town that she could see. There was devastation everywhere. She saw smoke far off in the distance, as if there was a house on fire. Cars were wrecked sporadically, some with bodies still hanging out the doors and windows. She heard sirens, though they were further away now. She saw more bodies, blood, and gore than she had in her whole life put together, including on TV. She watched carefully as she pulled out. The car wouldn't have any chance in a wreck. It was new and light and had absolutely no protection from anything larger than a bicycle. She made it to the first intersection, across from a fast food fried chicken restaurant, when she saw the vehicle coming up fast on the intersecting road. The truck was going much too fast. She was forced to stop and wait for it to pass or risk getting T-boned by the larger vehicle. That wasn't a very exciting prospect. She caught a glimpse of the driver, a Hispanic-looking man with wide, focused eyes. He barely glanced her way before speeding past her toward the other side of town. She watched in her rearview mirror as he swerved around the crowd she had narrowly avoided. Then he was out of sight. She turned back to the front and was unnerved by the sudden gathering of people in the parking lot across the road. The smell of fried chicken still permeated the air, and her stomach growled involuntarily. A Pavlovian reaction, she assumed. After what she had seen, she wasn't the least bit hungry. She gunned the car and turned toward her mother's house. It was on the outskirts of town and still may be okay. She hoped so, anyway. She made it out of the city limits, noting that the gas stations seemed to be strangely crowded with vehicles, yet devoid of people. Maybe they got caught trying to fill up? She approached her mom's neighborhood cautiously. Further up the road, movement caught her eye. She squinted in the strong sunlight and watched a delivery truck pull up in front of the gates of another community. A man in a uniform jumped out, and she wondered if he was crazy, too, when another uniformed employee chased after him. The first man seemed to struggle and then fall. She was going to drive over and help, but the attacker got to him first. She saw the victim's arm fall to the ground. He stopped moving. She was too far away to do anything, and she didn't know what she could do besides shoot the attacker. She wasn't sure she was ready to come face to face with another freak just yet. She didn't wait around. She drove into her mom's neighborhood faster than would have been prudent in normal times. Children liked to play in the streets here, but today wasn't normal. She saw some people hurriedly packing their vehicles, families huddled in cars, passing by her almost recklessly in their haste. Others she saw peering out of her windows, fear and paranoia pasted on their faces. Her mom's house came up, and she was relieved to see that everything looked relatively normal. Things were quiet and still, but not ominously still. She looked around before gathering up her stuff and jumping out. She held the pistol down by her side, ready to go if anyone suspicious came too close. She had become a cold-blooded killer in the space of 2 hours. Her, an interior decorator, for God's sake. It wasn't how she imagined this day going when she woke up this morning, and she suddenly wished, more than anything, to be back in bed with her alarm clock blaring and to find this had all been a horribly vivid nightmare, one that she could discuss with a therapist, then laugh off and forget after the trauma of it wore off. She was tired, so damn tired. She jogged up to her mom's door and tried the handle. It was locked, and she wasn't surprised. She was nervous about standing out in the open and began to fumble in her bag for her keys. She held the pistol awkwardly in one hand and rummaged around the ruined tote. The blood had dried and stiffened the canvas, and she cringed as she brushed against it. The door jerked open, and she stumbled back in surprise. She had the pistol up before she realized it, but it was only her mom. Her sane, worried mom. Her eyes were red-rimmed from crying, but they were normal. Her mom held out her arms. "Oh, Kate, I was so worried." Kate stepped into the house and into her mom's hug. She felt tears gathering, but she refused to let them fall. If she did, she knew she would never stop. She would never, ever be able to regain her composure, her newfound determination to do what she had to do, to survive. "I'm okay, Mom." And she was. Chapter 4. Dusk Till Dawn. Anna. Present. "Seems too good to be true," Jared said. "I told you, these people are loners. They like their privacy. Might ought to make ourselves known before they come after us themselves. They ain't likely to take to us invading their property," Albert said knowingly. "That's a good idea," Jared said. "I'd rather not end up with more holes in my body." Thank you, Albert said. I have been known to have one now and again. Bradley nodded. All right, let's drive up slowly. When we get there, we'll get out without weapons. Hands up would probably be good too, Albert broke in. Jared gave Anna a wink, and she knew he was remembering his little show at the Thompsonville Armory before things went all to hell. Bradley looked at them all. Let's take a quick bathroom break and get ourselves situated. I want to send Stu out to get the lay of the land before we walk into a... Drive, Jared said. What? Bradley asked. Technically, we aren't walking in anywhere. Do you always have to be such a smartass? Bradley asked. Anna thought he already knew the answer to that. You better be grateful there aren't any Frenchies around, Albert said warningly. Jared looked confused when everyone else grinned. Okay, teams of 2. Let's say 15 minutes before we roll out. Having said that, Bradley got out to talk to Stu. I don't have to go, Anna assured Jared. Well, I do. Haul me out of this here death trap and take me over to them trees, Albert said, holding his arms out imperiously for Jared. Why are you old people so crotchety? She heard Jared ask. Because we can get away with it. Plus, we're tired. Being old ain't no circus, she heard as they wandered off into the woods. She snorted. They were a pair, all right. Anna got out and started looking through the SUV for anything useful they might have missed. She found a lighter in the glove box, buried under some papers. She dug under the seat and saw a stick of gum. It was unwrapped and covered in dust. Despite the heat, it crumbled under her touch, and she wasn't sure she was that desperate for something to chew on. She bypassed it and moved to the back of the vehicle. It was in the back, inside one of the wheel well compartments, that she hit the jackpot. She knew right away who it belonged to. The cellophane crinkled as she sifted through the stash. Christmas tree cakes, partially melted, but still edible-looking. Dear Lord, the man had problems. She heard footsteps and looked up. Jared was coming back, carrying Albert to the truck. He got him settled back in the back seat and came over to her. What you doing, sweets? His tone was far too nonchalant. She frowned disgustedly at the junk food pile she had uncovered. Where do you get all this crap? Jared gaped at her, so offended that it was comical. Crap? Crap! I'll have you know that driving that little Debbie truck paid my way through college. He slammed a hand on his chest. It made me the man I am today. He frowned at her so seriously that she felt bad. She never denigrated people for doing honest work, no matter what it was. Really? She asked, somewhat contritely. Nah, I made it up for effect. He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly and glanced away. I was actually a stripper. Her mouth dropped open. Yeah, she could see him doing well with that, what with his body and all, but she couldn't see him doing something like that. It didn't mesh with the Jared she knew. I made that up too, he said with a grin. She elbowed him in the gut with a huff, but it was like elbowing a brick wall. So, how exactly did you pay your way through college? She asked. He winked, then glanced over her shoulder and gestured with his head. Bradley's ready. She sighed and followed him back to the truck. She'd get the answer to that question sometime. You weren't kidding, Bradley said from the front as they rolled into the clearing where the cabin was situated. This guy's set up for an apocalypse for sure. Hope he doesn't shoot us on principle alone, Jared said. Anna scanned the area again, making sure nothing had changed since she and Fletch had scoped out the place earlier. It was getting later, and the sun was casting long shadows, but everything looked the same. There were no threats that she could see. The hand pump-equipped well stood temptingly close to where they had arrived. She was so thirsty that she was almost prepared to abandon all caution for a drink. She held herself back, barely. The solar panels on the roof of the cabin, and in the clearing beyond, promised electricity. The garden to the side stood still, colorful and bountiful. She could see the fruits and vegetables from where she sat. It was tempting, very tempting. Is this a trap? It feels like a trap, she asked. Albert, stay, Jared said. Everyone else, hands up and get out. Actually, get out first, then hands up. Not necessary, Stuart said from the back. They had decided to make him ride in the back so that they wouldn't lose track of him in the woods, and so that he wouldn't frighten whoever lived here. "What do you mean?" Fletch called back, eyes never leaving the cabin. The curtained windows were black and threatening. Too many things could be hiding behind them. "There is no life here," he said. "Like, at all?" Jared clarified. "There is plant life," Stuart returned seriously, and she grinned. "Ass," Jared muttered. They got out cautiously. They trusted Stuart's assessment, but it was still nerve-wracking to approach someone else's home without invitation, especially these days. She watched the window so hard that she could have sworn the curtains began to move. Nobody else seemed to have noticed it, though. She held her breath as Bradley and Fletch moved closer, staying under cover as much as possible. She kept expecting gunfire, even though Stu said there was nobody there. "Stu," she heard one of the men murmur, and Stu sprinted toward the door, form blurring a little with the speed of his movements. They were lucky the other muties weren't that fast. They wouldn't have a chance. Stuart busted the door in, and the men reflexively covered their noses and recoiled. She moved up, copying the men's earlier careful movements. The closer she got, the stronger the smell became. Something was definitely dead in there. "Stuart, do you think maybe you could have warned us?" Jared said. "There is no threat here," Stuart replied simply. Bradley grimaced at the stench. "There's a threat to my lunch," Jared said, putting a hand over his stomach. "You had lunch?" Fletch asked, and Jared looked away guiltily. "I might have had a Christmas tree cake. I was going to offer you guys some when we stopped here. Now I wish I hadn't eaten yet." "Next time, maybe you could let us know about dead things, too," Bradley said dryly to Stuart. Stuart made a noncommittal noise, and Anna thought that perhaps he was enjoying this small display of power, though she couldn't really read his unfamiliar facial expressions. "Seems as if the Stuart shall take your request under advisement pending further consideration," Jared said with a pure antebellum Georgia accent. "Where the hell do you come up with this shit, man? I mean, damn," Bradley scoffed. "Yeah, that was completely out of left field, J-Dog." "I blame the head wound," Jared said, shrugging. "You've always been this way," Anna pointed out. "No, it's the concussion. It makes people develop foreign accents. I saw it on TV." "That wasn't a foreign accent. It was Georgia. I was going for foghorn leghorn," Jared said, perplexed. "What the hell is a foghorn leghorn?" Fletch asked. "It's a chicken," Anna told him. "Foghorn leghorn is a rooster," Jared said, eyeing them all with disgust. "You people!" He shook his head. Bradley slapped him on the shoulder. "You skipped foghorn leghorn and went straight to Colonel Sanders, man. Get back to doing whatever the heck you guys are supposed to be doing. You people think this is some kind of game?" Jared stalked off, but Anna saw a grin he couldn't hide completely. "Are you guys stalling?" Fletch said. "Because we're going to have to deal with whatever dead thing is in there if we want a safer shelter for tonight." "Can you blame us?" Anna said, wincing as she moved closer to the doorway. Jared held her back before she went in. He shook his head and moved in front of her. It was kind of sweet. "Hey, Stuart," Fletch began. "Would you want to, maybe—" "No." Stuart left and went around the back of the cabin, presumably to keep watch. "Let's get this done," Bradley said, clapping a hand on Fletch's back. The inside of the cabin, aside from being absolutely rank, was sparsely and usefully furnished. It was utilitarian and no frills. If a woman lived here at all, she would be very surprised. The curtains were bed sheets nailed up over the windows. There was a narrow bed against one wall, with a pillow and sleeping bag in a jumbled heap on top of the bare mattress. There was a small kitchenette. There was a bloated body lying on the floor. It was in an advanced state of decomposition. "I don't see any wounds," Bradley said, scrunching up his face in disgust as he edged closer. "How can you tell? The thing is almost beyond recognition," Jared asked. He had a point. She didn't see any obvious wounds or injuries either. "Natural causes?" she asked. "Or unnatural, Maybe someone suffocated him? Maybe. Better go get Albert. Fletch went out to get Albert, and they moved away from the body a bit. Anna went over to the cabinets and hid a gold mine of food and bottled water. She twisted the cap from one and chugged it gratefully. She finished off the entire bottle and took a few over to the guys. They were all very close to the kind of dehydration that would be hard to recover from. "Going to have to burn that body before dark," Albert said from Fletch's arms. They were standing in the doorway. Fletch put him on the narrow bed and took 2 bottles of water for them. "Not bury?" she asked. "Better off burning. By burying, you might contaminate the water supply here. We may need this place to come back to sometime." Bradley was nodding in agreement. It did make sense. "I'll start the funeral pyre," Jared said. "Son, dig a pit about 2 feet down and line it with coals. Have some more hardwood to pile on top. We'll have to make it burn hot. Probably some spare diesel around here somewhere," Albert suggested. Jared nodded and left. "I found 5 cases of water that will probably get us to Sten's. Some canned foods as well," she told him. "Fletch, I want you to go out providing security for Jared. Tell Stewart to do a perimeter check. I'm going to try to find us some weapons. For now, you guys grab whatever you can find that's sharp," Bradley said. "Anna, will you load up half our supplies into the truck and pull it next to the door? Face it out so it's ready in case we need to leave in a hurry." She took Albert a pack of crackers and hoped he could chew them, then went out to do as requested. That night they sat around the dark room quietly. Bradley had assigned them watch shifts for later. The scent of the rotting body cooking over the fire was horrendous, and more than once Anna thought she was going to lose the little food she'd managed to eat. Nobody except Albert had an appetite, and he said it was only because he couldn't smell much anymore. "Age takes away all kinds of things that you wouldn't expect," was all he said about it. "Enjoy your youth while it lasts." She was coming to appreciate his little nuggets of wisdom. They had all avoided the place where the body had lain. Anna had done her best to clean that spot, but the smell still lingered under the scent of bleach. The bleach had been weaker than she'd expected, and when Albert had told her to check the expiration date, she found out why. "I didn't know bleach expired," she called over to him. "Yep, you got a good 6 months to a year on it, but after that, it just gets less potent. Same as most other things, I suppose. 'Cept whiskey." Huh. She was beginning to appreciate all the things that they probably wouldn't have anymore, at least not after things began to break down and expire. Bleach, medications, batteries, fuel, all those things that they had no idea how to find and manufacture were going to be gone sooner rather than later. She wasn't even sure the men had considered that yet, or if they found it important. Even weapons and ammo wouldn't last forever, though they would still be around a while. The world had been tossed back into the Dark Ages in a few short months, relatively speaking, and she wasn't ready for it. She thought about her life before. All the time she had spent watching TV or reading books about basically nothing, her almost useless college degree, her wasted financial resources. Why hadn't she done more? She could have prepared herself so much more, and not just by buying things, but by learning things. She could have gone to medical school. Jared's sugar stash popped into her head. Dental school, she amended. She could have gone into the military. She could have studied pharmacology or biology or anything else. She could have done any number of things that would have prepared her better for this life. She could have read books on power generation, water purification, gardening, farming. She could have smacked herself for being so blind. Sure, hindsight is always easier. But what real excuse did she have? She had been an idiot, pure and simple, and now she was paying for it. "Muffin?" Jared whispered in her ear. "No, not hungry," she said. He sat beside her on the small love seat they had pushed against the front door. She was technically on the first watch, but none of them, aside from Albert, were resting like they should have been. "Gotta eat," he said, thrusting the muffin at her again. "Got anything else?" "Jerky?" She smelled the scent in the air and almost gagged. She shook her head. "Drink some Gatorade at least," he said. She took it and sipped at it. We're going to need to get out of here tomorrow as soon as it's light enough to see. I want you well rested, and you need to eat before then." "I will. You better go get some sleep," she said, and kissed him. In the dark, she could almost pretend they were alone. He slipped a hand behind her neck and held his forehead to hers, just resting it there. It was comforting. It felt like home. "I love you, Anna. One day I hope we get to have a real life together instead of this constant waiting and fighting thing we have going on now." He let out a breath, then continued. "But even if this is all we get, I would do it all over again just to be with you like this, for whatever time we have." She felt tears welling, and was glad he wouldn't be able to see them in the dark. He reached out and caressed her cheek with his hand before giving her one final kiss. "Wake me in 2 hours, dollface." She smiled, but he couldn't see it. "I will. Good night." During her shift, aside from the random sleep sounds the men made, she heard rustlings outside. Stuart was in the SUV, where he assured them that he would be safe, and he could keep his own watch. She didn't quite know the mechanics of his new senses, but proximity must play an important role. They still weren't sure if Stuart was a target for the muties, or if they ignored him as one of their own. After the nursing home fight, when the earthquake hit, he had killed many. He never said if they fought back. She was alert the whole time during her 2 hours, and as it came to an end, she knew that she wouldn't be able to sleep yet. She decided to take Jared's watch as well. He had a head injury and needed the rest way more than she did. The cabin was well outfitted for off-grid living, and what Albert had said stuck with her. There were the solar panels, of course, which provided some electricity. Gutters and rain barrels provided water for drinking. There was the well, but they couldn't be completely sure it wasn't contaminated. The garden was doing well despite not being tended for several weeks. Jared had seen evidence of animals eating from it. Deer and rabbits, mostly. She wished they could take more of the fresh foods with them, but there was only so much room in the back of the SUV. There was no vehicle here, and she wondered what had happened to it. Bradley had found 2 shotguns with several boxes of shells each, a military-type rifle like the ones Jared had back home, and 2 pistols. They didn't have a lot of ammunition, but there would be enough for emergencies. Small emergencies, anyway. At 1 o'clock she was just starting to doze off when she heard a familiar loud screech in the trees. Just one. She startled, fully awake, eyes wide and afraid in the dark. She was scared to move, but she needed to see outside. Surely Stuart would have warned them if anything bad was coming. If he could. She crept over to the window and peered out in the direction she thought the noise had come from. The moon provided barely enough illumination to see the garden, much less the woods beyond. She tried moving her eyes from side to side to utilize her night vision more effectively, but she still saw nothing. They could, though, and she couldn't forget that. They could be seeing her right now. They could be gliding through the trees, teeth bared and waiting, scenting the air and the smoldering corpse. Was there enough light left from the coals to guide them right to their door? She glanced at the SUV, but didn't see movement there either. Nothing. Stuart was either hiding or gone. She gasped as a hand grabbed her shoulder and pulled her away from the window. She felt it loosen as she caught her breath. "Shh, it's just me," the voice said. Oddly, she could have known who it was just by the smell alone, something she had picked up by being in close quarters with him so long, she supposed. "How many are there?" Bradley asked. "Only heard one. Too dark to see. Stuart isn't out either." "We wouldn't be able to see them anyway. I'm guessing their camouflage works much better in the dark. They seem to be more active at night, don't they?" "I think so," she said. "The muties, at least." She frowned at that. "When was the last time you saw a regular biter?" He took a deep breath and let it out in the lengthening silence. "I don't know, actually. Maybe on one of our runs? It's been a while. Is it bad that I wish they were all we had to deal with?" he asked with a hint of a laugh. "No, it's pretty much true what Jared said. Maybe a zombie apocalypse would have been easier. Personally, she would have settled for something less creepy, like a good old solar flare or regular old EMP. Screw the sci-fi crap." "Only the slow zombies," he said. They sat together in silence for a bit. Neither one needed to talk, and it was comforting to just sit together. Keeping watch was a dull task, and sometimes scary. It helped to have someone else there. Around 3, he sent her off to bed, and she went without complaining. "Anna, wake up!" she heard someone shout. Thunderous noises sounded overhead and inside the cabin, and she was bewildered. Early dawn light filtered around the edge of the makeshift curtains. It was the barest hint of brightening in the dark, but it was not yet light enough for them to see clearly. "What's going on?" she asked, jumping up. The men were scrambling to grab weapons and gear they had placed around the cabin. Albert sat on the bed, clutching the sharpened broom handle someone had given him. He had a metal file on one side, near his hip. They were the only weapons they could spare that he could handle. The other tools were all too heavy, and the firearms needed to be with the fighters. Bradley had given her one pistol and the ammo for it, plus a hunting knife. It would have to be enough. "We're being attacked. Gliders. They're on the roof and around the door," Bradley said. "How many?" she asked. "We don't know. They stay out of sight of the window. They throw themselves at the door, then retreat and attack somewhere else." "And Stuart?" "We haven't seen Stuart," Fletch said carefully. Her stomach dropped. The only way that Stuart would let these things attack them was if he was hurt or dead. Was it possible that they had gotten him first? "What's the plan?" she asked. "Hold out here as long as the door holds. When it goes, then we go out. We take the truck and get out of here," Bradley said. She spared a glance over at Albert, and she saw that he knew. He knew. She caught Jared's eye, and he shook his head. If they had to run from this place, they would need all their hands free to fight. There would be no way to carry him out. They piled as much furniture in front of the doors as they could, but there wasn't much there. It wasn't going to hold. She watched the frame get more and more damaged the more the muties bashed on it. She didn't know why they weren't breaking in the windows, but she was glad. She pulled out her pistol and walked over to Albert. She was going to leave it with him when they left. It was the very least she could do. He could use it at the end. "I'm sorry," she said, voice strangled by emotion. "Don't be. You folks saved my life, gave me a little bit of a vacation, brought me out to enjoy my last day in nature. It's better than waiting to die back in that old folks' home. Anyway, I'm 97 years old. It's about time for me to go and make room for you young folks." He gave her a pat on the hand and a sad smile. "Change of plans. They're going for the SUV," Bradley yelled. "We've got to go on the offensive." He stared hard at Jared and Fletch. They both nodded. "Anna, cover us from the doorway as best you can." Jared squeezed her waist lightly. Then that was it. All hell broke loose. Explosions of sound and bursts of light erupted in the clearing. The men turned and fired and turned and fired. Sometimes they hit. She aimed at the shapes she knew to be unfriendly, but she wasn't sure if she had killed any or just wounded them. Carnage and devastation littered the clearing in the rapidly emerging light. Blood sprays, black in the dawn, and the concussive ringing of the gunshots overwhelmed her senses. She was reduced to the feeling of the pistol in her hand and the recoil of the shot. She reloaded once, but couldn't spare any more ammo on this wave. Who knew how many more there were? She screamed a warning as she saw Fletch go down under 2 of the monsters, but it was too late. She wasn't thinking when she ran out into the open. She dodged a clawed hand that was swiping for Bradley, and he cursed when he saw her out there with them. He fought harder, but he couldn't help her. She knew it. She ran to where Fletch lay on the ground under the attacking freaks. Her hunting knife flashed forward, and she stabbed one in the base of its skull. She jammed the blade up as hard as she could and yanked it back before going for the other one. The second mutie shifted its head at the last second, and the blade slipped forward. A burning agony pulsated through her forearm, and she shrieked. She threw herself forward onto it, using her own forearm to keep the thing from ripping her throat out. It was like having her arm caught in a vice lined with needles. Large needles. She caught a flash of Fletch's bloody, pale face from the corner of her eye, but she willed it away. She could only fight right now, not grieve. She would make these bastards pay, and maybe keep them from getting to Jared and Bradley. Someone had to watch their back now that Fletch was down. They didn't know. She fumbled for the pistol she placed in the back of her waistband. She briefly thought of Bradley's horrified scolding the first time he caught her doing that. He had made her promise never to do it again. This time, the reckless action might save her life. She never would have been able to grab it if it had been holstered on her right hip. She yanked it out and flipped the safety awkwardly with her left forefinger. It was unfamiliar in her grip, and she was extremely sorry now that she hadn't practiced equally with both hands as the men had. Once again, her laziness could have gotten her killed. She placed the muzzle directly over the mutie's eye and squeezed the trigger. The splatter hit her face, but the relief on her forearm was instant. She rolled on her back, not yet bothering to yank her arm from its jaws. She scanned the area and saw a mutie preparing to jump for Jared. She brought her arm up and aimed carefully. She anticipated its jump and squeezed the trigger again. She had been aiming for the thing's head, but caught it in the neck. It was wounded but not dead. Her heart raced as she saw Jared turn and fire a round down at it. She was starting to get a little dizzy and a little sick. She twisted her head up and over toward Fletch. She took a deep breath and pried her arm from the ruined mouth. The lightning-hot flash of the pain of shearing skin and muscle made her grit her teeth, but it was finally out. She ignored the blood for now and crawled over to Fletch's body. She put a hand on his chest. She tried to detect movement, breaths, heartbeat, anything. The effort made her woozy, and then everything went white. Chapter 5. Collier Stadium. Kate. Past. A loud bang on the door broke apart their hug, and immediately Kate pushed her mother back behind her. She realized that she still had the bags hanging from her left arm. She dropped them quickly and raised the pistol with both hands. She tried frantically to remember how many bullets were left in the thing. Revolver. 6 shots. She used only 1 in the parking lot, right? It was fully loaded when she found it, right? She should have 5 left. Right? She popped it open and checked with one eye trained anxiously on the door. Yep, 5 left, and a world of crazy people outside the door. "Enid, are you home?" a woman called out from the porch. A frantic knocking ensued, and her mom groaned. "Charlesy," was all she said. Kate shook her head. "Better let her in." She walked forward with the pistol ready in case anyone tried to attack while she had the door open. It was a distinct possibility. She jerked the door open, and there stood Charlesy. Charlesy was a character. She was either widowed or divorced, she wouldn't say which, and she had a son who lived somewhere. Kate had been acquainted with her for years, and her mother considered Charlesy as more of a friend than neighbor. Kate would have preferred neither. Charlesy was loud, deflective of reality, and often interrupted others in favor of hearing herself talk. The only real news was what she had to say, and the only opinion that mattered was hers. She had latched on to Enid after Kate's dad died, and pulled their mother out of her depression. That favor is the only reason she allowed the 5-foot-tall, monochrome outfit-wearing, loud-mouthed, empty-headed, conceited, "What took you so long? I've been out here for ages knocking." She came in without being invited, but that was her normal. "Kate, dear, pardon me, but you don't look so good. Would you like a wet wipe?" she asked, digging into her deep purse. Red today. She was wearing red. Kate looked at her mother with an incredulous gaze. "Just go with it," her mom sighed. Kate took the wet wipe and went to a nearby mirror. Her reflection was a little startling. She hadn't gotten all the blood off back at the cafe. Not nearly all of it. She felt it, stiff and crusty on her skin and clothing. Sweat had trickled down and made rusty tracks on her face and chest. Gross. She scrubbed as much as she could, but nothing short of a shower would get her truly clean. "Where's Jared?" she asked, turning back to her mom, who was now patting Charlesy on the back. "I don't know. I've been calling him nonstop and texting, but there hasn't been an answer. I haven't even been able to get through most of the time," Enid said, putting her hands on her hips. "I told you that you should have listened to his crazy conspiracy theories. Now look what happened. He was right." She had no idea what her mom was going on about. "What are you talking about?" Kate frowned, sifting through years of Jared's theories. They had all gotten jumbled up in her head. Lizard people control the world? Enid scoffed. No, not that one, she said, waving her hand dismissively. The one about the Russian flu. People are turning crazy because of it. She motioned to the TV. It's been on all the news channels today. People in major cities are rioting and fighting and attacking each other. It's bad. They're saying it's spreading. Mom, it's already here. Kate took a deep breath. I killed 2 people today. Enid stared as she processed Kate's words. Then she went pale and put a hand over her heart. Charlesy was uncharacteristically silent. She was about to light up a cigarette, but had stopped when Kate gave a shake of her head. I was at the coffee shop, have been all day almost, and this afternoon a woman came in. She was fine at first, maybe a little tired-looking, but then she went into the bathroom. She broke the mirror, and when the barista went to check on her, she killed her. She killed her with her teeth. She ripped her throat out. Charlesy's mouth dropped open, and for once she seemed to be paying attention to someone besides herself. I killed her, stabbed her in the neck. After she died, I found a gun and some other stuff. She motioned to the bloody bags. I shot a crazy man and stole the woman's car to get here. Enid came forward and started to cry. Charlesy awkwardly began patting her back, and Kate just stood, oddly unaffected. The memory of the afternoon was blunted a bit, and she wondered if she was just numb or if she was becoming a psychopath. I thought it was drugs at first, then maybe a terrorist attack, Kate said, shaking her head. Jared said it was a Russian flu. People that had it sometimes relapse and, well, go batshit crazy, Charlesy added helpfully. Enid nodded. You were sick, Mom, Kate said. Enid nodded again, sadly. Charlesy? She questioned. No, I never got sick. Frank always said I had the constitution of an ox and the face of a badger. She frowned and muttered. Part of the reason he's gone now. Kate ignored that and bit her lip. What should they do? If they couldn't reach Jared, should they go to his work? His house? Maybe they should just stay here. Kate wished they had developed some sort of emergency plan, and now it was too late. Keep trying his cell. I'm going to get cleaned up and drive to his house. If he's there, we'll come back and get you. If he isn't, I'll come back here and we can figure out what to do. No, I don't want you going back out there, Enid said, shocked. We can't get him on the phone, Mom. We have to find Jared. He'll know the best thing to do. She left Enid and Charlesy staring at each other in the entryway and went up to her room. She shut the door behind her and leaned on it for a moment. Her hands were trembling with exhaustion, fear, anxiety. She didn't want to leave this house. She was scared to. She bashed the back of her head against the door, punishment for being a wimp, then remembered the crazy woman's crazy head-banging. She pushed that away as quickly as it had come. She grabbed clean clothes, choosing a comfortable pair of jeans and a t-shirt. She showered faster than she ever had in her life. The amount of red that swirled down the drain was astounding. She hadn't realized there was so much on her. She wondered if there was any possibility that she could catch whatever was causing those people to go crazy. What if she was infected with it now? She scrubbed harder under the hot water for another few seconds, then got out. She towel-dried her hair as best she could. Her curls were going to go insane later. She braided her hair to try and mitigate some of that eventual craziness. She quickly dressed and pulled open her bottom desk drawer. She opened the box that she kept there. The box was wood and opened on a hinge. It was large and heavy, a treasure in itself. Her dad had carved the top a long time ago, and Jared had turned it into a box for her when she had been a teenager. It was one of her most prized possessions. It was what was in the box that she was after now. Her knife, the one that Jared had given her for Christmas 3 years ago. She had scoffed at the gift then. It was so not her. It was a tactical knife, some sort of special forces thing or other. She was embarrassed to admit that she had been upset when she opened it. She even thought that there had been a mistake. Who would ever look at her and think, "Ah, that girl needs a tactical knife"? The only thing that had stopped her from making a snarky comment was the look of pride on Jared's face as she had opened it. He had spent a lot of time and money picking that out for her, and she didn't want to hurt his feelings, so she had smiled, held it, and admired it, and hugged him in thanks. Then it went promptly in the drawer, never to come out again. Until now. She dug around and found a belt to put the sheath on. The last thing she did was put on her running shoes. She didn't run, but she always wanted to start. She had a horrible feeling that she was going to wish she had started a long time ago. "Kate?" her mother called up. Kate winced at the noise and ran out of her room and down the stairs before she called out again. "Mother!" she hissed as she skidded around the corner into the kitchen. She and Charlesy both looked pale. "If you saw what I saw in town, you wouldn't dare yell that loud." Her mother gaped like a fish, and Charlesy went back to digging through her purse. "Robert called. There's a shelter in town. They're just getting it set up. The police are there and the National Guard. I want to go," Enid said. "That's not a good idea," Kate said. She felt foreboding's black cloud edge its way into her head. Those places are never a good idea. Remember Hurricane Katrina? They had all heard the horror stories that had come to light after the fact. Confiscations, crimes, assaults, even murders in the Superdome. It wasn't even the only example of a shelter that might have done more harm than good. If Jared were here, he'd have movie examples. Probably zombie apocalypse, because that was something he definitely watched. "Kate, listen. They have the army there. Whatever is really going on out there, the army can handle it," Charlesy said. "Oh," Kate raised her eyebrow. "Tell that to them," she said, pointing to the devastation on the news. Cities were going under completely. The army couldn't stop the cannibals. The numbers were too overwhelming. "That's a large city. It'll be different here. There aren't as many people," Enid said, and Charlesy nodded vigorously. "It's already like that here. When I left town, I saw one person that wasn't crazy or dead. One." Enid crossed her arms and sighed. "I still want to go. Bob and his wife are going, and he wouldn't take her somewhere unsafe." "What about Jared?" Kate asked. "What about him?" "He won't want to go. If he's at home, you know he'll stay there," Kate warned. "If he's at home, then he'll be safe there. He was at work when all this happened. I think there's a chance he'll be at the shelter," Enid said decisively. Kate knew there would be no changing her mind about this. She wouldn't go to Jared's to wait this out. She was going to go where the army was. Kate was getting a huge red flag about it. This had something to do with her dad, she was certain. Her mom had always seen the army, a.k.a. her husband, as the ultimate protection. Maybe he had been, but he was dead now, and a small guard unit wouldn't be able to take down the crowds that she had seen on TV. She was thinking with her emotions. Kate would need to be the one thinking with her head. She felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders like a yoke. She didn't want it. She wished Jared were here. They packed 2 bags to take. Kate insisted on not bringing more than they could carry on their backs, unlike Charlesy, who loaded her old Monte Carlo with everything not nailed down, and even some things that were. Her mom looked at her, aghast when she explained that she could only take 1 change of clothes. The rest of the space was used for water, food, a few basic toiletries, and some medications. Kate added a small first aid kit to hers. It wouldn't do any good on ripped-out throats, though, which is why she was going to have to ask her mom for a special favor. "I need Dad's key," she said, as they gathered in the living room. Charlesy had filled a large urn with coffee, which was currently strapped in the Monte Carlo's passenger seat, and was sipping from a thermos. Enid furrowed her brow worriedly for a moment, before she dug into her purse for her keyring. "Here." Kate took the key from her mother and went upstairs. At the end of the hall was a small bedroom. Long ago, her father had converted this room to his private study. His awards and decorations were on the wall. There was a flag folded in a case that he had brought home from an overseas deployment. It had flown over a small U.S. base in Afghanistan. That base had been overrun by insurgents one night in a large offensive. The flag was a reminder to her father of the responsibility of directing men's lives and the awful weight that comes from those decisions. Kate was experiencing that on a small scale, and it scared the hell out of her. She went to the walk-in closet and unlocked the padlock. The door was a heavy one, installed specifically to keep the contents of this room safe. She opened it up and flipped on the light. Row after row of ammo cans held a variety of ammunition, from rifle to pistol. It was all neatly labeled as she had expected. Her father was nothing if not orderly. On shelves, there were black cases containing pistols, rifles, shotguns. She didn't even know everything her father had collected over the years. She and Jared weren't allowed in here except for rare occasions, not even after they had become adults. Her dad didn't even like her mother coming in here. She felt like she was trespassing. She eyed the pistol cases and opened a few. Some were elaborate and expensive models, ones that she had never fired and was too nervous about learning on the fly. She found a Sig Sauer case and grinned. This is what she was looking for. The Sig P226 had a custom grip, a short trigger reset, and 5 extended magazines. She could conceal it if necessary. The best part was that she was completely comfortable with it. The recoil was lighter than that of the 1911 variant that her father preferred, and she was much more accurate with the 9mm. She looked through the various accessories that her father had collected and found a small shoulder holster that would hold the .38 revolver she took from the cafe. She put it on right there and holstered the small gun, then collected several boxes of ammunition for it. She slid the P226, accessories, and as much ammo as she could carry in her backpack. She was running out of space. She took a deep breath and looked at her father's beloved 1911 in its glass case. She couldn't leave it. There was a chance that the house would be looted after they left, and she would be damned if she was going to let anyone steal her father's favorite pistol. He treated that thing almost like a third child, for God's sake. Her father kept it on a holster at his belt, but she was going to need something else. She was right-handed, and her P226 would be on a holster at her belt. She scanned the shelf above the glass case and spotted what she wanted. A drop-leg holster would allow her to keep the 1911 by her side, while still allowing the P226 holster to be in the right place on her belt. It would be a lot of weight on that side of her body, but there was nothing she could do about that except to get used to it. She shrugged and strapped it on her belt and leg. She stood in front of the body-length mirror in the hall for a moment and practiced drawing her various weapons. She wished she had more time to get used to where they were. The tactical knife was on the belt on the left side of her body. The shoulder rig for the .38 was also on the left. That left space for some extra ammo magazines on the left and the right. She would keep the 9mm ammo on the left. She clipped a couple of already loaded .45 caliber magazines inside her waistband. It was as much as she could comfortably carry right now. She grabbed a plate carrier that was hanging from a rack on the back of the closet. There were no bulletproof plates in it, but she didn't need them anyway. She wanted it for the pouches already affixed. There were places for rifle magazines as well. Maybe in time she would need them, but for now, this worked for her extra pistol ammo. She gave one sad look back at the closet and locked it up tight. The key went into her pocket, a memento of her dad. She hefted a considerably heavier bag onto her back and went downstairs. "Kate," her mom said, shocked. "What?" "That's your father's pistol," Enid said, as if Kate didn't know. "I'm not leaving it here to be looted. Besides, we're going to need all the firepower we can get. Where's your pistol?" she asked her. "In my purse, where it always is," Enid said. "When's the last time you fired the thing?" "When Jared took me out behind his house." "Mother," Kate frowned. "What?" Enid's mouth turned down at the corners in anger. "That was 3 years ago." Kate shook her head and turned away. "I'm going to Jared's. When I get back, we can go to town. I'm telling you right now that I think it's a mistake, and I think we should go to Jared's together." Kate looked back and waited for her mother's decision. "No, we need to go to town with Robert and his wife." "Fine," Kate said shortly. Leave a note for Jared telling him where we're going. Be ready to leave as soon as I get back. I don't want to be out when it starts to get dark." Her mom rushed over and hugged her. Kate closed her eyes and patted her back. "Be careful," Charlesie called from the kitchen table. "I will." Despite her brave words and her arsenal of weapons, Kate was terrified to leave the house. Her heart was racing, and she felt lightheaded. She remembered the packs of crazy people roaming the streets in town, and wondered if they were just moving around on instinct, or if they were actively searching out people to kill. Could they have made it here yet? That was when she realized just how stupid that thought was. They didn't have to make it anywhere. They were everywhere already. People were turning crazy left and right. Nowhere was safe. She peered out the curtained window near the door and scanned up and down the street and the yards that she could see. Her visibility was limited because the window was recessed. She had a split-second thought of going up on the roof to see all around, but that was going to be hard to do without being spotted. Plus, the roof was steep. She didn't want to think about the consequences if she fell and got hurt. She saw a few people out in their driveways. They looked normal enough. They were packing their cars and ushering their families out. She had a quick thought and went back to her bag. When she pulled her phone out, she saw that she had several bars. She tried to call Jared's cell. The call didn't even go through. She tried again and got the same result. She tried a number for a friend of hers. Nothing. Calls weren't going through. Her only explanation was that perhaps the cell systems were being overloaded right now. Everyone must be trying to contact loved ones. She could try again later. She pulled the keys out for the stolen car and looked out the window once more. It was time. "I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Let Bob know we'll be ready to go by then." Her mom nodded and clutched Charlesie's hand tightly. She gave her a small smile and went outside. Chapter 6. Fletcher Memorial. Jared. Present. Jared turned at the sound directly behind him and instinctively raised his pistol and fired at the wounded mutie. It went down immediately, and he swiveled his head, searching for more. Bradley was finishing off a particularly large mutie to his right. He didn't need help. He searched his left side for Fletch. The man wasn't there. He widened his eyes, trying to see more clearly in the early morning dimness. "Fletch!" His senses were on high alert from the skirmish. Near the back tires of the SUV, he saw several bodies. 2 wore shoes. He frowned as he walked around the back, feeling that something bad was waiting for him there. He glanced around, making sure it was clear, that nothing was waiting to ambush him. "Fuck! Bradley, help!" Jared dropped to his knees on the gravel, disregarding the sharp pain digging in under his kneecaps. He scanned the pair of bodies in shock. He couldn't bring himself to touch them, to hurt them, to find out that they're gone. Dead. "Move!" Bradley yelled as he pushed Jared's unmoving form to the side. Bradley's hands rushed over the two friends, seemingly at random. He worked quickly, silently, clearing away the blood and gore with his hand. "Anna has a bad bite, but the bleeding has stopped," he said. Jared shook himself and scooted back to her. He slipped his arms under her neck and behind her knees. She was dead weight, very pale and unmoving. She wasn't dead. "Fletch?" he questioned, praying hard that his friend was still alive. "I don't know. He has a neck wound. The bleeding is sluggish." Jared flashed back to Hank's neck wound, which had scared the shit out of them all. "We need to suture it immediately," Bradley said, picking Fletch up and carrying him into the dim cabin. "Half his fucking ear is gone," Jared shouted as he caught the sickening injury. "That's the least of our problems. It's just cartilage." "What happened out there?" Albert said, scooting himself over as best he could to make room for Anna. "A pack of muties. Anna must have seen Fletch go down. He's got a neck wound that needs stitching right now," Bradley called over. Jared brushed Anna's hair from her face and looked at her arm. He winced as he took in the mangled flesh. He thought he saw muscle, but he wasn't a doctor, and he didn't really know what he was looking at. "Jared, get over here now. She'll be fine," Bradley ordered. "Watch her," he told the old man. The door slammed open, and Stewart streaked in faster than Jared could react. He belatedly pulled his pistol, but by then the threat was past. He felt slow and stupid. His heart hadn't stopped hammering in his chest since shit went down. "Stuart, he needs suturing. I'm not sure if I can get this one," Bradley said. Jared heard the tremor in his voice, though Bradley tried to cover it up. If Bradley couldn't do it, who would? "Move." Stuart's order was surprising and compelling, and Bradley moved without questioning it. Jared thought he would have been slower to move away from the injured man, simply because there wasn't much Stuart could do for him, right? "My bag in the SUV," Stuart said. Bradley went to get Stuart's bag, and Jared had to use all his considerable control not to make a completely inappropriate and ill-timed joke about Stuart needing a rucksack now that he was a super mutie. Bradley dropped the bag at Stuart's side, and he rummaged through it more swiftly than either he or Bradley could have managed. Before they knew it, Stu had a suture kit open and ready, and the wound prepped. Jared knew he should watch and maybe learn something, but the adrenaline was wearing off and he just felt shaky and nauseous. He couldn't drag his eyes away from Anna lying so still over on the bed. Bradley seemed to be focusing intently on Stuart's hands and his control over his fingers. He was swift with his movement, and the stitches appeared perfectly neat and symmetrical in Fletch's skin. It looked almost like magic. "I can do nothing about his ear." Stuart seemed unconcerned about Fletch's wound, though Jared knew he still had feelings for his human companions. At least he thought he did. "We need to plan. I have new intel, and it won't keep," Stuart said worryingly. "Okay, let's get Anna bandaged up first." Jared went back to Anna first and lifted her until she was lying half in his lap. Bradley held her arm firmly while Stuart prodded the flesh with his clawed finger. After clearing the blood and debriding the wound as best he could, Stuart lowered his face and started to smell the mauled limb. "She is lucky," Stuart said. "The bones are not fractured, and muscle involvement is minimal. In a normal environment, I would not want to close this wound because of the chances of infection." "This isn't a normal environment," Bradley said. "No. I'll close it and we'll watch. There is more risk leaving it open. She'll need antibiotics again." "Will it work like normal? Her hand?" Jared asked, furrowing his brow. "We'll have to assess her function when she wakes up." The last 2 days had been so extreme, so shocking, that he couldn't keep up. His head was pounding, and he was sure that he was dehydrated. The food he had eaten last had settled in his stomach like a rock. Fletch and Anna were down for God only knew how long. Albert couldn't walk. They didn't have their own weapons or supplies. They needed rest. At least a few days in a safe place. Sten's place. They had to go to Sten's. "Now we have to talk," Stuart insisted. "Outside." "Can you watch them both?" Bradley asked, pushing the small sofa closer to where Albert was seated on the bed. "Yes, sir, I surely can," he warbled. They left and went out to the clearing where the bodies of the dead still lay. Their features were frozen into stages of rage, strangely undimmed by death. Stuart piled them up off to the side, then went back to where Bradley and Jared stood waiting. He seemed oddly reluctant to speak now that he had the opportunity. "Things are changing. I can sense it. It unsettles me," he said. "What things?" Jared asked. The morning sun was rising swiftly now, and it shone in his eyes with a harshness that made his headache worse. The heat was rising too, and though it was probably October, it was going to be hot. "I don't know. I can feel the rejuvenation. There is an energy there that didn't exist before. I can't explain it. Like a rubber band poised to snap." "Potential energy?" Bradley asked. "Yes," Stuart said. "Potential for what?" Jared asked. "That's the question," Stu said, with a very human-like shrug. It was an odd movement for a creature that looked as he did. His skin was back to its indistinct gray shade, ready to change the moment Stu allowed it. His eyes still gleamed with, Jared thought, a black, potentially malicious light. He didn't think Stu was bad, though. His appearance was deceptive. He was very glad his teeth hadn't become jagged and enlarged like the bad muties. "We need to go back as soon as they can be moved. I don't like the oddness of this place," Stewart said finally. "Tomorrow. We'll have to go tomorrow," Bradley told Jared apologetically. "We can't handle another attack, and they can't be moved before then." Jared shut up, cutting off the argument he had started to make, because Bradley was right. Fletch especially couldn't be moved right now. "I wasn't here," Stewart said that afternoon as they prepared a better defense around the cabin in case of another attack in the night. Anna and Fletch had both woken up, though Fletch could barely move without re-injuring himself. He was in pain, but alive. He was upset about the loss of half of his ear, but he knew how lucky he was, how lucky they all were. "I know. Where did you go?" Bradley asked, as he sharpened another stake to put into the ground outside the window. They were affixing large spears into the ground, pointed outward, to hopefully catch unwary muties. They had also found lumber and some nails to board up the doors and windows for the night. There wasn't much they could do about the SUV. There was no barn or shed they could secure it in. They couldn't afford to split up the group to watch over it either, not now that they were down 2 more fighters. The watch schedule itself was screwed. Albert would have to take a shift if they hoped to get any real rest at all. Nobody mentioned the possibilities of muties staying past dawn. "I heard the pack coming. I was scouting the rear, trying to see how many there were. I couldn't get an accurate reading. It was confusing. They sent out conflicting signals. When they sensed my presence, they came after me as well. I didn't want to lead more back here." "They attacked you? I thought they left you alone," Jared asked. "They used to. Perhaps they were always more occupied with you to worry about me." They worked in silence for another few moments. Bradley wandered off to a small shed near the woods. Jared wanted to tell him to be careful so close to the trees. He went in and came out a few minutes later with a crate of old bottles. Jared picked one up and studied it. "Molotov cocktails?" Bradley asked them. Jared raised his eyes to Stewart for an opinion. "Yes," Stewart said, "but only as a last resort. Fire spreads." A moment later, he looked over, and Stewart was standing with his head cocked, looking down at a little cross made from 2 pieces of wood. Jared grinned. "I will never understand you," Stewart said, motioning to the grave marker. "Fletcher's ear. Lost October 2020 in a near-death experience. It's irreplaceable." "What the hell else was I supposed to do with it?" Jared said, before wandering off. He walked back around the front of the cabin and studied the SUV. There was nothing they could do to protect it from being disabled by the muty bastards. He caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of his eye. What the fuck? "Bradley!" he yelled and pulled his pistol. The pile of muty corpses began to shift and tremble. Jared backed up several steps closer to where the others were. He knew they had taken them all out. All the muties had been dead, really dead. For sure, there was no way in hell that one could still live. "Damn, what are you yelling about?" Bradley said, jogging over. He winced with every step of his injured leg, but it didn't slow him down. "It's alive," Jared said, pointing to the pile with his free hand, before returning it to the pistol grip. "Dumbass," Bradley muttered under his breath. "I swear, look at it," Jared said, nodding toward it again. Stewart stepped closer and crouched. 8, he hissed. "There are 8. He sounded downright confused, which did not bode well. Stewart was never emotional, not since the second change. "Impossible. We killed 5 this morning. You piled them up there yourself," Bradley said. "They're fucking moving, Stewart. Why are they moving?" Jared asked, pacing back and forth without ever taking his eyes from the spasming mound. "Take them out!" Stewart roared. Jared jumped and stared at Stewart. Bradley immediately ran to the pile and began firing into the heads of the monsters. Jared, 2 seconds behind, raced to his side. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "They're fucking cloning or something," he yelled as he fired. The longer he looked, the more convinced he was that he was correct. The dead muties were cloning themselves. They were reanimating. They were so fucking screwed. They stopped firing, and Jared was a little ashamed of how many he had wasted in his shock. Bradley bent over and put his hands on his knees. Stuart began dragging the bodies into a line, matching the twins together. At the end of the process, they just stared. Out of the 5 muties they had killed this morning, 3 had clones. They looked exactly the same, right down to the last detail, minus the remnants of clothing and the wounds they had sustained. At the end of the line was a lone leg. "What's going on out there?" Albert yelled from inside. "Everything's fine, just a weapons malfunction. Accidental discharge," Jared yelled back. "No big deal." Bradley had an incredulous expression on his face. "An accidental discharge? That's what you're going with?" He put his hands on his hips and shook his head. "Jared, we burned through 2 mags just now. 2. They aren't going to believe that shit was accidental." "You had a better idea?" Jared asked sardonically. Tell the fucking truth," Bradley said. "They can't handle the truth," Jared said, louder than he intended. Bradley sighed. "Can you go 1 day without a movie quote? Just 1? I wasn't quoting that time. It just happened to be exactly what I wanted to say." Jared knew that he had done the right thing by keeping this from the others now. They didn't need to worry about anything but healing up. The men quieted down for a moment before turning back to the problem. "Stu?" Bradley asked. Stuart reached down to touch the bodies for a moment. They were dead. Really dead. Again. Except they didn't blacken. They didn't petrify, or whatever it was they used to do. "The nursing home," Jared said suddenly. "Back in the parking lot. Those didn't turn black either. Not even by the time we left." "God, you think they're all doing this cloning thing?" Bradley asked. Jared shrugged. He hoped not, but it seemed likely. "Replication," Stuart said, finally standing. "The cells are regenerating rapidly. Feel the heat?" Jared reached down and touched the leg of one. It was hot. He looked at Bradley in disbelief. "How are they doing this? I mean, how are they making whole new clones?" Bradley said. "Cell memory? Cell programming? Look at that leg," Stuart said. "Nah, I'm good," Jared said. He needed to process this crap. "Look at the leg," Stuart said, more loudly this time. Jared didn't want to look at the leg again. He did anyway. "Really? Fucking really? I mean, don't we have enough really bad shit happening? What the hell's wrong with people?" "What people?" Bradley asked, still staring at the lengthening limb. "The people that created this damn thing. Stuart, what are you—" Jared watched in disgust as Stuart brought an axe down on the leg, right below the newly formed knee joint. The axe was sharp, and Stuart was strong. The leg severed somewhat cleanly. Jared swallowed back his disgust and his unnecessary comment. They stared at the segmented leg in silence for a solid 5 minutes, if Jared's timing was correct. "Why are we staring at the leg?" he finally asked. "The pieces are growing. You may not see it. There are now 2 legs," Stuart said dispassionately. Apparently the shock of the situation had worn off. For him. Good to know he still had some feelings left, though. "So it's like the Terminator?" Jared said after another few minutes. "Because we don't have any refineries here, or smelting factories, whatever that place was." "We have fire," Bradley said. "You can't kill Terminators with fire." "They aren't Terminators, Jared." Bradley was looking over at the pit they had burned the decayed corpse in the day before. Judging by the wisps of smoke and the horrible smell, there were still coals burning. "Burning will destroy them," Stuart said. "Are you sure? Because what if they turn to ashes, then each little piece of ash turns into a new mutie? That would suck major balls, Jared commented. Put them on the fire. I'll be back before dark, Stuart said, then went off into the woods. Jared grabbed the 2 leg pieces and looked over at Bradley. Do you think Stuart's going to go replicate out there? He asked, pointing with a severed leg. Maybe we can have 2 Stuarts. I don't think so, Bradley said, dragging another by its heels. What if I chopped off his arm? Yeah, go ahead and try that and see how it works out for you. They piled the bodies onto the coals and spent the rest of the afternoon finishing their preparations. By twilight, they had done all they could to secure the little cabin. True to his word, Stuart returned at dark. Jared was a little disappointed to see that he was alone. No clone in sight. Chapter 7. Battle of Rolling Hills. Kate. Past. She shut the door behind her and steadied herself. She looked all around while she took a deep breath in through her nose. A helpful tip that her therapist suggested when she felt overwhelmed. Count to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She let it out and walked down the steps, swiftly but not rashly. She remembered the lesson she had learned at the coffee shop. Never rush out from a doorway. Always watch your back. Keep count of how many bullets you have left in your pistol. The fingers of her right hand grazed the solid, reassuring slab of her polymer pistol grip. Further down, the heavier weight of her dad's 1911 rested on her thigh. It felt comforting, like her dad was with her. They wouldn't get her. Not today, at least. She unlocked the new, to her, car and jumped behind the wheel. She glanced all around again before starting it up and backing down the short driveway. Her mom's neighbor was sitting on his porch, staring out across the neighborhood. His chinos were dirty, and his shirt was untucked. He looked sad. She waved, but he either didn't see or didn't care. She hesitated a moment, remembering the woman at the coffee shop, the one she'd blamed for starting it all. Though she knew it was wildly inaccurate and unfair, still, Paula the cannibal had been the one that had taken Kate from a normal woman to a killer in the space of a few minutes. She had caused her to see her first death, violent death. She vacillated between blaming her and perhaps even feeling a hint of gratitude for forcing her hand. She had been a relatively easy first kill, if killing was ever easy. Kate wasn't so sure she would have fared so well if she'd been caught outside when things went bad. Back to the point at hand, though, the man sitting on that step had the same out-of-touch look on his face, the same ill-looking countenance. Was it the situation, or was he about to lose his shit? She drove off uneasily. She didn't have any time to spare. She just knew from watching movies that things were going to deteriorate quickly. The drive out of the neighborhood was more chaotic than the drive in had been. Families were leaving en masse, luggage strapped to the tops of vehicles, like they were heading out for a nice family road trip. She hoped they made it wherever they ended up going. The drivers still followed the old traffic laws for the most part, but she was sure they would abandon them at the first sign of trouble. Wreck-related casualties were probably going to skyrocket, and she didn't know if there were any doctors left at the hospital. She took her turn stopping at the stop sign and made sure the lanes were clear before pulling out. An equal number of cars were going left and right. The ones going left were heading into town, presumably to the new emergency shelter her mom was so keen on. The ones turning right seemed to be mostly heading for the parkway, and she shook her head at their stupidity. She turned right as well, but her goal was only a short distance down the road. Jared's house was outside of town limits, in a secluded section of woods. He owned a large amount of land there, which guaranteed that the closest neighbors still weren't too close. He liked his privacy. She had pestered the absolute shit out of him until he let her decorate his house. It had been her first real solo project, and she made sure that it had a prominent place in her portfolio. Up ahead she saw an SUV swerve suddenly, and a suitcase that had been tied precariously on top flew off into the ditch. The driver had accelerated, and she heard tires squealing on the road as they left her behind. A second later, she saw why. A crowd of people was gathered at the abandoned delivery truck, where she had witnessed the driver being mauled to death by someone who was presumably his assistant. The truck had been moved so that it blocked the gate to the Rolling Hills community. However, some of the freaks were getting through. They threw themselves through the small opening between the bumper of the vehicle and the bricks that formed the wall. From her vantage point of safety, she watched as a man broke his own ribs trying to squeeze through to get at the people inside. His chest bent unnaturally inward, and as he pulled back, she saw a dark blue splotch appear over his sternum. A large concavity was apparent over his heart, and she leaned forward in captivated disgust as the blue splotch widened and spread. He had just caused himself massive internal bleeding, perhaps even ruptured his own heart, and he was still fighting to get to the people inside. It was a turning point for her. She felt it click into place in her head. This was it. There was never going to be any reasoning with the afflicted people, no matter if what they had was an illness or insanity or whatever. There was no going back, and going forward it was going to be bloody. Dark and bloody. Strip away the civilization of people and the trappings of a normal life, and you have flesh and blood and bone. What was left now were the good and the bad, and perhaps some in between. The insane, the sick, the afflicted, the freaks. They were the bad. She would have to be the good, even if it meant being ruthless and severe, even if it meant killing 50 or 100 or 1,000. She heard the growls and enraged snarls of the group, saw their desperate attempts to murder the good inside the gate. She couldn't leave them there. She couldn't let them in. She swallowed hard, pushing down her fear and letting her adrenaline take over. Her hands shook, but she wasn't going to back down or turn away. She wouldn't drive off and leave like the asshole in front of her had. She started to count heads. She took a few seconds to visualize how it would play out. She was good with visualization. She was skilled at placing imaginary objects in a space and seeing all possible angles. She could do the same with people, even insane people. She licked her lips and chewed on her cheek for a precious few more seconds. She could do it. She flipped off the safety of both of her pistols and placed a reassuring hand on the revolver near her armpit. It was her last resort weapon. The knife may come in handy too, though she was terrified of getting that close. She wasn't physically as strong as she now wished she was. Fighting up close like that would be a bad idea. She left the key in the ignition and unlocked the door. Just hers, in case she needed to get back in quickly. She stepped out swiftly, checking all around to make sure nothing was trying to sneak up on her. Nothing. Not nobody. She had turned them into things. Perhaps it was easier that way. She heard screams from behind the tall brick wall to her right. Some had either gotten in or were already in. These out here would make it a lot harder for the people inside if they managed to bolster the ranks of whatever freaks were already inside. She pulled her pistol and walked closer, planning her shots carefully. She had 5 extended magazines for her SIG. Each held 20 rounds. About 60 rounds were easily accessible before she'd have to switch to the heavier 1911. She had plenty of ammo for this group. She took a deep breath in and fired her first shot. She hit the neck of the freak in the very front, the one who was desperately clawing his way over the crazy asshole who punctured his own heart and died under their feet. The one she wounded snapped his head to look at her, and she had a split second to realize that they would all be coming for her now. All of them. The 20 sets of eyes on her were unnerving and terrifying in a way that the one in the bathroom or parking lot earlier today hadn't been. It took an extreme amount of self-control not to just fire wildly into the small crowd and waste bullets. 20 freaks were out for her blood. Shit. Maybe she was as crazy as they were, in a different way. She fired mechanically. Bloody bared teeth and slitted eyeballs exploded under the force of some of her hits. Others, only wounded, began to sprint toward her. She backed away as she counted her shots. 1 round left in the magazine, and she reloaded. She was slower than she wanted to be, and the goons were getting closer. Too close. She counted 5 heads running for her as if their lives depended on it. Their insane, murderous fury was palpable and audible. She racked the slide and fired faster than was probably prudent, taking less care with her aim as her fear began to overwhelm her. She smelled the ripe smells of vomit and the hot ammonia stench of urine. Metallic blood mingled with the baser odors and made her recoil as the two remaining freaks dashed the last few feet. She fired at one and watched a hole appear in its forehead. It crumpled at her feet, twitching. The pistol clicked empty as the last one standing smashed right into her futilely outstretched left hand. She didn't have time to reload. She didn't have time to think. She reacted. She pulled her father's pistol from its place on her thigh, braced herself for the wrist-slamming recoil, and pulled the trigger. If she had frozen, she would be dead, or wishing she was dead right now. The large man, the large, sick freak, she corrected herself, was leaking all over the asphalt at her feet. Body fluids pooled around her shoes, and she found that she didn't care. She spun around in a quick circle, forgetting for a moment that the ones in front of her weren't the only monsters out there. They could be anywhere. She looked over all the bodies surrounding the truck. Men, women, even some younger ones that she couldn't think about. They all lay there. Some moved around on the ground, like the woman in the bathroom, twitching head and coiling limbs. She felt an instinctual disgust at the autonomous movements. Nothing dead should move like that. Unless they weren't dead? She walked closer to one that wasn't so mangled. A shot had taken out this one's eye and buried itself in the brain. Gore and blood had welled in the crater, but the body was still. She looked back at the other one she had shot in the head, the companion of the freak that had almost gotten her. That body wasn't moving either. It really is the brain, then. She crouched down and picked up her spent magazines and tucked them into her pocket. She could reload them at Jared's. For now, she holstered her dad's pistol and reloaded her own. She stepped around the bodies lying around the truck and made her way to the portion of the gate where the crazy man had mutilated himself trying to get through. She heard nothing from inside. The silence was absolute. She didn't know if that was a good thing or a really bad thing. She peeked around the gap and saw a street lined with homes. Some had cars still in the driveways, but some were empty. Her eyes took in the oddly deserted streets. After all the yelling and screaming, not to mention her gunshots, shouldn't there be more activity? Just then, a small group of figures rushed around the side of a house. She could tell by the way they were covered in blood, some limping, others snapping their teeth, that they were rabid. Rabid, like dogs. The cluster twitched and jerked in their peculiar way down the street. Some tripped over the curb and fell, and the others paid no attention. It was as if they grouped together by instinct, but not from any desire to protect each other. She scanned the homes along the street where the monsters lurked, and she was chilled to the bone when she saw the woman in the upper window of a nearby house. She was struggling with a blanketed bundle in one arm, trying desperately to open a window one-handed. The fear was stark on her face. That meant only one thing. Oh my God! Kate looked all around before she threw herself under the delivery truck and crawled as fast as she could out the other side. The gate was wedged open a bit, and she squeezed through. She ran, sprinted, as fast as she had probably ever run before. Her breath came out in gasps in time with her footfalls. Please let her be safe a little bit longer. Gunfire erupted from somewhere else in the neighborhood, but it was way too far away to hope for anyone to help her. She pulled her pistol and fired on the small group that had veered toward her, cursing at the delay. She had to get in that house. As the last one fell, she didn't even take the time to stop and check to make sure they were dead. It would have to wait. The house was right in front of her, and she bounded up the steps. She was both horrified and relieved to see the front door had been opened. At least it wasn't locked. There was still a chance. She heard the screams and the snarls above her, and realized the woman had made it out the window onto the sharply sloped roof overhead. It wasn't that far to the ground, but she had a baby. It was too far to jump with a baby, especially one small enough to be held in a blanket with one arm. Double fuck! She raced into the foyer and noted the disarray of the living room. Baby gear was scattered around, and a small bouncer seat was overturned. She didn't spare a backward glance for the empty room. She ran up the stairs as fast as she could, and as soon as she hit the top landing, she saw the threat. 3 crazies had come into the house, maybe more. She raised the pistol and fired at the two in the bedroom. They went down, writhing and twisting in the way that she was coming to believe was normal for them. She raised her pistol to fire at the third, but it had leaped through the partially raised window, shattering the glass with an unexpectedly violent force. She rushed over to the window and saw that she was going to be too late. She couldn't shoot. The fucking freak was in the direct line of fire. She'd risk hitting the mom and the baby. The crazy thing's rage was bubbling up through its throat in ghastly, rumbling growls. Kate climbed through the window, careful of the steep slope. The thing had no such compunction, and Kate thought for a minute that it would go right over the side. It didn't. It struggled and clawed its way back up and crawled on all fours toward the panicked, screaming woman. Kate's breath rasped through her lungs, still struggling to catch enough air to fill her lungs. The thing was 2 seconds away from mauling the woman and baby. Kate made a split-second decision, and she was pretty sure that she was going to die because of it. She pulled the knife and drove herself into the freak's back, thrusting the knife up into the back of its skull. She felt a sickening, grating feeling on the blade and thrust harder, as hard as she could. The force of her momentum drove the knife into the monster's brain, and it collapsed, straight off the roof. Kate followed close behind. The abrupt stop of the ground came much faster than expected, and Kate hoped her mid-air panicked twisting had gained her a better landing than the headfirst dive she had started out with. She had a half-assed, split-second plan to do a kind of paratrooper landing that she had learned about during a trip to Fort Benning with her parents. She had watched, somewhat skeptically and with secret amusement, as a large group of men practiced falling down. As a teenager, she hadn't realized what they were doing until her father had explained it. Supposedly, it was the safest way to land. But that was with a parachute, and she was falling from a roof, so she wasn't sure if it was going to make a damn bit of difference. It didn't matter, because she was out of time. She saw the freak's body hit first and heard a disgusting thump, but she didn't have time for any other observations. Her own thump came a millisecond later and jarred her almost beyond comprehension. She had landed on her feet and rolled sideways as best she could, trying to keep the impact from jolting one part of her body more severely than another, like her head. It hurt like hell, and as she rolled, she ended up on top of the corpse. She lay there a moment, not daring to get up yet in case both her legs were broken, and she just hadn't felt it yet. She was seriously scared to look. What if her leg bones were sticking out through her skin? What could she possibly do in that situation? She felt the bruising lump of the revolver against her ribs, under her armpit, and knew then that was going to be the new form of self-treatment. If you got an incapacitating injury and there was no doctor around, you were as good as dead anyway. She breathed and noted that, while her feet hurt a bit and her hip was probably severely bruised, she seemed to be in functioning order. She should probably get up before any lingering crazies happened along and snacked on her. She rolled to her hands and knees and gripped the knife handle sticking out of the freak's skull. No way was she leaving it behind. It had saved her life. Well, hers and the woman's and a baby's. It was practically a good luck charm now. Jared would be smug and condescending if he ever found out about this. She wiped the blood and brain matter on the dead man's clothes and stood. She was a little wobbly and wouldn't be doing much jumping around the next few days. Hopefully. Miss?" she heard from a short distance away. She flinched and looked up swiftly. She realized that her expression probably didn't look like the sanest person ever, and schooled her features into something that more closely resembled the proper human expression in times like this. Frowning was good, right? Perhaps raising an eyebrow? She realized that she might be resembling Willem Dafoe right now, and cooled it a bit with the crazy eyes. God, was she in shock? 10, perhaps 15 feet away, there were two groups of men. They all wore some kind of military gear. They all carried rifles, and they all stared at her with surprise. It was a little intimidating, to be honest. "Are you okay? You fell pretty far," one said. He seemed to be the spokesman, so she directed her comment to him. "Yep, I'm good." She cringed at the abruptness. It sounded just like something someone would say that wasn't good. She just fell off a roof, for goodness sake. "I rolled," she added. They stared at her like she was going to attack them, and she realized that she still gripped the knife in her hand. She sheathed it and checked her pistols and ammo magazines. She patted her pockets and found that she had lost a magazine somewhere. It was an empty one, but it was too valuable to lose. Do you see an empty magazine anywhere?" she asked, hoping to get control of this situation. "There," the man said, and nodded behind her. She looked around and spotted it in the flower bed nearby. The men had rifles, and she wasn't taking any chances. She backed over to it and crouched to pick it up, without letting them out of sight. They looked like normal guys, but she knew that everyone was dangerous now. Everyone had to be seen as a threat, especially for a woman. It would be a mistake to trust strangers as easily as she might have before. "Get low on Rhodes over here," he ordered another man, "and tell the captain." "The captain?" she asked before she could stop herself. "He's the man in charge," was the man's answer. She nodded once, then remembered the woman and baby on the roof. "Shit!" she yelled and ran back into the house. She heard the men murmuring and their heavy footfalls as they came after her, but that concern was secondary to the fact that the ones she shot may not have been completely dead. She comforted herself that the woman would have screamed if there was trouble, if she could have. "Ma'am, are you okay?" she called out, and as she gained the top of the stairs, she saw the woman sitting on the bed, presumably her own. She was cradling the baby in her arms and crying. Happy tears, Kate hoped. "I'm fine. I don't know how to thank you. You saved our lives. I don't even know where those came from," she said, sobbing more as she looked at the corpses on the floor. Kate heard the men come up behind her and glanced back. "Sarah?" a male voice yelled from below. People were shoved aside as the man came barreling up the stairs. Kate pressed herself against the wall as the large man passed, feeling every newly developing bruise. She winced and clamped a hand on her side. Hopefully she hadn't busted any ribs. "We'll get Rhodes to check you over," the man said, watching as Kate nudged the second corpse. A hiss of air seemed to escape the body, and its leg twitched restlessly. The woman with the baby gasped and stood up. Kate was closer, though, and before anyone could react, she pulled her trusty knife again and brained the freak. She wanted to make sure it would never get up again. They stared with open mouths, most of them. Some of the more hardened-looking men seemed unmoved by it and took it in stride. She wondered if they were actual soldiers or had been at one time. "She saved us from those things," she heard the woman say. She was crying again, so it was kind of hard for Kate to decipher. The woman recounted the story for them, and when she got to the end, they all kind of looked at her again, like she was either stupid, brave, or crazy. Maybe all three. Maybe she was. "Can I see the baby before I go?" she asked, out of the blue. She wanted to remember the baby's little face, to remember why she needed courage. The woman looked startled. "Sure, absolutely." Kate walked over the bodies and into the woman's bedroom. At another time, it would have been awkward to share this woman's intimate space with her and her husband and about 10 other guys, but now it just wasn't a concern. The woman pulled the blanket back, and Kate saw the cutest little face she thought she had ever seen. The baby was awake now, and her eyes were wide and a startling shade of blue. Her cheeks were fat, and she had the largest gummy smile on her face. Kate saw her little legs wiggling under the light blanket and caught the barest hint of baby toes peeking out the end. She wanted to squish her tiny little baby cheeks and kiss her, but she thought maybe it wasn't such a good idea. This woman didn't know her, and she was covered in all kinds of nasty fluids. Plus, that would just make her a creep. "She's beautiful. The most beautiful baby I've ever seen," Kate told her truthfully. "Her name is Eva," the woman said quietly. "Hello, Eva," Kate whispered. She started to reach a finger out to the baby, but remembered her filthy hands and pulled it back. Kate felt the strangest feeling welling up in her chest. She wanted to cry. After the day she had, and this last hour, the sight of a baby made her want to cry. She scoffed at herself and made her legs move. She smiled. Take care of her. I have to go." "Thank you. I'll never forget you. Neither of us will," Sarah said. The man shook her hand, seemingly unfazed by the gore on her hand. She moved back down the stairs, the men moving out of her way. When she reached the bottom, she heard the crackle of a radio. "Contact on Elm," the leader shouted, and the men raced out the door. She went outside and closed the door behind her. She hoped the man and his family would stay safe. She looked down the street and saw the men stop and kneel at the corner. They began firing at something further off, something that she couldn't see. They were fighting for their homes and their families. She desperately hoped they made it. It reminded her of Jared, and she knew she needed to hurry and get out of here. During a break in the firing, the leader of the group looked over at her as she walked back to the entrance gate. He raised a hand, and she waved back. They shifted their positions and began stalking down the street and out of sight. From the sound, they were having one hell of a fight down there. She was dreaded crawling back under the damned truck, but she had no other choice. The doors were locked. She got on her belly and looked carefully for any suspicious legs moving around. The only things walking around out there would probably be bad things, and she wasn't really up to running. It looked clear enough, and she crawled out, gravel digging into her palms. The road was hot on her skin, and she would have more scrapes to worry about later. Chapter 8. Leaving. Jared. Present. "I'm just saying this is the last chance we'll probably have for a while," Jared said, jerking a thumb over his shoulder toward the shower. "No," Stuart said. "Hot water? Soap? Any of that appeal to you?" he tried. "No." "Stu, you stink." "You stink," Stuart returned, sounding oddly like Jared himself. "Are you copying me?" Jared asked, narrowing his eyes. "Are you copying me?" Stuart said, still sounding way too damned familiar. He didn't like smart-ass Stuart. It didn't sit well with him that some inhuman, muty version of Stu was having fun at his expense. At least, Jared thought maybe he was having fun. It was hard to tell with that face. "Bradley, tell Stuart to go bathe," he finally said, deciding that talking to Stuart directly just wasn't going to get him anywhere. "Stuart, go bathe," Bradley said, peering through a crack in the boarded-up back door. "Leave Stuart alone, you guys," Anna said from her place on the bed. She was still pale, but she was awake, and her arm looked better now. "And Stuart, that mimicry thing is kind of creepy." Jared turned and walked away from the window. They had left just enough of a crack in the boards to keep tabs on the battered SUV out front. Damn, he really wasn't looking forward to showing up at Harry's with it. They'd be lucky if he would even lend them a Honda in the future, much less any more armored vehicles. He sat next to Anna on the bed. Stuart was keeping an eye on Fletch. So far, the younger man hadn't developed a fever or any signs of infection. Jared didn't know much about things like that, but he thought the next few days would be important. He just wished they were safe enough here to let Fletch and Anna rest. Traveling was hard enough with all healthy people. It was going to be more dangerous with two injured fighters. "How do you feel?" he asked her, taking her hand in his and squeezing gently. He felt her forehead and was inwardly relieved at the coolness there. "I'm fine. My arm hurts, but that's about all. Some bruises." "How's Fletch?" she asked, looking over at the couch. Fletch hadn't moved much that evening. He had woken several times to drink some water and an electrolyte drink, but Bradley had given strict orders for him to sleep. "He's doing well. No infection yet, no fever." Jared hesitated before continuing. "We'll have to leave tomorrow, though. I think our luck has run out with this place for now. Maybe sometime we can come back and scavenge or fortify it." "I don't want to stay here any longer than we have to," she said with a shiver. Jared pressed closer to her, avoiding her bandaged arm. He pressed a kiss to the back of her hand. "Rest. Bradley, Stuart, and I are taking watch tonight." She reached down and pressed her forehead against his shoulder, and he heard her inhale deeply. "I love you, Jared. Always will," she whispered. He raised her head and pressed his forehead to hers. He rubbed his nose to hers, brushing it slightly twice before pressing a kiss to her lips. "I love you too." He kissed her again. "But if you ever feed yourself to a mutie again, I'll whip your ass." "Promises, promises," she said. Jared's eyes widened with shock. "Did you just make a sex joke?" he asked. "Good night. Wake me up if there's an emergency," she said. Jared let her rest for now. His thoughts meandered down sparsely traveled side roads in his brain while they waited out the night. The darkness and silence lulled him into a brooding, meditative mood, and his thoughts eventually turned to his sister. Dawn came, and no muties attacked the small dwelling. Jared was so tired that he was seeing double. He rubbed his eyes as he stood up and unbarricaded and unlocked the front door. Bradley was making coffee from the stash left by the previous occupant. Stuart was crouched peculiarly in the corner. He appeared to be resting, but Jared just didn't know. Stuart was weird now. He didn't even know what he ate. Jared clutched his pounding head as he walked out into the early morning sunshine. Dew glinted on the grass, and it sliced right through his skull. He began to feel nauseous. He spun around quickly, perhaps to go inside. He wasn't sure. Brad? He remembered falling. He remembered the sound of his body hitting the gravel, but he felt nothing. Then he knew nothing. He cracked his eyes open and wished he hadn't. His head hurt like a bitch. His mouth was drier than it had probably ever been, and Stuart's creepy-ass face was hovering 6 inches above his own. He was lying inside on some surface. He cranked his head to the side. The table. He was lying on the table. Either every soft surface was taken, or Stuart and Bradley just liked to make him suffer. Probably the latter. "Finally decided to chow down on my face?" Jared said tiredly. Was that his voice slurring? "No, even I have standards," Stuart said, with what could only be described as condescension. Jared was too tired and in too much pain to think up a suitable comeback. Anna's face came into focus behind Stuart. "How do you feel?" "Like I got hit in the head with a can of corn," he said, and she frowned at him, unamused. "No, I feel great, actually. What happened?" "What does he mean?" Albert said, his voice wavering with age and tiredness. "He's joking," Bradley assured Albert. "If he's telling jokes, then he must be okay," Albert replied. "You don't know Jared," Anna said dryly. "He'll be telling jokes on his deathbed." "Yes, I will. And if I have to lay here and stare at Stu much longer, I'll volunteer for my deathbed right now." Stuart grinned at him in a very unsettling way. Jared wanted to move. What did he eat, anyway? "Anna, help me up." "Is he okay to move?" she asked Stuart. She looked back at him. "You fainted." "You won't die," was the somewhat cryptic answer. "You're getting pretty good at deflecting questions, Stewie. Did they teach you that in Mutant Human 101? Or is that a part of your genome now?" He turned slightly toward Anna, just enough that his head didn't roll off and explode on the floor. "And men don't faint. We lose consciousness or pass out." "It's an acquired skill," Stu said, answering Jared's first question. "Whatever," Anna said, addressing his second remark. "You guys are making me dizzy. Can we have one conversation at a time, or is this a plot to actually kill me?" Jared raised onto his elbows and waited to see if he was going to conk out again. "Will you rascals stop your flirting and get off this bed?" Albert complained from the corner. Jared didn't blame him. He'd been in the cabin for days now, and it seemed like longer. Bradley or Stuart would have to do the carrying, though. As much as Jared hated to look weak, he just couldn't summon up enough energy to even pick himself up without help, never mind a fussy old man. "Don't get your depends in a bunch. We still have to check the SUV. I wouldn't put it past those things to sabotage it somehow." Jared turned to Stuart. "Would they do something like that?" Stuart shrugged. "Very helpful, thanks." Jared was extremely grateful that the muties had left him alone during the night, for whatever reason. He didn't want to let the others know, but the whole concussion thing and the losing consciousness stuff kind of scared him a bit. If I become a vegetable, leave me at Sten's community and make them admit me into their society as an honorary Viking. When I die, I want my body burned on a longship over at the lake. Okay, now can we get back to the problem at hand? Bradley said. We've got 3 wounded people and a hell of a long way still to go without knowing anything about the road conditions. Plus, the other thing, he said, looking at Jared and Stuart meaningfully. Oh, yeah, the cloning thing. The thing that Anna, Fletch, and Albert knew nothing about. He winced and stood up, rubbing his head. Maybe they should bring that up now? About that thing, Jared began. Not now, Bradley said. Jared frowned a bit and wondered why Bradley wanted to keep something that important from the others. He jerked his head toward the door, and Bradley followed him outside a few moments later. They walked around the side of the cabin toward the fire pit that had smoldered continuously for almost 3 days now. He was pretty much used to the wretched smell. Also, no replicating limbs were coming up out of the ashes, so that was good. Guess fire is the answer, huh? He said. Yeah, it's going to make things a hell of a lot more complicated, though. He glanced at Bradley's tired face. Why didn't you want to tell them? We're about to get back on the road, and it's something they should know about. I know. I just don't think it will do them any good right now. They don't need to worry about that, and I don't even think they'll be needing that information. Not right away. I don't want to stay in one place again long enough for them to witness it. We can tell them when we get to Sten's. If we get to Sten's, Jared said. We've had 0 days without an accident so far. Actually, we've had nothing but trouble since the nursing home. He furrowed his brow as he considered that. I think Albert is bad luck. Bradley grinned and scoffed, and they went back to the front of the cabin. They passed Stuart carrying Albert out to the SUV. Looks like Anzio out here, Albert grumbled, looking down at the large swaths of dried muty blood over Stu's shoulder. Anna, time to go. Jared went over to her and checked her arm again, peeking under the loose bandage Stuart had applied earlier. It looked the same as it had earlier. He guessed that was good? I was about to go crazy lying around here, Fletch complained. Give me a rifle and put me in the truck. Anna laughed and left the cabin. She was still too pale for his liking. Bradley came in and helped Fletch stand. He was a little unsteady on his feet. Jared attributed that to blood loss. They needed to get more fluids and some food in him. Jared gave one last look at the cabin. They had secured most of the supplies and weapons. They left some things behind in case they needed to come back or someone else stumbled on it. It didn't feel right to just clear it out completely, not when they had plenty back home. It had served them well. He followed Bradley and Fletch out the door. Who died? Fletch asked, raising a hand toward the grave marker Jared had constructed. Bradley snickered and Anna squinted at the little monument. When Jared grinned, she looked at him suspiciously. What did you do? She accused. It's Fletcher's memorial. Fletch and Anna looked at him, confused. He waited, staring at them. Wait, you buried my ear? Fletch said, a little louder than strictly necessary. He touched the edge of the bandage covering his mangled ear lightly. Jared only grinned wider. The drive towards Sten's was long, hot, and bumpy. Large chunks of the road had crumbled, and sometimes they had to go off-road completely to navigate around obstacles. Stuart sat, glum and silent as they passed a small community about 2 hours later. Jared didn't know what had bothered him about the place, but since Stuart hadn't told them of any dangers, he assumed that there was something else there. Death, probably. Lots of death. The homes had been devastated by the earthquake. Most were just piles of rubble. It would have been a good place to live out an apocalypse otherwise, and he thought that perhaps there had been a substantial group surviving out here when the earthquake hit. The thought made him sad. People were becoming scarce. They were only 20 miles from the edge of Sten's community when they hit another obstacle. Can't we get one fucking break? Shit! Bradley exclaimed, slamming a hand down on the wheel. It was an extremely un-Bradley-like display of temper, and they were all a little shocked for a moment. "Why didn't we think of this?" "Can we go around?" Anna asked, biting her lip nervously. "Sure, if we want to travel another 75 miles, and perhaps find the same thing when we get there," Jared said. He looked ahead to the large metal structure in front of them. The large, tiered arch bridge listed dangerously to the left. The surface of the road was cracked and pitted with fissures and potholes. The angle would be a challenge, but Jared thought it was drivable. Maybe. "I can't believe I forgot this was here. I mean, I hardly ever come over this way, but still, who forgets a massive freaking bridge?" "I forgot too," Anna said. "Well, it's on the damn map. I have no fucking excuse, except that I've had other things on my mind," Bradley said. Jared could tell he was going to beat himself up about this for a long time. "I remember when this bridge didn't even exist," Albert said. "Used to be a ferry crossing down that-a-way. Old Henderson used to run it. Hendy, we called him." Everyone looked at Albert, then back at the twisted monstrosity in front of them. It did look pretty unsafe. "I'm going to cross on foot to check it out. Bradley?" Jared asked. Bradley nodded and gathered up his gear. "Stuart, you're in charge. Anna, hop in the driver's seat. If anything happens, you get the hell out of here." Jared leaned over Albert, making the old man protest, and kissed Anna. She looked worried, but he couldn't make himself reassure her too much. Anything he said would be a lie. "What about me?" Fletch asked irritably. "I'm not kissing you," Jared said. Fletcher glared at him. "What should I do?" he clarified. "Keep an ear out for trouble," Jared said with a straight face. "Real fucking funny," Fletch said, and tossed an empty water bottle at Jared's face. He couldn't turn his head, so his missile sailed harmlessly by and bounced around in the back. Jared patted his pockets and made sure the shotgun he carried was still loaded, as though the shells would have disappeared since he last checked. Bradley carried the rifle, and they had left the pistols behind for the others. Jared wasn't expecting any trouble that would require flying lead. It was much more likely the bridge would just take one look at them and collapse of its own accord. It looked that wrecked. Jared took point and walked down the debris-scattered, broken highway. This road was better off than the one the cabin had been on, but not by a lot. It had been well-traveled before the apocalypse, so funds had gone into its maintenance. Earthquakes didn't give two shits about that, though. The point was, they could probably make it home on this road, if they could get across the bridge. "Seems quiet," Bradley murmured from behind. Good quiet, though," Jared said. The birds were around. Small animals skittered around in the underbrush. Butterflies and dragonflies and other insects whirred around, as if the world was just the same as it had always been. He supposed for them it was probably better now. Lucky bastards. Aside from the earthquake, nature was thriving. Trees and weeds were already retaking roads and parking lots, helped along by the newly created fractures. Wildflowers were growing in profusions along the state highway when they would have been mowed down in the old days. It was oddly encouraging. Maybe they'd make it through this and go on too. "Wow," Jared said, stopping as he came to the beginning of the bridge. The guardrails began nearby. They had been bent and twisted along with everything else. He wandered over to the leaning left side of the bridge decking. Looking down along the line of the bridge, he just shook his head and let out a deep breath. "What is that, about 20 degrees? 25? Bradley asked, pointing out the angle of the lean. "Maybe even 30 or more," Jared said, studying the slope. "That SUV is armored. It'll be heavier than a regular vehicle. She still might tip." Jared studied the slope and stepped out onto the beginning of the bridge. The surface was a bit wavy, and he felt a bit silly walking with an exaggerated pimp walk on the inclined surface. He needed to see the whole thing. If the angle was any steeper further up, they may not want to even try this. A fully loaded, armored SUV would sink like a rock, even with the buoyancy of the air inside. Added to that, the water was deep, maybe 75 feet or more. Most of them were injured in some way or another. It was risky, very risky. One mistake and they'd probably all die, either from the fall of the vehicle itself, by drowning, by being forced to walk unprotected from the elements and the muties. But Sten's was only a short drive away. Jared worked his mouth as he considered it, then turned to Bradley. "Let's get her done." He smacked Bradley on the shoulder and turned back to the SUV. "We'll have to take it slow. Be hard to back up once we get halfway over," Bradley said. "It'll be fine," Jared said simply. They went back to the others, and Jared leaned on the driver's door where Anna had opened the window. Albert, Stewart, and Fletch looked at them, worry evident in their eyes. Well, except for Stu's. "Get out," Jared said mildly. They all gaped at him like he spoke Chinese. "I said get out," he said forcefully. He opened Anna's door and tugged her out gently by her good arm. Stewart helped Fletch out the passenger side. "Jared, you shouldn't be the one to do this," Bradley said. "Why not? It was my idea to come this way. I'm the one that forgot this fucker existed. I'm not turning back, only to lose people to those muty assholes that are out there waiting for us." He gave Anna her bag, then his own shotgun. She looped the sling over her shoulder. "What if you faint again?" she said, fear crossing her features. "Bradley, you'll have to help Fletch across. Maybe carry his gear as well." He looked at Albert, who seemed content to sit there forever. "Ride's over, old man. Stu?" He nodded toward Albert with his head, and Stu went to get him out. "I'd rather ride," Albert said. "I'd rather not hear your wise-ass comments while I'm maneuvering this top-heavy son of a bitch over that damned bridge." He made his voice rougher than usual. He knew that was the only way to get the old man off his back. It was tempting to keep him along for the ride, so that he didn't have to die alone when he went over the side, but he wouldn't be that selfish. Besides, he wasn't going to die. Anna looked ready to cry, and he couldn't stay gruff with her. With the others, maybe, but not with her. He didn't want the last thing she remembered of him to be some asshole remark. Actually, he thought it highly likely that his last remark in this life probably would be some kind of asshole comment. He seemed destined for it. He just didn't want it to be today. He went around to the back and started unloading the haul they picked up from the cabin. No sense in endangering the food and water supplies, too. It would be a bitch carrying this stuff across the bridge, but he'd do it gladly. Better than risking it. Bradley came around back while he was unloading. "I took a look at the base of that bridge. 2 of the piers on the middle left are cracked, but that's not what concerns me. The piles underneath aren't visible. The pile caps on those are too far away for me to see, but they look undamaged from here. I'm worried that a fissure has opened up underneath those left piles, which could be causing the lean." "What's your point?" Jared asked, finally shutting the back door. Bradley gave him an incredulous look. "What?" "What's your point?" Jared replied. "I'm driving this thing across regardless of what is wrong with the damned bridge. It's a huge risk, yes, but there is even more of a risk trying to go around to the next bridge. You know as well as I do that this damned lake is connected to the river. We'd have to travel hundreds of miles, and every bridge on the way could be in bad shape." Bradley nodded. He pressed his lips together as he thought. "There is the dam. It's only about 20 miles north of here." Now Jared was the one to give him a crazy look. "You'd trust driving over the damned dam?" Bradley shrugged. "Just an idea." "Well, it sucks. So does this one, but we've got to get it done. At least if I go over, you won't have to hear my shitty jokes anymore," Jared said. "True. Be sure to drive really fast and right near the edge, in that case." Jared grinned and slapped him on the back. He went back around the front of the truck to the others. "Love you, sweet corn. Watch your 6. He kissed her and squeezed her chin lightly between his thumb and fingers. He looked into her eyes for a moment, memorizing. He dragged a hand down the side of her head, brushing her hair back where it had fallen from the ponytail. He turned to Bradley and nodded once. "Wait until I'm across before you start coming over." Chapter 9. Disappointment. Kate. Past. It was hard for Kate to deal with the disappointment of seeing Jared's empty driveway. Rationally, she knew that if Jared had made it out of town, he would have come by their house first. She checked the garage but found it just as empty as the driveway had been. The house was dark, except for a single light in the kitchen. But with the late afternoon sun, she could see perfectly well that nobody was home. She felt the tears rise again, so close to the surface. Her eyes and nose burned, and she hated the weakness. How long would it take to lose this horrible softness? Was it feminine fragility? Did men feel the need to cry at things too, but they just had an easier time sucking it up? She didn't know, but she suspected it was different for them, what with hormones and all. She wanted to linger and wait there in the hopes that Jared's truck would come roaring down the gravel road, but she knew it was unlikely to happen soon. The longer she waited, the more dangerous it would be to get her mother and Charlesie to the stadium unharmed. The town was small, but not small enough to make it safe. She roused herself and got back into her car. She reloaded her pistol and magazines from the bag on the passenger seat and made sure she was as ready as she could be for anything. Anything could happen now, and not just with the crazies. People could be just as bad too. Maybe the bad people were already getting set up to do bad things. She felt time running out, and the urgency spurred her on. The drive back home was uneventful, and as she passed the Rolling Hills community again on the opposite side, she saw a crew of men piling up the bodies she had left lying there earlier. She slowed down and recognized the man keeping watch over the workers. It was the leader she had spoken with before. He stared at her as she drove by, squinting in the sun to see her better. She had the advantage and was able to see him clearly. He was a good-looking man, older, but he seemed exhausted. She hoped he could rest soon. He deserved it. She waved, and he recognized her. She saw the slightest smile tipping up the corner of his mouth. It was too bad she hadn't met him back before all this happened. She scoffed at her thoughts. A man like him was probably already taken anyway. She was better off alone. Less chance of losing people you cared about that way. The weight of that love for her mom and Jared was heavy enough, without adding a man into the mix. She couldn't even imagine having a child to worry about in all this. Baby Eva's happy, grinning, toothless face flashed in her mind, and she felt the sharp edges of grief once again. She hoped she made it. She desperately hoped she made it. The turn for her mom's house came up, and she gazed at it. The atmosphere had changed while she had been gone. She glanced at her watch. An hour had passed, maybe a little more, and she knew her mom was probably frantic. The entrance was empty. No more cars and trucks lined up to leave. Homes were dark and closed up. Some hid empty rooms and some hid cowering families. A few houses had their doors standing wide open, and these alarmed her the most. Those people had either never left or left in a hurry. People wouldn't leave their doors open like that without good reason. She drove faster, ignoring the posted limits. They had to hurry. Time was up. Her mom's house looked the same, and she was relieved to see that Charlesie's car was still parked in the street. She checked all around and jumped out of the car. She noted idly that the neighbor wasn't on his porch anymore, and was relieved. Anyone sitting outside like that now had some screws loose. She ran up the sidewalk and knocked on the door rapidly. Her mom opened it at once, and she could tell Enid was pissed. "Where the hell have you been?" she said. Her face was red, and her eyes blazed with their fury. Kate knew it was just worry and fear, but they didn't have time for it now. "I had to stop and help some people. Jared wasn't home. Did you leave him a note?" she asked, ignoring her mom's frustrated huffing. "Yes, it's over there. Bob's waiting on us. He said if we weren't ready in 15 minutes, then he was leaving without us." She looked at the clock. "And that was 10 minutes ago." "You sure you want to do this?" she asked her mom. Enid nodded decisively. If she had doubts, Kate didn't see any evidence of them. "Let's go. Do you have everything you need?" The older woman nodded. "Run in and grab the largest 3 kitchen knives. Nothing flimsy," Kate said. She waited nervously on the porch while her mother did as she had asked. When she came back out, she took 2 of them, slipping one into her bag and the other into her belt. It wasn't ideal, but it would serve her purpose. She made her mom keep the 3rd one. Kate led them out into the yard, keeping alert for anyone around. Bob's house was down the street, toward the main road, so they'd just swing by there on the way. "Where did everyone go?" Enid whispered. She seemed shocked and more than a little fearful about being outside. Kate could have told her where she thought everyone had gone, but something stopped her. Some part of her wanted to protect her mother from the new reality that she had already faced so many times today. They probably went to the shelter and other safe places. She thought most people were dead or dying by now. Most people would hesitate too long when faced with those monsters, and it would be their final mistake. It would get them, and their families, killed. She wouldn't be that way. She would keep her mom safe. She desperately hoped that Jared was keeping himself safe right now and hadn't been caught unaware. He had been so tuned in to the issue recently that she figured he would be just fine. He was probably biding his time somewhere until he could get home safely. He was probably helping people. He was that kind of person. Charlesie followed Kate and her mother in her old, packed Monte Carlo. The sight of it in her rearview mirror was reassuring. They weren't alone, at least. Bob's house was still as well, but as they pulled up, Kate caught sight of a twitch at the curtain, and she knew he kept his word and waited for them. They waited in the cars as Bob brought out his wife and their bags. Contrary to what her mother had said, Bob was no longer a police officer. He had retired long ago, and so wasn't the best means of protection they could have, but he seemed to know what was going on at the emergency shelter. That was something, she supposed. "Follow us. We shouldn't stop for any reason," he warned. Kate nodded. "I know." He searched her eyes and seemed to understand the unspoken message she had sent him. She understood. She'd been out there. He turned to go back to his own vehicle when he stopped and turned back around. He nodded to the pistols on her hip and thigh. "It would be wise to leave those in the vehicle when we get there. The military probably has orders to confiscate weapons from people." She nodded again. She had already planned to leave them somewhere safe. They followed Bob through the neighborhood. Nothing had changed in the last little while, and she had the strangest premonition that she would never live here again. This would never again be home. It was saddening, but not unexpected. They turned onto the highway toward town. In the distance, she saw a few vehicles moving. Some drove too fast, panic perhaps tinging their good judgment. Other vehicles had wrecked, smashing their front ends into the stoplight poles and storefronts. More than one of these had bloody, shattered windshields and broken bodies on the hood or nearby. Seatbelts. They hadn't been wearing seatbelts. She wondered if they had done it on purpose. They swerved gently through the obstacles. The further into town they got, the worse the devastation. Businesses had shattered windows. There were fires randomly polluting the air with acrid smoke. Pileups became more severe, and bodies, and parts of bodies, much more frequent. They passed the cafe, and Kate noticed that the body of the man she had killed outside still lay there, untouched. It wasn't until they neared the downtown area that things became a lot more difficult. They caught sight of cars speeding along the various residential streets. A man in coveralls stood outside of a body shop, watching the cavalcade of cars, looking defeated and sad. There was blood on his mechanic uniform. No stopping for any reason. They went down a one-way street, off the main road, and hopefully less visible to the wandering crowds of freaks that she knew were around somewhere. They were almost there. Another mile and a half and they would be in sight of the stadium. They passed an old church, the historic courthouse, and an old bar that had shut down. When they gained the top of the hill, they bypassed the parking lot of the Chinese restaurant and turned down the main street again. There, in the distance, was Collier Stadium. In spite of her reticence and her knowledge that it wasn't a good place to be going, her heart still leaped at the sight. The false promise of safety was strong, and people wanted hope. The road was lined with school buses and vehicles. Several ambulances had joined the lines of the waiting, and she hoped these would deliver doctors and nurses to the stadium. Those people would be so important in the days to come. More importantly, she saw troops. Military trucks, Humvees, police cars. Relief flooded her at the sight. She saw men in uniform guarding the fence and the gate. There were other men outside the fence watching for the crazies. Judging by the bodies, some had already found their way there. The commotion of the vehicles was sure to draw more in. She suddenly felt very exposed, sitting in a line of vehicles with the other refugees. If something happened and they needed to get away quickly, they could quickly get jammed up and stuck. There would be no way to drive out, and their chances of making it out on foot were not good. The lines moved slowly as the people in the vehicles were checked by the authorities. While she still had time, Kate quickly unfastened her belt, the thigh holster, and her shoulder holster. She shoved them under the driver's seat, making sure they were completely concealed. She pulled her t-shirt over the knife on her side. She would have to figure out some way to hide it better before they went in. There was no way she was going anywhere completely unarmed. As they reached the gate, 2 men studied them carefully, and Kate felt oddly as if she had just hit a sobriety checkpoint. She expected them to ask for a license and registration. The pistols under her seat felt like bombs waiting to go off, and she thought maybe she understood Poe's The Telltale Heart a little better now. Kate kept her face as calm as she thought appropriate in a situation like this, but she couldn't help glancing around in anticipation of an attack. This wasn't exactly an unoccupied part of town. There would have been thousands of people here earlier today, just living their ordinary lives. They couldn't all have gone away. The stern-faced man in charge finally waved her through, and she pulled into the parking lot. They waited for Charlesy to pull in behind before they followed Bob to a place. Kate saw that the main area of the parking lot had been barricaded and reinforced with some kind of concrete walls, the kind she had seen soldiers use overseas and were sometimes used to restrict traffic during road work. A portly older gentleman in a police uniform was directing traffic, and she watched Bob stop for a moment to have a chat with the man. "Good grief. Now's not the time to catch up on gossip," Enid said, tapping her fingers on her leg nervously. Kate thought about honking the horn, but refrained. Barely. They were directed around the side, where another gate opened up into a graveled auxiliary parking area. She didn't like her car, and weapons, being so far away. She made sure everything was as secure as it could get before she opened her bag and dug out some duct tape. Enid looked at her like she was crazy when she duct-taped her knife to her lower leg. "Do you really think that's necessary?" she asked, frowning. "Freaks are running around ripping out people's throats. The first time I was attacked, I used a chunk of glass to cut a crazy woman's throat. I think this is necessary." Her mom paled but didn't say anything else, which she was grateful for. "Give me your knife," she told her mom. She shoved it in her belt where the other had been, and her mom just looked at her like she was losing her mind. She took a deep breath and decided to conceal the revolver as well. It was smaller and less important to her than the larger pistols. She could afford to lose it if they found it. She ripped the straps from the shoulder rig and tossed them in the back seat. She taped the holster portion to her other leg and frowned at the bulky weight. It would take some getting used to, but nobody would notice it unless they were trained to look for things like that. She checked that the kitchen knife in her belt was secure. "Come on!" Charlesy said from outside her window. Bob and his wife were further away, but still waiting for her. She dropped the ammo into the center console and hoped nobody decided to loot the car or steal it altogether. She pocketed the keys. They got out, and she watched behind their little group as Bob led them to the stadium. "Why couldn't we just park in the regular parking lot?" Charlesy asked Bob. "The soldiers said to keep it clear. They want to see what's coming, I guess." She glanced over at him and saw his hand tighten around his little wife's waist. Linda was an older woman, close to Bob's age. She was petite and fragile-looking, and Kate hoped very much that her looks were deceptive. She didn't look like she would handle a fight very well. At least her mom had some weight on her, and Charlesy was as tough as nails beneath the polished exterior. They passed to the side of the large structure, and she saw a set of doors near the back. They didn't have handles on the outside, which is probably why nobody guarded them. The back of the building made her uneasy. The shadows were deep back there, and there was less activity. They rounded the front, and Kate took stock of the facade of the building. It was a 2- or 3-story high portico, and the front windows were all glass. She saw that they had been covered with something at the bottom, plywood maybe. The roof was stair-stepped, and each section had a slightly shorter banner hanging down. They were her college colors. There was supposed to be a big game here next week. She wasn't a sports fan, but a coworker had invited her, and she had intended to go. As they reached the front door, the details of the shelter setup became clear. Outside there were sandbags stacked haphazardly to the sides, restricting the flow of movement. To the front were more of those concrete barriers. Men manned machine guns here, and several groups wandered around near the fence, carrying assorted rifles and pistols. The fence and the gate were high, but they looked flimsy to her. They weren't meant to keep out large crowds. From the faces of some of the younger cops, they must have realized that as well. The soldiers were better at concealing their fear, but she was good at reading people, and she saw the little signs of it there as well. The wide, darting eyes, the clenching hands, the way they eyed each person carefully. The younger soldiers were especially revealing. They were all in the same boat, and these people were just as lost as the rest of them. She hoped some of them had experience with combat, at least. She studied the uniforms as she passed, and it wasn't very reassuring. She knew people couldn't be judged by their uniforms, but she would have felt more reassured if she saw some combat badges. She was afraid. Inside they had been herded, like cattle, to a table manned by 3 people. The first, a woman, took down their names, ages, addresses, and emergency contact information. It was almost laughable. The next was a man in multicams. "I'll need you to surrender any weapons you may have, firearms, knives, or any lethal objects you may be carrying." His face was stern and unyielding, and it made Kate want to obey his authority. She realized it was a trick. They counted on people feeling that way to get them to comply. She knew why they didn't want random people running around in here with guns, but she knew how to handle one, and she wasn't going to be unsafe with it. She also wasn't going to turn over shit to these people. "You would leave us without any means of self-defense?" Kate asked incredulously. "Ma'am, the men and women here are trained to protect civilians. They will do their job, and it will be a lot easier if we didn't have to worry about untrained people carrying dangerous weapons inside the shelter." Kate raised her eyebrow and gave him a mutinous look. She was pissed at his officious tone and condescension. What an asshole. "Kate," her mother said, elbowing her gently in the ribs. Enid gave the man an apologetic look. "I'm sorry. She's been through a lot today. She isn't usually so rude." She turned back to Kate. "Sweetie, give the man your knife," Enid encouraged. Kate pulled the knife from her belt and placed it on the table. He looked at it and raised his eyebrows. "The bag, please." She scowled but set the bag down. He reached for it and started rummaging through the contents. He found the second knife, but left the food, water, and toiletries. She was grateful now that she had decided to leave the ammo in the car. "We'll tag these with your name and get them back to you when you leave," he promised, seemingly more conciliatory now that she was appropriately disarmed. Or so he thought. The longer they were here, the more of a bad feeling she got. They would have been much better off staying at her mom's house. This was so foolish. "Next," said a woman at the very end of the table. She was wearing a military uniform, but she had a stethoscope around her neck and a thermometer at hand. Kate went first. "Any fever, sore throat, swollen lymph nodes, any illnesses in the last 2 weeks?" she asked. "No, we haven't been sick," she said with a look at her mom. She really hoped her mom caught the message. "I'm going to check your lungs and take your temperature," the doctor said, and she was very glad that her mother had finally beat her fever yesterday. She had been completely back to normal today. The woman glided a thermometer over her forehead, and it beeped. She made a notation, then listened to Kate's chest. "Any medical conditions that require medications?" the doctor asked. Kate shook her head, and she was waved on. "Next," the doctor said again, and it was her mother's turn. Kate held her breath as her mother answered the questions and had her temperature taken. Her mother followed her lead, and they were released to go further into the stadium. They went to the next obstacle, which was just a metal barrier that could be easily shifted to guide foot traffic. They waited there for Charlesy. Bob and his wife had already moved into the arena portion, where, apparently, they were to stay. When they regrouped, they walked through the doorway to the open arena. Cots were spread out along the vast floor. Each had a folded blanket. A few were already occupied, and she saw Bob and his wife further in toward the back. Her mom led them over and chose 2 cots near the restrooms. "Well, what do we do now?" Charlie asked, tossing her bag down on her cot. Kate looked around the space, seeing old people and young people, soldiers and civilians. The smell of the space was familiar, like any other indoor arena in the country, she supposed. It was a metallic smell, along with rubber, the faintest phantom whiff of popcorn, and, strangely enough, the smell of rich dirt and manure. It all made her anxious, especially the lack of proper alertness from the civilians here. They looked wary, sure, but they didn't look ready. They were prey, and she was among them. She looked at Charlesy. "Now we wait." Charlesy fumbled for a cigarette and looked around. She didn't ask for what. Chapter 10. Crossing the Rubicon. Anna. Present. Anna watched as Jared drove the SUV slowly across the beginning of the bridge. "Men are idiots," she muttered. She thought it would have been much better to just go around. They could find more gas. They could find more shelter. They could find a better freaking way across the water. Perhaps, but without men's idiotic bravery, people wouldn't be on this continent right now. She didn't want to acknowledge the truth of that right now. She was still too pissed off and worried about Jared. "Many things are worth the risk, Hellcat, especially now. We can't always play it safe anymore," Bradley said. Jared drove at a snail's pace over the bridge, and when he got to the beginning of the leaning section, she saw his brake lights tap once. She couldn't see what he had stopped for, but it seemed as if everything was fine because he was continuing. She couldn't stand it. She looked at the group of men, then jogged over to the embankment nearby, where she would have a better vantage point across the water to the bridge. If Bradley had seen anything threatening over here, he would have said something. From this angle, she could see the truck more clearly. Part of her wanted to close her eyes until it was over, but the other part wanted to watch and make sure nothing happened, as if just by watching she could keep the bridge from collapsing. The angle looked impossibly steep to drive over, like the SUV would just topple over and roll into the lake 60 feet below with the slightest leftward jostle. Any minor bump on the wrong side, and the weight could tilt. She wished she had stopped him. Even ditching the SUV and walking the rest of the way home would be better than this. She looked at the guys over on the shoulder of the road. It was a shady, relatively flat place, and Albert was resting on a small blanket. Fletch stood nearby. His face was pale and drawn, and his skin looked stark and sweaty against the black line of stitches that snaked its way up to his neck and the side of his face. He was very lucky to be alive, and it looked like he knew it well. He caught her looking and gave her a small nod. His eyes were intense, and though it could mean nothing, she understood it as a thank you. She gave him a small, tight smile. "Oh, shit!" Bradley yelled, and sprinted forward 10 feet without any warning. The look on his face decimated her, and she found that she didn't want to see what he was seeing. She trembled and steeled herself, then turned. "Oh, God, Jared!" she yelled, and took off running. The dangerously canted SUV had stopped, perhaps halfway across the worst of the leaning section. The muties were swarming. There were 6 or 7 rushing up from underneath the bridge, and she had such a moment of clear horror that she was frozen. She pulled the shotgun that Jared had given her before he left to do the stupidest thing in the history of stupid things, and she sprinted as fast as she could toward the idling SUV. She was so far away, and the footing was treacherously uneven. One wrong step and she'd have broken a leg, but she kept running. She saw the SUV beginning to back up, and she had a moment of hope. "Anna!" she heard Bradley call from behind her, but she didn't stop. Stewart passed her, and she ran harder. She had crossed the best portion of the road and now had to slow. Her heart was beating out of her chest, and she couldn't get enough of the humid, muggy air into her lungs. When people said summer in the South is like breathing water, they weren't joking. She raised the shotgun, but she realized that she didn't even know what it was loaded with. Slugs? Buckshot? Birdshot? She hoped to hell it wasn't birdshot. She didn't think it was, because Jared used it against the muties back at the cabin. Still, buckshot wouldn't be very good at this distance, and she wasn't that confident with her shotgun shooting abilities. She heard steps behind her and realized Bradley was coming along as well, unless muties had started wearing boots. "Keep going!" he yelled, and she pushed herself hard. The muties had swarmed all sides of the SUV and had effectively stopped it in its tracks. They had managed to push it closer to the damaged left railing. She watched in horror, gasping and almost heaving as the SUV began to rock. "Jared, get out!" she screamed. But he couldn't, because he'd be torn apart. Tears trailed down her cheeks from fear and anger and exhaustion. They were almost there. She just had to keep her feet moving. Stuart engaged the first mutie, and it looked like a struggle. They looked similar, but she could tell the difference. Stuart looked more human, like a human with some changes. The other mutie just looked like a freak show of claws and teeth and camouflaged gray skin. Plus, Stuart was wearing clothes. The other had lost its clothes at some point. She finally made it within shooting distance and joined Bradley in his effort to take down some of the monsters. More started crawling up from under the bridge, and the new wave of them lunged forward and threw themselves into the side of the truck as one. A ferocious thud from their impact echoed dully across the expanse. Anna stopped firing as the SUV tilted under the waves of mutie force, then crashed through and over the railing with a shriek of metal upon metal. Her mouth dropped open, and she would have sworn that her heart stopped beating for 30 seconds or more. Time seemed to stretch out, brittle and sluggish, like a strand of cooling, cooked syrup. Anna didn't know what to do. What could she do? She saw that Bradley's face mirrored hers. He didn't have an answer to her frantic question. Maybe she hadn't even asked it out loud. She raised the shotgun and began firing at the muties, taking down one after the other. Turns out that the buckshot does a pretty good job. The ones she didn't get, Bradley did. Stuart took down many of the ones straggling off to the sides, staying out of the fields of fire. When no more were left, Anna put the shotgun down, dropped all her gear, and ran to the mangled railing. She looked down. 60 long feet into the grayish, churning water. She saw the bubbles rising from the submerged SUV. No sign of Jared. She saw muties clinging to the underside of the bridge further on, but they wouldn't be able to get to her fast enough. She took a deep breath and jumped. Bradley screamed her name, but after that she heard nothing except her thudding heart, whooshing air, and then the hard splash of water on her booted feet. She pinched her nose with her fingers and closed her eyes tightly. It was like hitting concrete, and the water quickly went from cool to cold. She spread her arms and legs to slow her descent and tried not to panic. The pressure on her ears began to be uncomfortable, and she knew she needed to swim up before her oxygen was exhausted. It was hard to swim up against the force that seemed to be pushing her down. She kicked hard and pushed the water down with her arms. She struggled against the blackness until she finally started to see. Up above was light. The water wasn't clear enough to see more than a couple of feet ahead. Either it was always this murky, or the SUV colliding with it had churned up a lot of debris. Either way, she was scared that she wouldn't find it, that it would be too deep for her to get to. The thought of Jared, trapped in his seat at the bottom of this fucking lake, killed her and made her want to just stop swimming. She couldn't do that until she had tried to find him, though. She finally surfaced, gasping and lightheaded. The air smelled fresh and sweet, even though it reeked of rotting fish. She whipped her head around as soon as the water was out of her eyes. Gentle waves lifted her, gradually carrying her closer to the creeping, looming piles under the bridge. Water lapped over the submerged pile cap. For some reason, being here terrified her far more than the jump pad. She swam hard to the place where she had seen the SUV go down. Muties glared at her balefully overhead, crouched and waiting up underneath the support structure. For some reason, they didn't jump down at her. She almost wanted them to. The anger, no, the rage that she felt was beyond even her capacity to understand. They had caused this. The water stopped bubbling nearby, and Anna felt tears prickle her eyes. She took a deep breath and dove under where the bubbles had been. She dove down under until her ears popped, and until she was halfway out of her oxygen. She searched furiously through the dark, silty water. She was about to go back up when she spotted it. The back of the SUV was a mere foot in front of her face. She was out of air. She pushed her way up, trying to keep her body directly over the submerged vehicle. At the top, she spotted Bradley descending the embankment at the shore. It was too far away for him to help. She hyperventilated a little, then took a deep breath and went back under. It had been less than 3 minutes since she had jumped in the water, and she figured that Jared had air for most of that, until the bubbles stopped. She bumped into the SUV again and frantically swam toward the driver's door. It was still closed, the window as well. She pulled at the handle ineffectually. It wasn't budging. She was almost out of time. She had to break the glass. She reached on her belt for her knife, but it was gone, left at the bridge. A foot kicked at the glass from the inside, and her heart broke, shattered into pieces. Jared was still in there, alive, trapped. She was going to watch him die. Despair and panic overwhelmed her. Her lungs ached, and she struggled to keep herself from gasping in water. Maybe she should. Maybe it wouldn't hurt so much that way when the end came, when he stopped kicking at the glass. But she couldn't quit. She swam back up and sputtered at the surface. When she prepared to go under, a large object dropped in beside her. Her first thought was that the muties had overcome their apparent aversion to water. She was strangely numb and unaffected by the thought. She didn't have time to speculate. Jared was still under there. She took another deep breath and dove again. When she went under, she came face to face with the monster. It was Stuart. He was naked. He had Jared. They surfaced together, and she rasped out the question that burned her thoughts and made her chest ache. "Is he alive?" She was tired. Her arms and legs ached with fatigue, and she was still lacking in oxygen. She followed Stuart toward the shore. He was as swift in the water as he was on land, and she realized that he hadn't answered her. She watched as he towed Jared's body up the sand and gravel bank. She was still too far out to see. Their shapes were small. She swam as far as she could, pacing herself so she didn't go under permanently. She kept Jared's form in her sight as long as she could. Stuart had turned him on his side. She saw movement. She flipped on her back and floated, trying to keep the waves from splashing over her face and sinking her. Her boots were heavy, but she couldn't get rid of them. They would have to walk later, perhaps a long way. The sun was still high in the sky when she realized someone was swimming toward her. His dark hair was wet, and he looked exhausted already, but he was smiling as much as he could when he saw her. "You ever pull a stunt like that again, and I will beat your ass black and blue," he promised. "I'm too tired to pull a stunt like this again any time soon," she said. "My legs and arms feel like lead weights." He swam behind her and looped an arm around her ribs. He helped support her in the water and started to swim toward shore again. "How's Jared?" she asked, as soon as she had caught her breath enough to hold it again in anticipation of his answer. "Awake. He's a bit groggy. Not sure if it's from the water or the concussion. Stuart had to resuscitate him. He'll be tired for a while, and we'll need to keep an eye on his breathing." Thank God for Stuart. He was trapped inside, and I couldn't get the door open. I thought... She trailed off, not wanting to admit what she had thought. "It's okay," Bradley reassured. "He's going to be okay. Also, he's been asking for you. We told him you were sitting with Albert and Fletch up on the road." She frowned. "He didn't see me in the water?" "No, he doesn't remember much about being in the water. Not after the truck sank. He's going to be pissed off when I drag you up on that beach," he warned. I can handle Jared." They floated a bit to rest before resuming the swim. The distance had been further than it looked from above. Now that she was in the water and Jared was safe, she couldn't believe that she had jumped from the bridge. She noticed that he didn't have a shirt on, and even through the water the heat of his skin was burning through her wet clothing. "I hope you aren't naked," she said. He laughed. That's the first time a woman has ever said that to me, he teased. Yeah, well, first time for everything. They finally reached land 20 minutes later. Bradley slogged through the shallow water, supporting almost her full weight with an arm around her waist. Jared was lying nearby with his eyes closed. His hair was still wet, and he looked paler than she had ever seen him. She dropped carefully to her knees in the gravelly sand, crushing small shells beneath her. She dripped lake water all around her, and the sound seemed to rouse him. Anna! He struggled to sit up, and Stuart helped him. He wrapped his arms around her, and she squeezed him, probably more tightly than she should. He was alive, warm, breathing. It was overwhelming, and she did start to cry this time. She couldn't help it. He grasped her cheeks in his hands, and he studied her face. Why are you all wet? He looked at her suspiciously. I wanted to swim, she said, though it sounded more like a question than a statement of fact. Really? He cocked an eyebrow. He didn't believe her. Well, actually, she jumped off the bridge 9.5 seconds after you went over, Stuart said. Thanks, Stuart, she said dryly. You're welcome, he said seriously, and she shook her head. I'm going to bring Albert and Fletch down here for the evening. I'll help you, then start bringing down the gear, Bradley said, pulling on his shirt and pants and patting Jared on the head. She continued to drip nasty water onto the beach while Jared just looked at her. His stare was starting to become uncomfortable. When I feel more like myself, we're going to talk about this, he said. For now, let's get dried off and help set up camp. Fletch is probably worried half to death and probably wants to shoot Albert by now. Maybe you shouldn't get up, she said, worry wrinkling her forehead. I'm good, he said, waving off her concern. I've been in worse situations, he said with a wink. Really? She asked, figuring this was another trick. Yep, once I went to this club down in Memphis. It was not the kind of club a man like me apparently visits and leaves in one piece. Jared, you are the strangest man I've ever met, she said, looping an arm around his waist. He put an arm around her as they walked further back, away from the water. What about Sten? Okay, second strangest, she conceded. Privately, she thought that he might even beat out Sten for the first-place position. The truck settled on a sandbar about 20 feet down, Jared told them. Strange to think I'd be dead right now if it hadn't been there. Anna swallowed the tears that thought brought up. She still wasn't really over the events of the afternoon, but she didn't have time to sort that all out right now. They were still in danger. I saw a bunch of muties up under the bridge, just hanging out there, she told them. Like trolls? Fletch said with a small, lopsided smile. He winced at the movement. Smiling must have pulled his stitches. Pretty much. They didn't come down after me, though. They don't like water, Stuart said from the darkness outside the glow of the coals they sat around. Like cats. Anna laughed a little too unexpectedly loud at that, and she quickly covered her mouth. They had found a large overhanging outcropping of rock further down the beach, out of sight of the bridge. They weren't safe here. Bradley, Fletch, and Jared weren't thrilled with the shelter. Although it left only their sides exposed to the enemy, it also meant that they were effectively trapped on two sides. They were going to find a better place tomorrow, and, hopefully, a car. You think we could have been in Colorado by now if it hadn't been for the earthquake and all that? She asked. Barring any other natural disasters, Jared's atrocious record with vehicles, nuclear bombs, warring armies, road gangs, muty herds, and availability of fuel? Yes, I think so, Bradley said. Hey, it's not me that has a bad record with vehicles, it's her, he said, pointing at Anna. I had never had any trouble until she started riding shotgun. Anna smirked at Jared and nudged him gently. Would you rather I ride shotgun with someone else? Hell no, he said, horrified. He squeezed her more tightly to his side and kissed her temple. You might get some poor fool killed or maimed. You ass, she muttered. After a minute, she spoke again. Guess we're pirates without a ship now. She rested her chin on her hand and stared at the small glowing embers. Nobody replied to that. They had dug out a pit for the small fire. The nights weren't freezing yet, but it raised their spirits a little and let them dry out their clothes and boots. The light that escaped their little encampment was minimal. Jared pointed out to her, and Stuart agreed, that the muties would see them perfectly well at night. They were hiding the fire from humans. It didn't make her feel better. She and Jared took the first watch, though they were exhausted. It was the easiest watch. Fletch and Bradley would go next, then Stuart. The night sounds were more extensive out here than she was used to. The ancient oaks were large, and the undergrowth was rampant. Shrubs, trees, and weeds flourished. Invasive kudzu trailed up every surface that it could, and even smaller wildlife caused it to shiver and shake in the dark. It also formed a screen behind which things could hide. She had to work hard to rein in her fear. If a mutie decided to come for her, she wouldn't have much time to prepare. After an appropriate length of time, she whistled the low, clear no danger sign and waited until she received Jared's in return. Fletch had come up with the idea recently, and they had worked out a few basic signals. She wandered a while, letting herself use the time to work through the emotions of the day while listening for the usual dangers. It was pretty relaxing when she got used to the foreign sounds, the constant threat of danger, the smell of rotting fish, and the lack of any real comfort or privacy. She was confident that she would be able to hear something out of the ordinary before it got her. Hopefully. Chapter 11. When It Hit the Fan. Kate. Past. It just felt off. The wrongness of the shelter made her anxious, and she couldn't sit still. Her mother watched her worriedly as Charlesy and Bob took turns commenting on the habits, luggage, and attire of the various other shelter dwellers. She was so restless that she didn't take in the details of what they were saying. The atmosphere was tense among most. Fear and adrenaline were heavy in the air, but there was also the faintest hint of a party mood among many, and it chilled her. It was like being on a Titanic, knowing it was going down, and watching the other passengers drink and dance and converse as if everything was normal. People were milling around complacently as violent death weaved its way around them, and maybe even among them. They thought they were protected here, safe, unsinkable. It was one of the most petrifying times in her life, so far, this tense waiting. It might have even been worse than what had happened earlier in the day, because she knew what was out there. She had seen it, and most of these people probably hadn't. Not yet. "I'm going to go ask that guy with the clipboard a question. I'll be right back," Kate said. There was a man with a clipboard wandering among the refugees, and she wondered if she could talk him into telling her if Jared, and maybe even some of her co-workers, had taken shelter here. She didn't see them, but with the way this place was filling up, she would be surprised to stumble across them accidentally. This arena was designed to hold thousands. She felt like she was sitting in the middle of a giant buffet. She chased the man down, weaving through the rows of cots and baggage and people. The strong smell of sweat, feet, and popcorn saturated the air. Underneath that, it was redolent with the stench of death and blood. Some were covered in the thick, viscous fluid, and in their eyes she saw a knowing. She felt a kinship with those few people. They had seen it too. The injured and the ill were taken to the other side of the arena for quarantine. They had erected barriers out of stock gates, but even she knew they wouldn't hold any of them if they turned. They would simply crawl through or jump over. And anyway, people didn't have to show any symptoms to turn. It was an exercise in futility. For one moment in time, everyone in the arena stopped talking and stood, frozen and staring. It would have been one of those odd, spontaneous pauses that large groups sometimes have, if it weren't for the sounds of battle. The foreign, rhythmic bursts of machine gun fire came from outside, punctuated by the more sporadic firing of rifles. It was their iceberg moment. She had a sudden sense of urgency to get out, to get her mother out. She ignored it for the moment as she finally caught up to the soldier she had been following. He had stopped among several other soldiers, colleagues or friends, maybe subordinates. They were gazing toward the front of the arena. His face looked oddly wistful, as if he wanted to be in on the action. The others just looked frightened. "Excuse me, I was wondering if that was a list of the people here," she said, nodding toward his clipboard. He saw her and gave her a short, questioning glance, then shook his head. No. This is just a supply inventory. For a roster, you'd need to speak with Doc Treve." He gestured back through the passage where they had first checked in. It was jammed with new arrivals forcing their way through. She hadn't realized that so many people would be coming here. The noise of the crowd had grown with unrest, but she must have missed it earlier. She had been so focused on her anxiety. "Fuck! Get to the stands!" he shouted, looking behind her with wide eyes. He reached for the pistol on his hip, shoving her behind him and toward the stairs that led up to the seating. He rushed back the way he had originally come. She whirled around, seeing his comrades with barely concealed panic marring their faces. She made a split-second decision and pulled her knife before following. There were too many people packed in to be shooting. She heard booted steps following behind her and hoped they hadn't decided to take her down for her prohibited weapon. She'd be damned if she'd let them stop her from getting back to her mom. Grunts resounded from all sides, interspersed with screams cut short. Eerily familiar gurgling made her stop short and scan the space. Just ahead, between her mother and her, was one of the insane. The man had been was old, and he had a younger man by the throat. It was too late. She saw the column of his throat and the vertebrae through the red waterfall of blood. It arced out into the air, splattering other victims and panicked refugees alike. Nearby, growling from multiple directions, made her hyper-aware of the reality of what was going on. The shelter had fallen, just like she had worried about. "Mom!" she yelled, desperation to find her mother keeping her panic at bay. It was what made her run further into danger when she should have gone the other direction. All around her, people were being mauled, being killed, being herded, twitching bodies interspersed with screaming victims. It was horrifying. She finally made it to their cots, but they were empty. She stood on one, precarious among the shuffling, screaming crowd. The canvas rocked under her feet as she anxiously studied the gruesome tableau. A familiar hair color and style caught her attention, and she watched in absolute horror as an old woman fell, teeth first, into her mother's face. She saw the skin pull away from the bone, and her stomach lurched. She gasped and covered her scream. They were too far away, and when they went down in a tangle of grasping arms and legs, she leaped from the cot and directly into the arms of a maniac. A man grinned at her with frenzied wrath. His eyes glinted dully in the overhead lights. Serpent eyes. His grip was strong as he both lunged for her and dragged her in by the neck of her t-shirt. She brought the knife up with a grimace of disgust, her own fury making her aim strong and true. She shoved the blade under his chin, through his chomping mouth, and into the base of his brain. She watched in nauseating detail as his eyes and nose bled freely. When she pulled the weapon free, black fluid unexpectedly splattered her face and arms. White flecks stuck to the serrated edge of her knife, and she was almost certain that it was brain matter. Her mind was in a state of shock. She had watched her mom die. She had almost died. She had killed yet another crazy person. How was she expected to cope with something like this without losing her own damned mind? It's fucking insane. She saw a small group of soldiers and civilians making their way out through the passageway, and she tried to follow, but the crowd was too dense. There were too many crazies between her and them to ever hope to make it through alive. And she would stay alive. She had the coldest, hardest sensation she had ever felt make its way through her mind and her body. It settled in the region of her heart. It gave her clarity and purpose. Her vision narrowed into a pinpoint of focus, and everything unnecessary disappeared. There were people, and there were monsters. She would make the monsters pay. All of them. She would destroy as many as she could before they took her down. She gritted her teeth and clutched her knife more tightly in her slippery hand. She turned and ran for the nearest hall, knowing it led into the back of the concourse. She was going to find a way out. Then she was going back home for more weapons. Bigger weapons. Someday, she was going to burn this fucking place to the ground. The passageway was jammed with people rushing to get out, though not as much as the main thoroughfare had been. There were no real exits on this side of the building, and most of the people remembered that. They instinctively fled toward the main doors, and it would probably get them killed. Kate went the other way, hoping it would allow her more freedom of movement, and make her less of a target for the freaks in the crowd who decided to nosh on their fellow evacuees. Mom. Her mom was one of those victims. Had been. She was dead now. The only thing consoling Kate at this moment was the fact that her mom's suffering was over, and that she hadn't had to watch Kate die. Kate was going to die. She knew it, expected it, maybe even hoped for it a little, but it wouldn't be before she got some measure of revenge for this clusterfuck of a situation. Her rage would keep her alert and alive long enough for that, at least. Then, sometime, maybe the other feelings would abate. Eventually. Since the crowd was thinner back here, she pulled the pistol from her leg. There were only a few rounds, emergency bullets, but it was better than nothing. She still had her knife as well, and would use it when she could. Every chance she could. She passed a maintenance room, pausing in the flow of panicked humanity. The urge to follow them was almost overwhelming. It was a semblance of safety, but it was a lie. They were prey, and staying with prey would almost certainly cause her death. They rushed around her like water with their panicky gasps and whimpers, finally leaving her behind. She didn't wait before tugging open the door and going in. She was ready to kill any crazy freaks that happened to be inside, but she was startled to come face to face with the soldier who had the clipboard. He had a cold look on his face, and there was a strange aura in the room. She had instinctively raised the pistol, and so had he. They stood there in a tense standoff, not knowing if the other was too frightened to process that they weren't enemies. She let her finger loosen a little on the trigger, and she lowered her arm just enough that he wasn't in her sights. He did the same, giving her a grim look. He was covered in blood and gore, and she thought she must look the same as he did, maybe even worse. For the third time today, she was covered in someone else's blood. She had the momentary fear of being exposed to AIDS, then grinned in her head at the thought. She'd probably be dead long before any HIV exposure killed her. Her grin must have shown on her face and concerned him a little because he raised the pistol again. She realized that she probably looked as crazy as those fuckers out there. "Don't shoot," she said, raising her free hand. He scanned her from head to toe, his gaze frosty blue and severe. He looked to be a decade older than her, maybe more. She hadn't noticed that earlier. Perhaps it was the blood that had dried in the creases of his skin that gave him the aged appearance. They all looked up as the lights overhead flickered and came back on, and she took in the scene before her. Red blood pooled under a soldier on the ground, and she could see it was too much. The man on the ground had bled out, and a small crowd of people in this room had watched, helpless. She walked forward through the men and women of the group, their eyes following her suspiciously. She knelt near the man on the floor. He was pale, and his eyes rested half open and faintly accusing in the harsh glow of the fluorescence. His pupils were blown wide under the lids, and no spark of life remained. She felt for a pulse in the undamaged side of his neck. The wound was gruesomely familiar to her by now, a kind of modus operandi of the crazy folk. "I'm sorry," she said, looking up at Clipboard Guy from her place in the pool of blood on the floor. He nodded once and backed away. He listened at the main door again and shook his head. The people in the room, soldiers and some civilians, looked upset. "There's a back door," she said, gesturing back out the way she had come. "Not too far. That's where I was headed. I thought this was it, but it must be the next one." She saw his nostrils flare as he took a deep breath. He seemed to be thinking about what she said. Finally, he nodded. "Can you show me where?" "I think so. I've never been that way before, but I saw it as I was driving in. I noticed that there wasn't that much security back there." She didn't mean it to come out accusingly, but it kind of had. He raised an eyebrow before replying. "I wasn't in charge here. If I were, this all might not have happened," he said. She was the one who nodded this time. "Who's all going?" she asked. They looked toward the others. Some civilians shook their heads no, too scared to go any further. She couldn't spare the energy to force them to leave this tomb if they didn't want to. It was harsh, but that was life now, she supposed. Fucking harsh. Her mom hadn't listened. "You sure?" he asked them. They nodded and scooted to the back of the room, refusing to budge. They were old enough to know better, older than she was. They were going to have to save themselves because she couldn't do it. She couldn't even save her own mom. She went to the door, pushing him gently to the side. Surprisingly, he let her. Maybe he didn't give a shit if she became Chow. She didn't blame him. He motioned for his men to follow, and she cracked the door. Her pistol was ready, as was her knife. They only had to go a little way down the hall, but the lights out there weren't as bright, and the screams from the main arena had died down. She sighed and closed her eyes briefly at her unfortunately worded thought. They could be out there waiting, but she didn't have a choice. She glanced back to make sure they were ready. All eyes were on her. It was unnerving, and she quickly turned back to the door. The sounds of shuffling feet and groaning echoed through the high-ceilinged corridor. The lights were flickering out here as well, and she knew they were on borrowed time as far as that was concerned. The thought of being here in the complete cavernous blackness with those things frothing at the mouth to kill was freaky. She switched hands and reversed her grip on the knife handle, holding it in her fist, blade pointed down and out. It was going to be her primary weapon until it couldn't be any more. Frankly, she was anxious to get her SIG back, and her dad's Colt. She was extremely glad she'd had the foresight to stash her weapons in the car. She wondered how many firearms these assholes confiscated from the people in the arena. Their hands were covered in blood. She might have killed crazy people today, but at least her actions hadn't gotten any innocent people killed. There was a heavy door ahead, one with a push bar instead of a handle. There was a shorted-out exit sign overhead, and she gratefully moved forward to open it. The slapping of feet and the harsh chomping of teeth chilled her, and she whipped her head to the curving hallway ahead. The building was laid out in an oval shape, with the arena in the middle and a concourse wrapping around it for various vendors. The shape of the thoroughfare meant that she couldn't see who was running for her until the last 10 feet. Whatever it was knew she was there, and by the snarling, she thought she knew exactly what was coming for her. She also knew they liked to run in packs, but she only heard one. They needed to keep this quiet, and she wasn't sure if the G.I. Joes were up to it. They didn't quite seem like the Rambo types, special operations soldiers who were familiar with silent weapons. She wasn't either, but she'd killed 2 with knives. Well, knife and glass, today already, so she supposed that made her a little more experienced. It was almost a funny thought. She was the last person she would have ever expected to be doing something like this. She heard a whooping, gagging sound from down the darker hall ahead. A wet splat, impossibly loud and large, sounded, and then the roaring snarls resumed. It was still coming then. Footsteps smacked the floor in an odd pattern, and she glanced back to the men behind her. Clipboard guy looked cool-headed and stern. No emotion crossed his face. She was beginning to think he was a psychopath. Who the fuck was this calm and collected when literal cannibals roamed the earth en masse? Well, she was, but that was beside the point. She knew that she wasn't a psychopath. The others looked more like she figured they would, scared, nervous, 5 seconds away from pissing their pants. It was to be expected. Most were young and probably hadn't had to deal with any freaks one-on-one yet. The older ones seemed to be keeping them in check, though, and she was grateful for small favors. She held a finger to her lips and held up a hand for them to wait. Clipboard guy narrowed his eyes at her and studied her face before nodding once. If she blinked, she would have missed it. She reholstered her pistol on her leg and wiped the palm of her knife on her pants. No reason to draw more in with the sound of a gunshot. The slapping, huffing freak was near the curve now, and she went over to it and pressed her back against it, trying to still her body and her breathing. She wondered if it would sense or smell her there and ruin the element of surprise. She was about to find out. Oddly, her veins thrummed with the thrill of it, anticipatory fear and adrenaline. It was a potent mixture that she was apparently developing an unhealthy obsession with. It trotted by on unsteady feet, and she immediately saw why its gait sounded strange. Some of its thigh muscle was missing. The bleeding wasn't too bad, not fatal, unfortunately, but enough to cripple its movements. Probably a good thing for her. It had been a man before it changed, and for some reason it was only wearing underwear. Tidy whities that were no longer white, she noted with a grimace. As it hurtled past her, heading for Clipboard Guy and his men, she stepped out behind it and thrust her blade in the back of its neck, angling up a bit to get the brain. Popular culture, and also the medical field, suggested that this was the fastest way to take someone down, and it seemed to be a bit cleaner and easier than stabbing them in the throat like she had done earlier today. 1,000 books and movies weren't wrong. She yanked the blade back out, and blood trickled from the wound. But there wasn't nearly as much as the last time she had done this. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. She was already covered in it. The body was heavy, dead weight. She tried to lower it gently and muffle the sound. It didn't work, but hopefully they'd be out of there soon anyway, and wouldn't have to deal with the repercussions of the somewhat loud slap of skin on the polished concrete floor. She finally peered around the edge of the curved cinder block wall and saw that it was clear, for the moment. She motioned for the others to follow her over to the door ahead. She caught Clipboard Guy's assessing look and filed that away for later consideration. Chapter 12. Moving on. Anna. Present. It was the end of her watch when she heard the snap of a stick in the dark woods. The kudzu covered most of the tree line and scrub brushes, making it difficult to see anything beyond the green wall. She listened harder, breath rasping sharply in her lungs. She tried to stifle it without suffocating herself, and managed to be moderately successful. There, she heard movement again, and tried desperately to tell if it was muty movement or some animal. Whatever it was large. The footsteps were thudding on the ground, light for something so large. She relaxed a little, knowing that no muty would sound like that. They were more graceful and quieter. Even if it was a regular old biter, it would sound different. Now the question was, is this animal going to kill her? There were bears in these woods, and deer and other large game. She didn't think a deer would charge her right off the bat unless it was rabid. Could animals get the Russian flu? That was a scary thought. She whistled the danger sign and heard movement behind her. Jared clicked his tongue in acknowledgement as he joined her near her hiding place. It wasn't much of one, just a bundle of driftwood. But it was better than standing out in the open, waiting to become the target of a vicious, carnivorous deer. They stood in silence, listening to the thuds grow nearer. They sounded like hooves, and she was extremely glad that she wasn't about to come face to face with a black bear. Whatever it was held no fear, and if it smelled them, there was no indication of it. She kept her breathing steady, and it was easier now that Jared was with her. "Deer?" she breathed into his ear. He frowned in thought and finally shook his head no. Well, if it wasn't a deer, what was it? A large huff and shivering kudzu alerted them that whatever it was just inside the tree line. It was waiting. Anna held her breath, and she felt Jared tense beside her. Perhaps they should have woken the others, but she felt silly sounding the alarm for a wandering chunk of venison. Jared would undoubtedly tease her about it as well. The large animal shoved its way through the overgrown tree line with stupid determination, and she gasped as she realized what it was. Its large head raised and turned. It eyed her suspiciously as if she were a threat. She snorted, and she glanced over at Jared. It was a mistake. His eyes were clenched, his lips were pressed tightly closed, stifling silent laughter. His whole body shook with his hilarity. She knew that if she started laughing too, the animal would probably take off, spooked. She bit her lip to keep any giggles from escaping. She didn't want to scare it. It was an extremely valuable animal. "Hey there, little cow," she crooned, stepping forward and stretching her hand out in what she hoped was a non-threatening and soothing manner. She didn't know. She'd never been around a cow before. It was larger than she had expected it to be, and she wondered if cows trampled people when they were nervous. She knew bison did, but those weren't domesticated animals. This one had a tag in its ear, so she supposed it had some exposure to people, at least. She reached out and tentatively touched the cow's neck, scratching lightly just behind its ear, like a dog. It seemed to work, and the cow lowered her head. Anna kept talking nonsense to it as she petted it. Finally, Jared stepped out, and she knew that he was never going to let her live this one down. "Everything okay, cow whisperer?" he said, with barely disguised laughter. "If that thing was a human, I'd be jealous with how much you're touching it," he added. She rolled her eyes, though she didn't think he could see it in the dark. "You're just jealous that Daisy likes me," she retorted. Daisy, he said, you shouldn't name food. She's not food. She's going to be breeding stock, Anna said indignantly. Her babies will be food, Jared pointed out. Anna quickly covered the cow's ears, glad that she didn't seem to mind, and glared at Jared. They will not. There'll be more breeding stock. We won't eat the cows, we know. Dear Lord, he muttered, and she saw him pinch the bridge of his nose. She chose to ignore it. Besides, now Albert can ride instead of one of you guys carrying him, she pointed out. You think the cow will let Albert ride it? He asked skeptically. Daisy loves people, she told him smugly. Isn't that right, little girl? She murmured and scratched again. The cow leaned against her with its eyes closed again. I absolutely do not believe this. Why the fuck is there a cow out here in the middle of nowhere? He asked, turning to make sure they weren't being snuck up on while they had been distracted by the cow. No idea. Let's take her over to the others and come back to finish our watch. Fletch and Bradley would be relieving them soon. She had no clue how that was going to play out. She grinned a little just thinking about it. I ain't rode a cow for nigh on 60 years, Albert said, early the next morning when she suggested it. I suppose I can do it again, just this once, he said, looking at Stuart. Anna supposed when the choice was between riding on Stuart's back or the cow's, Albert would choose the cow every time. Fletch, you lead the cow, Bradley ordered, ignoring Fletch's groan. His neck wasn't healed, and Bradley didn't want him doing anything that might require turning his head too much. Anna and Jared take the middle. I'll bring up the rear, and Stuart will take point. He motioned to them to form up on the road. They still had to cross the bridge, and they were most likely going to be ambushed by muties again. Stuart was going to try to mitigate some of that risk. Bradley and Jared didn't want them to split up. It would weaken the group. Bright side? At least we don't have to drive the SUV over it, Jared said, with a super smug head nod. Now is probably not a good time to bring that up, she said, with an anxious look at Bradley. He was still pissed at her for jumping off the bridge, and at Jared for almost dying. He was probably mostly pissed off at himself for not scouting the bridge out more thoroughly. It was a mistake none of them would make again. Think we'll make it to this community of yours today? Al asked from his perch on the cow. Their supplies were piled up behind him, precariously tied with all the available cordage. Still, they had to leave some things behind. They had hidden them in their makeshift campsite. That's like 20 or 30 miles, Anna said. And it's not our community, it's Sten's. The Viking, Al said. She sighed. That's what Jared said. Said they's Vikings, with axes and swords and dragon ships. He scratched his jaw with gnarled fingers. Don't seem right. I never said they had dragon ships, Jared scoffed, with a quick glance at Anna. I said it would be cool if they had dragon ships. They don't live anywhere near the water, not even a lake, Anna pointed out. So it'd still be badass, Albert called down. You are a terrible influence, she scolded. Whoa, hold up. I didn't do a kamikaze jump off a bridge there, Kimosabe. That was all you, he said. It wasn't a kamikaze jump, idiot. I had to make sure you weren't drowning down there like a dumbass. You know, smart people tend to lower their windows when they drive over dangerous bridges. And do you even know what that word means? Kamikaze? Jared asked. No, Kimosabe, she clarified. Some kind of really delicious and spicy Japanese side dish? Jared asked. You really are some kind of idiot, ain't ya? Albert cackled from Daisy's back. Keep it up, old man. At least I'm an idiot that can walk. I don't need a cow to get around, do I, Hoss? Jared retorted. She knew they would keep this going for hours unless someone intervened. I think it will probably take us a couple of days to get there, depending on whether we have to walk or find a car, she said. I think we'll have to give Sten the cow in exchange for taking in this grumpy old man, Jared said with a wave toward Albert. He didn't catch Albert's death glare. It was going to be a long day. The bridge was surprisingly clear, and that made Anna nervous. She knew the small contingent they had killed yesterday was only the tip of the Muty iceberg. With every step across the dangerously leaning structure, she anticipated an attack, especially in the middle. If there was going to be an ambush somewhere, it would be the middle, according to human wisdom. She didn't know if they had the capability for that sort of planning. They made it across the bridge, and 4 miles further down the road before the other shoe dropped. There seemed to be no shortage of dropping shoes nowadays, and if those shoes weren't figurative in nature, the world would be covered in discarded footwear. "Run!" Fletch shouted, bringing her out of her droning reverie. She startled a bit, not expecting the shout, especially from a non-shouter like Fletch. She furrowed her forehead, for a split second wondering why he would risk ripping his stitches by yelling when the content of his message made it through her exhausted, somewhat traumatized brain. She looked back to where he had traded places with Bradley. He had indeed popped a few stitches. Blood trickled down the side of his face and neck in a ghastly parody. That wasn't as concerning as the wave of monsters filtering out from the tree line, though. God, they were everywhere. "Hold on," she yelled at Albert. She slapped Daisy's rump and hoped the lazy cow got the message. She hoped Albert held on because if he fell, he would most likely die. She glanced back again and watched as the herd behind them started to march toward them en masse. They were still far enough back that their features were still somewhat indistinct, or she needed glasses, but she could see their heads twitching in jerky movements. Their wrath was palpable. She turned forward, not able to waste another second assessing the crowd behind her. They were jogging as fast as they could. Stewart was still too far ahead to probably know what had happened yet. Bradley and Jared were running in a kind of staggered column, with her and Fletch in the middle. Daisy had thankfully gotten the message, and Albert was jolting around a bit on her back as she galloped away. She hoped Stewart caught the pair, because there was no telling where they would end up. Her breath started to come in pants. The bag on her back was a little too heavy to be carrying while running. The men seemed to be in better shape, though Fletch was pale and bleeding freely now. She slowed a little to keep pace with him. "Okay?" she panted out. He nodded but didn't answer. Bradley and Jared fell back behind them to cover their butts from the advancing horde. "Why aren't they sprinting?" she called back to the others. "Don't know. Shut up and run," Jared said. She kept her legs moving by sheer force of will, using her mind to distract herself from the pain in her legs and the lungs that she couldn't quite fill. She timed her breathing to her footfalls to try to help alleviate some of her problems. Unfortunately, the real issue was that they couldn't run forever. "Look out!" she heard screamed from behind. It was Bradley. Her mouth dropped open as she turned back to look, and she instinctively turned to go help. He and Jared had been cut off by a smaller pack that materialized from the trees. This was the ambush she had been expecting earlier, and if she wasn't so tired, she might have recognized it earlier. "Jared!" she screamed, trying to fight her way out of the hands that held her back. Jared was fighting hand-to-hand near Bradley. They had their backs together, and they were surrounded by muties. She whirled around and gave Fletch a furious look as he yanked her to the trees on the opposite side of the road. "What the fuck?" she yelled at him as they left the road. "You can't help him. You'll only distract him if you're there," he said, shaking her a little. More blood ran from his face, soaking the edge of the bandage covering his ravaged ear, and she pushed her rage back a little. "Trust me," he added. "They'll get rid of them and then come find us. If not, we'll meet them at Sten's. We have to move," he said, urging her on. She took a deep breath, still almost hyperventilating from the run and the adrenaline dump. She gave one last look back before they took off deeper into the trees. Chapter 13. Buffy. Kate. Past. The door cracked open partway when she pushed. She half expected to hear an alarm go off, even though this wasn't an indicated emergency exit. She heard the breathing of clipboard guy behind her, and a squad of men further back. Even though they were still, there was no muffling the brush of their multicams on the cinderblock wall, the scuff of their boots on the floor, or the rasp of their breathing in the looming darkened space. Some of the lights had gone off back there, and the shadows were long. She peered anxiously through the crack of the door. It was night. The hot, humid air blew in her face and swirled through behind her. It smelled like gunpowder and death. Approximately 50 feet from the door was a tall chain-link fence. She opened the door wider and peered both ways. It looked clear enough. She slipped out and sidestepped her way down the side of the building. She wanted to see what was in the front. If the sounds from earlier were anything to go by, they may need to find a better way to get out of here. One thing was for sure. She wasn't leaving her car behind without a fight. She paused and looked to her right, where the soldiers were lined up near the wall. Clipboard guy raised an eyebrow in question. "My car's in the overflow lot," she said, nodding toward the large graveled parking area that was now super congested with cars. It was going to be fun getting there. He scanned what he could see of the area through the fence and seemed to sneer at the untidy mass of parked cars. His lips tightened, and he started to shake his head. "I parked near the entrance so I could get back out," she said. "I'm not leaving my car." "Then you're on your own," he said, dismissing her. "I'm going to find the rest of the guys." He made a hand motion to the ones behind him, and they moved out toward the front. She followed them, not for the company or their protection, but because she knew what they were going to find out there and she needed to see it for herself. After that, she was gone. "Shit," she heard a man, not much more than a kid, really, in front of her murmur. Shit, indeed. The main fence surrounding the arena was battered and leaning in several places. The gate was down, and the guards were all gone. The army trucks that had been parked outside were missing. Guts and parts of corpses decorated the fence like a Christmas display. She saw something that looked exactly like intestines and wrinkled her nose. Many people, freaks and normies alike, had died here today. Hell, a lot of people had died everywhere today. This place was no special case. The ground in the main parking area was littered with casings, bodies, and the detritus of battle. Near the machine gun nests, several rifles were lying on the concrete. Their owners had died. Violently. She reached down and picked up the military variant of the rifles her father liked to collect. There wasn't much different about it, except the selector switch. She gathered up all the magazines that she could find and stuffed them in her bag while the men fanned out a little in front of her. She was quiet. The last thing she wanted to do was draw attention to herself. She wished that she had a way to carry more, but she was afraid it would only get her killed trying to pack all this to the car. She paused as the sound of gunfire echoed through the town. It sounded like a larger caliber rifle than the one she had just picked up, but she was no expert, so it was only a guess. It stopped after a few moments. She gave the machine gun a last longing glance. She knew absolutely nothing about machine guns, their use or maintenance, but the thought of killing large swaths of the freaks that killed her mom was a joyous one. She was pretty sure they hadn't conveniently left an operator's manual lying out here alongside it. She settled for the rifle, the backpack full of magazines, and a heavy-ass ammo can. It was only partially filled. She slung the rifle, held the can in one hand, and kept her knife out as she made her way back to the corner. From there, she would cross the parking area diagonally and enter through the gate they had driven through. She almost made it when they noticed what she had done. "Stop," came the whispered command. She kept going. Fuck those guys. They owed her as far as she was concerned. She heard a slight shuffle of boots on the ground behind her, but she didn't look back. She was going to make it to the corner and reassess the overflow parking once more before tackling that goal. She set the can down and raised the rifle on its sling as the men surrounded her. None held her at gunpoint, which she thought was probably a good sign. Still, it was a little intimidating. She refused to let it show. "Looting is a crime," clipboard douche said. "Consider it reparations for a murder," she said calmly. Inside, she seethed. "Where are your guys?" "Dead," he answered shortly. "Or gone." "Sorry," she said. She was sorry, but she had things to do. "I have to go now." "You won't get far hauling that loot." "I'll make it just fine." His lips twitched at the corner, and she couldn't tell if it was with amusement, respect, or anger. Maybe all three. The guy didn't look like he'd ever had much pushback from a woman before. "I believe you might," he said. She reslung the rifle, picked up the ammo can, and walked out toward the fence. She heard murmurs behind her. "You going to let her go alone?" one of the men said. There was no answer, but she could feel their eyes boring holes into the back of her skull. She hustled out further, not wanting to rest until she was out of the open. She didn't like the feeling. She reached the corner of the fence where the opening to the gate was, without being attacked or even seeing any freaks loitering around. She was certain that they were around somewhere because she could hear ominous gagging sounds. They were far enough away that she wasn't too worried about them yet. It was the quiet ones she was concerned about. The rest of the town was much quieter now. There were still sirens in the far distance, too far to go searching for it. There was an occasional gunshot. Metallic clangs and barking dogs were more frequent. There were also still screams echoing. She couldn't tell where they came from. Some could even be coming from inside the building. She just didn't know. Her borrowed car was sitting a few rows over, and she decided the best way to approach it would be to go through the main aisle. She would have more room to fight, and she wouldn't be trapped between cars if something bad happened. She could even see it over there, waiting for her to load up and leave. The moon was bright enough to see by, though there were clouds that could take away the visibility at any time. She would be gone before she had to worry about that, though. She lifted the can again, feeling the metallic handle dig into the already sensitive meat of her palm. She was really going to have to toughen up. Most of her bravado at this point was all mental, fueled by adrenaline. If she was going to be kicking the asses of those cannibal freaks, then she was going to need to get stronger or learn some more techniques, preferably both. She'd been lucky so far. She started forward again. In the middle of the bright gray gravel, she was attacked. The first freak staggered out from behind an SUV nearby. He was hunched over and frothing at the mouth. He snarled at her, face twitching unnaturally. Ire flared in his alien eyes, and he opened his mouth wide with a low, throaty rumble. His teeth were crimson. It was fresh blood. He stumbled to the side, arm thudding stupidly against an old Toyota. Before lunging, she dropped the ammo can and fumbled to raise the rifle. The knife clattered to the gravel, and the rifle sling got caught on her backpack. She was tackled to the ground for the third time that day. The rifle itself saved her from getting her throat torn out. She felt her arms throbbing as she strained them to the max. They'd already been tired from everything else she had done today. She wasn't going to last long like this. He got his claws into her side and gouged as he snapped his teeth toward her. The position was so eerily similar to the one in the coffee shop bathroom that, for a moment, the two instances had superimposed themselves together in her vision. She found herself thrusting her hips up and rolling to the side. The freak's poor coordination worked in her favor as it had before. She shoved the rifle's handguard into the thing's gaping mouth and scrambled for the knife. She glanced over and saw another monster coming from her right, a teenage girl in a sundress, still wearing sandals on her feet. She was heaving and sneering at her as she lurched into the main lot. A chunk was missing from her upper arm. It didn't seem to slow her down much. Kate was thankful that this one was smaller, at least. She shoved her knife into the eye of the one on the ground, gritting her teeth at the popping sensation she felt. She yanked it out as the other one came closer. Instead of waiting for it to take her to the ground, she took the initiative and backed away with a quick glance behind her. It was clear, except now she knew why the men hadn't come to help. They were also fighting. She really hoped they had enough sense not to shoot. The teenage cannibal suddenly sprinted and tripped over the corpse of her companion. When she face-planted into the gravel, Kate lunged at her and jumped on her back to keep her down. She plunged the blade into the gap at the base of the skull, and the two corpses writhed together in their strange death throes. She got up and steadied her breathing while she scanned around her. She had a choice. She could go to her car and leave, or she could help the guys who looked to be getting overwhelmed. They would start shooting soon, for sure. That would possibly bring more of those freaks toward them, which could prevent her from being able to get out. Triple fuck. She left the ammo can where it was and dropped her pack on the ground. She ran toward the closest fighter. He was one of the younger ones, barely out of high school. He was strong and seemed to be capable, but he was struggling with two of the things. One of them turned as she approached, but it was too slow. She jumped forward without hesitation and stabbed it in the temple. That was a mistake. It was a lot harder than it looked. The knife had scraped across the edge of the skull, catching on the eye socket. She pushed in harder, grunting with the effort. The freak finally twitched its way further onto the knife blade, effectively killing himself. The body fell and jerked the knife from her hand. She yanked on the handle, finally using her foot to get the leverage she needed. It came out with a grating that she would never forget. It had the cringy feeling of nails down a chalkboard. She looked around and saw that the young man had gone to help his friends nearby. They had things under control, but Clipboard Guy at the back was holding off several using the nearby cars. He didn't see the one scuttling on the ground behind him. It's going to bite him. She ran over as the one on the ground crawled its way closer, cracked teeth chomping and its tongue obscenely flicking out through the holes in its mouth. It was going to be close. So close. She jerked her foot back as Clipboard Guy took another unwary step back and inadvertently put his calf in biting range. Her foot thudded into the side of the crawler's face, and it rolled to its side, jaws canted at a peculiar angle. He felt a second's relief. Clipboard wielder was safe, before the truck rammed into her chest. It wasn't a truck, but it damn sure felt like one. She had caught the quick flash of movement, felt the powerful backward thrust of his elbow, then the agonizing sharp ache in her chest, and her breath left her in a gasp. She went down like a rock, not even feeling the sharp gravel as it bit into the side of her face. She couldn't breathe. Her lungs stuck, immobilized in violent spasm. She was going to suffocate. She had made it through a fucking cannibal apocalypse only to be taken out by a measly elbow to the chest. Okay, maybe not measly, but still. Killed by an elbow, for God's sake. She pounded on the ground, panicked and ill. After forever had passed, she felt arms lifting her torso so that she was kneeling on the ground. Someone was either trying to help her or hurt her, and she had no defense. "Breathe in," a deep voice growled in her ear. She obeyed, finally able to take in a life-saving breath with a whooping pant. The arms still held her, torso tilted slightly back, and she realized it was easier to breathe this way. She tried to relax in the unfamiliar embrace until she remembered the danger around them. She shoved herself out of the arms and stood, dizzily. She leaned her hands on her knees for a moment, breathing and scanning the space. The ankle-biter lay nearby with a crushed head. "I was going to get your leg," she wheezed, finally able to stand up without feeling like she was going to tip over. "I'm sorry I hit you. It's not good to come up behind someone like me when they're fighting," he said. He almost sounded as if it were her fault. "Next time I'll hang back and let you get hamstringed." She picked up her knife, then walked over to her bag and clutched her chest as she swung it back on her back. Next came the rifle. Then she grabbed the ammo can. "You suck at thank yous, by the way," she said. She walked slowly toward her car, trying to work out the small spasm that seemed to still be gripping her diaphragm. She looked all around, even making sure nothing was crawling out from under the vehicle. She unlocked the door and went to open it, but was stopped by his next statement. "You need to come with us." He had stopped at the trunk of her car, his team keeping watch not far behind. "Why?" she asked. "Do you have other plans?" he asked in return. "Do you?" she retorted. "What if I do?" he said. "How do I know this isn't some kind of trick?" "Stop answering my questions with questions," he huffed. "Come with us. We're going to find the rest of our unit. They left to go back to the armory. They were gearing up to head to Thompsonville." "What's at Thompsonville?" she asked. The overflow lot was quiet, and the main gate still seemed to be clear, but they couldn't stand out here all night talking. She pulled her pistols and ammo from their hiding places and began strapping them all on. His eyes widened as he watched, and she saw definite traces of amusement this time. Perhaps also some alarm, too. "Look, we can explain on the way," he said. "Are you coming or not?" "Do you have a vehicle?" she asked in return. "Not yet." "Then I guess it's you guys who are coming with me." She grinned a little at his irritation. Suddenly there was a loud explosion somewhere nearby, and the lights of town went off abruptly. They stared at each other in the dark for a moment before he spoke. "Load up. We need to move." She got in the driver's seat, thankful that the woman had a nice-sized sedan instead of a compact. Even so, each man, aside from asshole clipboard guy, had another man in his lap. It couldn't have been comfortable. "Before we go anywhere else, I want to go back home to get a couple of things," she said. She wasn't asking, she was telling. "Now's not the time to be getting a bunch of crap we don't need and can't carry," he said arrogantly. She gave him a cold look but didn't say anything. Letting him keep putting his foot in his mouth seemed like an excellent strategy. "Hey, Buffy, thanks for taking out that thing back there. It was close," said the younger man from the back. He had an unexpected accent, like Jersey, maybe. She eyed him in the rearview mirror with a little grin. "Buffy?" she asked. The guys in the back grinned. There were a few chuckles, and she just shook her head. The gate was empty as they left, though the tires bumped over the corpses with a sickening, squelching thud. It was unpleasant, but she'd experienced far worse today. There was a fire somewhere. She didn't see it, but she smelled the smoke. She supposed Buffy was better than other nicknames, like Clipboard Guy or Asshole clipboard guy. Chapter 14. Split. Jared. Present. They both groaned as they leaned down and rested their hands on their knees. They had killed the small group of muties that had ambushed them from the woods, but the main force was still marching steadily behind them. Why? He had no idea. They had to move, and that brought up another worry. Shit, where are the others? Jared said, looking around frantically. Bradley, exhausted and sweat-soaked, shook his head. I don't know. I saw the cow taken off that way, he explained, pointing. I think Fletch pulled Anna away, but I don't know where they went. We need to find them, he yelled. He tightened the straps on his bag and looked all around them. The muties had come from the woods to their left. Anna and Fletch would have gone right. They wouldn't stay on the road, not after this, but they might follow alongside it, Bradley suggested. Jared nodded and took off at a fast walk. He gave a nervous glance toward the horde behind them. Their slavering rage was more apparent now, and they were barely constrained. The smell was horrific and broke over them like a wave. They wanted his blood, but something was holding them back. He wanted to run, but he made himself conserve energy. They could be on foot for a long time. Inside the trees, they looked for signs of the others as they traveled. Jared was sure that Anna would try to leave some sign for him to follow, but then again, maybe she wouldn't. If those things had senses as good as Stuart's, then she wouldn't want to leave a trail for them. Stuart, where is he? Jared asked. He'll find us, Bradley said. He sounded sure. Jared wished he could be as sure. Anna had looked so exhausted right before the ambush. He hoped she could keep going until they caught up. The only consolation he had was that Fletch was with her. He would keep her safe. I think I know where the herd came from. Most of them, at least. The silence was deafening as Jared caught his meaning. He put a hand over his forehead. Oh, shit. We didn't tell them. Bradley, we didn't fucking tell them. Bradley looked grim. Jared felt anger at him, somewhat justified, he thought. Bradley was the one who suggested not telling the others about the cloning yet. He wanted to wait until they were at Sten's. Well, that fucking failed in a spectacular way. How many did you guys kill up there? He asked after he got his initial rage under control. Bradley hadn't forced Jared to keep the secret. Jared was just as much at fault. They needed to work together. He couldn't afford to be pissed at the moment. A dozen or more. He cleared his throat. Stuart made a lot of little pieces. Oh, hell, Jared said. The realization that even little pieces replicated was alarming. Would it even ever be possible to get them all in future fights? It suddenly seemed hopeless. All of it. Whoever designed this thing sure did one hell of a job. A real whopper of a fucking job. You sure the pieces replicated? I mean, couldn't it be a herd coming from somewhere else? Could be, he answered, but it wasn't very convincing. Stay alert. Those things were heading for us for a reason, and I don't like it, Bradley said, with his head on a swivel, looking for danger. I think they planned it. I think they planned the whole damn thing. They wanted us cut off from the group. Jared felt a tang of fear flood his mouth. Not for himself, but for the others. They wanted the strongest fighters separated from the rest. The question is, are they the targets, or are we the targets? Bradley asked, several minutes later. They had to stop and listen for movement every so often. Jared scanned the area, searching desperately for signs that Fletch and Anna came through. So far, he hadn't seen anything. Man, I think we've been targets since the day this shit went down, Jared said. Used to be just targets of opportunity, I think, back when they were just biters. Now it seems like there's something else pushing them. They're smarter now, too. The sun was still high in the sky, and they had to make a decision. Did they stay to search and maybe run into the main group that was surely still coming? Or did they go with the original objective and head toward Sten's place? Sometime in the afternoon, they stopped to snack on granola bars they had in their packs. Jared was glad they had divvied up the supplies among the packs. Everyone had what they needed, and no one bag was more valuable than the other. He sipped a bottle of water and hoped Anna was okay. Her arm was probably hurting her, and she wouldn't be up to fighting anything off. Fletch either. He had to be in an extreme amount of pain. Their chances... He felt the wave of rage wanting to make its way back into his muscles, and his hands clenched and shook. He wanted to tear the damned mutant freaks apart, limb from limb, then burn the pieces. His jaw hurt from gritting his teeth, and he made a conscious effort to relax. He couldn't afford to break a tooth. He didn't relish the thought of Stuart doing dental work. Speaking of Stuart, I wonder where Stuart is, Jared said. They were packing up the meager remains of their meal and getting ready to move out again. The terrain near the lake was extremely difficult. Large, steep hills bordered the water on most sides and extended out into the woods for miles in all directions. It was rough going, especially since they couldn't follow the roads. It was going to be even worse for Anna, Fletch, and Daisy. Poor Daisy. Probably reconning the route ahead, Bradley said. Don't want to run into a roadblock, he added darkly. I hope he's with the others. Yeah, Bradley agreed. They walked through the afternoon, traveling the straightest line distance they could toward Sten's. Jared couldn't recall what they had named it. Hal something. Hey, what's the name of Sten's place again? Halverstead, named after Sten's father, remember? Bradley asked, rolling his eyes. You're the one who told me about it. Yeah, well, I've got all kinds of important things to remember. I'm not infallible, Jared huffed, scratching his beard. Like what? Bradley asked. What? What important things do you have to remember? Well, where my snack cake stashes are, for one. I had a map with the locations marked, but it was hidden in the SUV in the snack cake compartment. The loss of that still stung. Dear God, you are a lost cause, Bradley grumbled. You actually had a map? Or are you bullshitting me? I had a map, Jared said, brow furrowed in confusion. Why would I make that up? Bradley shook his head. Moving on. What was the other thing you had to remember? Honestly, I forgot. The loss of the Little Debbie map kind of devastated me. Anna would have... Never mind. The mention of Anna brought a suspicious lump to his throat, and he swallowed thickly. He cleared his throat. So we should hit Halver whatever sometime tomorrow evening, or maybe the next morning. These hills are killing my sense of direction. Yeah, we've probably gone about 6 miles or so. Pretty damn good considering the terrain. The others won't be able to travel so fast. We're leaving them behind, Jared said, tightening his lips. Look, I think we should stay here and look for them. Jared, they could pass us by in the hills and not even know it. We can't be calling out for them without bringing down packs of ferals on ourselves, and possibly even putting the others in danger as well. Jared just stared at him, refusing to back down. Look, we can stay here and search if you want, but we have to be smart about it, Bradley said, adjusting the bag on his back into a more comfortable position. We'll set up a search pattern tomorrow. We can leave trail markers, too, Jared said. All right, let's find a place for the night. We can start at sunup. The next day they searched every inch of the surrounding woods. They made widening circles around their central camp. Bradley had their only map in the rucksack, and that made Jared feel even worse. The others were stuck out there with almost no protection, very little food, and now no map. They all knew the route to Sten's, but cross-country navigation in the hills could be tricky. It wasn't like traveling along roads. He hoped Fletch had some experience with that. Even better if Stuart had found them. In the late afternoon, clouds began to cover the sky above. There had been a streak of several weeks where the weather had been extremely nice. Not scorching like the first 2 months had been, but very nice. It still surprised him that they were not even fully 3 months into this fucked-up situation. 3 months after the apocalypse. He hated calling what they were living in the apocalypse, but it seemed fairly certain now that this was the real deal. The word apocalypse conjured up visions of situations beyond human capacity to survive, like nuclear holocausts or things like that, where people only had limited time left on Earth. This thing had been bad, the worst thing he'd ever lived through, but it was survivable. Did that still qualify as an apocalypse? At what point did this whole thing move beyond that and just become normal life? He shook his head and chewed on a piece of persimmon stem they had foraged earlier in the day. They had found a whole tree full, and the fruits were perfectly ripe. No more time for philosophizing. He started to make camp, hoping Bradley would return before dark. The sun was setting fast, and this deep in the woods it was even faster. The temperature was dropping along with it. He walked the perimeter of their camp, making sure that their tripwires were undisturbed and ready for the night. They'd strung lines up in the hopes that it would give them a few extra valuable seconds to prepare for an attack. It was mostly just something to do, something that didn't involve thinking about the horrible things that could be happening to the others. It was full dark when Bradley came back. He was carrying a dead rabbit. "What the hell?" Jared said, mouth watering at the sight of the meat. It had been a while since he had fresh meat. "I set some snares yesterday. I didn't mention it because I didn't want to get your hopes up," he said with a wry smile. He frowned at the sky. "We can only have a fire long enough to cook the meat. I don't want the smoke or the light to give away our position." "Yeah, but it would help the others find us too," Jared argued. "Besides, it's going to be freezing tonight." Bradley nodded and seemed to think a few minutes. "I know something we can try." Later, after the rabbit meat was unfortunately gone and the fire was mostly out, the men lay together in the dark. They didn't speak. Jared was listening to the sounds of the night animals and thinking about how grateful he was that he only had to cuddle with Bradley a little bit. His idea had worked, somewhat. Bradley had dug a trench in the dirt, roughly 2 feet long and 8 inches deep. That is where they built the fire. He put more hardwood in the bottom than Jared thought was necessary, but he kept his mouth shut after Bradley gave him a look the first time he said something. When they finished cooking, Bradley shoved the dirt back over the top. Then he walked out past the perimeter of the camp again. A few moments later, he returned with some pine boughs. He tossed them down to cover the heated trench and stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Jared. "Thanks," Jared said, looking skeptically at the makeshift bed. "You have a better idea?" Bradley retorted. "Anything is better than burning to death." "You aren't going to burn to death." "Probably," Bradley scoffed. "Well, that makes it all okay. I feel 100% better about this now," Jared said with a sarcastic twist of his mouth. "You know, I'm really glad you regained your sense of humor. I was worried about you there for a while. In the basement, I mean. I thought maybe you'd lost your shit permanently." They laid down on the pine boughs, and after a moment, Jared admitted to himself that the heat was nice. He still thought it was stupid to sleep on coals, but maybe it was a little better than freezing to death. At least he'd be warm if he caught on fire. He reached into his pocket, trying to muffle the sound. His fingers grazed the plastic-wrapped cake, and he winced at the noise. He might as well have announced his intentions to the whole world. "Is that what I think it is?" Bradley asked. He felt the other man shift, probably trying to see through the thick darkness. "No." "Yes, it is," Bradley said, patting along Jared's arm, trying to find the treat. "Quit," Jared said, shoving his hand away. "Give me half or I'll make you sleep somewhere else," Bradley threatened. "I'd like to see you try, asshole," Jared hissed. There was silence. Bradley was either going to explode into action or forget about it. "Anna would want you to share," he said quietly. "Damn, man, that's low," Jared said. Now he had to share. "This is survival, J-Dog." Jared opened the oatmeal pie and broke it in half. He passed Bradley his share. Thankfully, it was the man-sized cookie and not one of the wimpy small ones. "Thanks. Good night." They turned away from each other and pressed their backs together for more warmth. It was much better than spooning Bradley, for sure. He bit his lip against a wave of sadness and worry. He hoped Anna was safe and warm tonight. Please. Chapter 15. Vengeance. Kate. Past. Kate and the others rode in silence through the eerie town. The wreckage looked worse than it had earlier, and many of the new sights included mutilated bodies. Dogs had found some, and she looked away, stomach roiling. She realized her grip on the wheel was too tight, and she made a conscious effort to relax her fingers a little. Would she ever get used to seeing things like that? She needed to pay attention driving through this place. They could run into a pack of freaks around any corner. Any intersection could mean their deaths if the number of wrecks was any indication. She hoped anyone left alive had the sense to hunker down somewhere and not be traveling these streets at night. Not like them. Her interlude at the stadium seemed to be almost dreamlike now, a terrifying and hideous segue from saving the baby at the Rolling Hills community to now. She had lost a mother and some neighbors and gained what? She had gained a clipboard guy and a ragtag assortment of teenagers and young men. She peeked over at the passenger riding shotgun. His harsh, unforgiving face was dimly illuminated by the dash lights. She had turned them down as much as possible without actually having to turn the lights off completely. Clipboard guy. Such an innocuous-sounding name for a man who looked like he could freeze hell with one glance. He hadn't volunteered his name, and she hadn't asked. She hadn't even really had a chance to look at his name tape either. She hadn't told him hers either, so she supposed it was only fair. It didn't matter anyway, not when any one of them could be killed or turn crazy at any time. No sense in getting attached to these people. Look what happened to her mom. She slowed as they left town and approached her neighborhood. The hulking shape of the delivery truck was ahead. She could barely make it out. She made a split-second decision to go check out the entrance to Rolling Hills, see what she could see. She accelerated a little, thankful for the little reprieve before she had to face her mom's empty house. More bodies were lying around the delivery truck than there had been before. It looked as if they had all been taken down before they made it inside. She hoped that was what happened. They seemed to have a good defense force here. They'd made it, for a while at least. More freaks than the last time I was here, she murmured solemnly to her passengers. When were you here? Is this where you live? Clipboard guy asked. No, I live back down the last road we passed. I wanted to make sure these people were still safe. He raised an eyebrow but remained silent, staring at the holes in the delivery truck. They told a story all by themselves. I was here earlier this evening. I was going up the road there to see if my brother made it home, and came across a little crowd trying to get in. When I was finished with them, I heard a woman screaming inside. Saw her with a baby. There was nobody else around, so I had to help. They were involved in some pretty heavy fighting when I left. I had to get back to my mom, she said, somewhat apologetically. You killed those, he said, nodding toward the large pile of corpses. It wasn't a question. She nodded. Some of them. There are more now. She turned the car around and drove back home. She turned the lights off completely then, but there was nothing she could do about the brake lights. The men in the back seat were silent, either from exhaustion or just because they had nothing to say. It was abundantly clear that they didn't know what to make of her. They probably even thought she was unstable. Maybe she was. Right as she pulled into the driveway, she knew something was different. Someone had been here. That body is new, she said, jerking her head toward it, checked her weapons and stepped out, making sure to look all around for threats. The others were warier and left the vehicle more slowly. She ran over to the mutilated corpse on the ground. Its fingers were curling lazily and sinuously. The head was a ruined mass of skull fragments, teeth, and brain matter. The chinos and polo shirt were familiar. She saw them on the man next door earlier today. Someone has been here. Maybe my brother, she said, pulling her knife. She looked back at the men behind Clipboard Guy. They had pulled their rifles up. I don't think they should use those, she said to their leader. He gave her a chilling glance as if she was stepping on his toes by telling him what they should be doing, but he said nothing and motioned for them to use knives instead. Not everyone had one. They followed her on to the porch and into the house. The door was locked now. They had left it unlocked. She smiled. Jared had been here. He was alive. The thought made her happy, but it didn't take away the sadness or the guilt. She hoped he kept himself safe. She didn't know if she would ever be able to face him, not after what she had done. Jared took the note, she said, looking at the empty console table. Now it held only a glass-encased flag and some of her father's more prestigious medals. The guys didn't miss the display. Do you want to have a few of the guys pack up the food in the kitchen? She asked CG. We're on it, a younger man said. He seemed to be one of the less fearful guys on the team. He took 2 others with him to find the kitchen. She supposed that she would have to learn their names. The leader and 3 other guys followed her upstairs. She pointed out the linen closet, and 2 guys peeled off to empty it of toilet paper and whatever else they deemed necessary. "You really need my help packing up your teddy bear?" Asshole clipboard guy muttered. "Are you always this much of a bastard, or do I just bring it out in you?" she asked calmly, with a slight grin. If the son of a bitch thought he could get to her with a few insults, then he was sorely mistaken. She wasn't going to be weak. She wasn't going to be a victim. Not of those freaks out there, or the asshole in here. The corner of his mouth tilted up in a grin, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm always a bastard." She unlocked her dad's closet and threw open the doors. The ammo cans, containing thousands and thousands of rounds, gleamed dully in the beam of the flashlight. She saw the bastard and his 2 buddies give a shocked scan of the contents. "Feel free to go find a ride and leave at any time. I don't need to follow you just to do what I have to do," she said, just as coldly. She began to heft out the full cans. Her ribs still ached fiercely from the blow to her chest earlier, but she was fully capable of breathing properly, and she was certain that nothing was broken. The cans were extremely heavy. She was going to need to find something to drive that could handle all this weight, plus be something that wouldn't easily get overrun by freaks. A tank would have been cool. "I think we're going to get along well," he said. They carried everything downstairs, taking periodic breaks to assess the situation outside. The stack of supplies grew to almost unmanageable proportions, and she didn't think they'd be able to find enough vehicles to safely transport the stuff. When they were finished, and she made her last trip down with some extra clothes from her room, she stood on a step with her hands on her hips and surveyed the group and their stuff. "I think we're going to need a bigger boat," she finally said. One of the guys grinned and nudged another one in the ribs. "Think this will do for now? We can grab better vehicles over at the armory. Maybe even a few weapons, too, if they haven't cleared out yet." She looked at the leader, who hadn't thought a bit in the short time they'd been working together getting this stuff ready. He looked at the vehicles they had loaded down. Her car was one, but it was low on gas. They'd have to go back to town and siphon some before heading out to the armory. She walked over to him and waited for him to hand out the keys to the other 2 drivers. Thankfully, he would be riding with them, and she wouldn't have to put up with his icy, abrasive personality. "What's your name?" she asked. "I can't keep referring to you as asshole clipboard guy in my head." He gave her a hard look before smirking the tiniest bit and turning away. "You can call me Storm." "Storm? Not Sergeant like the others?" she teased sarcastically. "I have a feeling you are going to challenge what little authority I have at every turn. So, no, just Storm." It sounded like a joke, but he was nothing less than deadly serious. She was certain that this guy had only 2 states of being, asshole and glacial. "Okay, Storm then. And you are probably right about the other thing." "What's your name?" he asked after several awkward moments. "Kate." He nodded and handed over her keys. "Follow Red," he said, motioning to the red-headed guy that was going to drive the Tahoe. "We don't have comms, so flash your lights if you need to stop." "Okay." They would have a strange convoy. The Tahoe and the Jeep would carry 2 men and supplies each. Clipboard, Storm, would be in the lead vehicle, the Jeep, in charge of their movement from now until they got to the armory. She didn't like giving up control, but she honestly was only capable of taking care of herself. She had proven that earlier tonight. That's why she didn't want anyone riding with her. She didn't want to get to know them. She didn't want to hear about their families. She didn't want to get them killed. It was easier that way. She followed Red as they pulled out of their neighborhood and back toward town. She knew where the armory was out on the old highway. The car was on Red, though, and wouldn't make it more than a few miles without stranding her and the supplies. They were going to need all the supplies they could get. They could probably do without her. The Jeep led them back into the devastated town one final time. The first pile-up they passed might have been a good option, except for the small pack of freaks they saw loitering over a corpse nearby. She hoped it was a corpse, because what they were doing to the body was nightmarish. The convoy turned right down a side street. It led to a less traveled road toward the other side of town. Apartment buildings lined the far side of the street, and at the edge was the city's newest addition to house its expanding population, a modern glass apartment building that rose 5 stories into the night sky. Aside from a couple of university buildings, it was the tallest in town. The apartments were selling for a whopping $200,000 each, which was a sizable chunk of change when you consider the median income in this area was around $40,000 a year. She had helped stage the interiors of 2 of those apartments for sale. Several short streets away from the new building was a small gas station/German restaurant. Strange combination, but the food was some of the best in 3 counties. This is where the Jeep led her. She felt uneasy, being so close to the main part of town. Surely they realized how dangerous this was. The men got out, pulling their weapons and taking a knee near Storm. She looked around carefully and got out, shutting her door softly. She walked slowly to where they convened. "Still have power. I'll go in and turn on the tanks at the register if I can. If not, we'll pump from underground." "I'm going with you," she said from her place outside their little circle. "They need to stay out here and protect our stuff." He stared at her and didn't reply for a long moment. Then he turned to look at Red. "Stay here. Signal if there's trouble. No firing unless there are too many to take hand-to-hand. In that case, we'll move out and refuel elsewhere." Red gave a short nod and set up the rest of the guys, facing out in all directions. She supposed they had this covered, being grown men and all, and soldiers to boot, but she still felt oddly as if she were leaving a bunch of newbies to deal with the monsters. Maybe she was just being arrogant. Storm walked carefully to the brick building. The glass in the large windows was tinted so that the light from inside barely shined through. It could work for them or against them, depending on who or what was inside. She rubbed the ache in her chest with her free hand. She was badly bruised already, and it was sure to get worse as the days went by. She was seriously considering just allowing Storm to get his legs gnawed off if a crawling freak ever got too close again. It couldn't possibly be worth all this discomfort. He opened the door, and she winced as the electronic bell rang. He shot her a quick, inscrutable look before leading her along the aisles. The front was clear, and she had the horrible feeling of being on display under the bright glare of the LED lights. There was a weird gurgling sound coming from the hall, and she tensed. Storm changed his grip on his knife and led the way. There were 3 closed doors in the hall, one with a strange noise, and one open area at the back. He bypassed the doors and went straight for the more dimly lit employee lounge. It was only a table and chairs with a small fridge. There was a storage area at the back. They could see the space was clear. She caught his eye and nodded toward the bottled water display. He nodded, and they went back to the hall. She hated bathroom doors. She supposed that would probably become one of her new neuroses. The first exposure that she had had to the freaks had been hidden behind a bathroom door much like this one. Judging from the gurgling inside, she was about to have another. He twisted the knob handle gently, quietly, not wanting to alert whatever lurked beyond. She braced herself to lunge and stab, to slash and cut, to do whatever she needed to take down yet another fucking cannibal maniac. She felt like she had kind of reached her limit for the day. She wanted to rest, and she couldn't, and it pissed her off. She carefully shoved her other feelings, her grief, her guilt, and her anger at her mother. It all went far away for now. She would deal with it later. Or not. There was a grunt as Storm entered the room, and she hurried around the door to make sure he wasn't being killed. He was leaning over, his knife buried in the neck of an old man on the floor. Mr. Kruger. He had turned crazy at some point and gotten trapped in the bathroom. The water was gurgling in the sink, and she started to turn it off when he pushed her hand away and rinsed the knife off. There used to be Mr. Kruger, the owner. His wife was probably around here somewhere. They were never apart. They were married over 50 years. He just grunted and dried his hands. She led the way back out into the main store area. She grabbed some chocolate bars and shoved them in her back pocket before turning to see if Storm was ready. "Got it?" she asked, as he messed with the touchscreen at the register. "Yep, I authorized the first 3 pumps. We can refuel faster that way. I don't like being here," he said. They left the store, and she pulled the car over to the 3rd pump while they used the first 2. She watched the numbers change rapidly, and she thought about all the things that were free now. Everything was free if you were strong enough or brave enough to take it. She realized the pump had clicked off a few moments after it had happened. She had been wool-gathering, a stupid mistake to make when they were surrounded by freakish, flesh-eating people. The others were finishing up as well, and seemed to have remained alert, unlike her. "Are we stopping for your brother?" Storm asked, jogging over to her as the others were loading up. She turned her face away and looked toward the tall glass building. It gleamed in the faint light of the moon. She could see lights in some of the apartments, but no movement. The awful searing pain of guilt wormed its way further into her heart. She shook her head. "No, he'll be fine here. He's strong, and I can't stay." He nodded and went back to the jeep with no further comment. They resumed their places, and she was relieved to be getting back on the road and away from this town. It would be good to get some rest, maybe tonight at the armory. She glanced at the clock and was startled to realize it was only 1 a.m. It seemed as if days had passed since this all started. She was turning onto the street to follow Red's truck when glass shattered in her face. She heard a punch right beside her ear, and she flinched. A sharp pain buried itself in the side of her face. A scorching line burned down from her temple, dangerously close to her eye, and stopped near her mouth. Wetness dripped on that side of her face as she gaped in shock at the round hole in the center of her windshield. She couldn't quite comprehend it. The glass around the hole was spiderwebbed with cracks, and she realized that she was feeling liquid drip from her chin onto her arm. Precious seconds passed as it ran in rivulets and puddled in the seat. The car jolted, and she slammed forward into the steering wheel, realizing too late that it was still moving without her guidance. Her seatbelt had failed, and she thought, somewhat stupidly she realized, that she should file a lawsuit. What the fuck happened? It finally clicked as she heard a sharp report. Someone was shooting. At her. She realized that blurred shapes were running toward her, and she felt the impact of another punch on the frame of the car. There was a blast of something sweet and pungent from under the hood. Radiator? The car was dead in the water. The people running toward her weren't going to help her. Quite the opposite, actually. Their rending, snapping teeth and fucked up eyes filled her with fear, and her heart slammed so hard in her chest that her bruised sternum hurt. She searched for the other cars through the cracked windshield, and she clenched her teeth as she watched them drive on. Without her. Her lip quivered the slightest bit, and she steeled herself against the pain that caused. It wasn't like they knew her, or she them. They didn't know her anything. She had to run. She grabbed her bag with a wince and looped the strap of the rifle across her chest. Her chest hurt, aggravated by the car's sudden stop into the support pole of a traffic light across the street. Her head stung, and every time she moved, she felt fresh streams of blood. Had she been shot in the head? She didn't have time to find out right now, not unless she wanted it to be the very last thing she ever did. She took quick stock of her body, which seemed to be still capable of functioning, and jumped out of the car as the first body slammed into the opposite side. She pulled her pistol, all thoughts of being quiet forgotten as the wave of ugly, menacing people crashed into the other side of the car. They streamed around both sides like water. Unstoppable. She fired several rounds as she walked backward, hoping to cause some to trip up the others. It wasn't working very well. Another shot kicked up a small puff of dirt near her feet, and a chunk of rock hit her in the shin. Her eyes followed the trajectory of the shot, and she realized that someone in the tall, expensive apartment building was playing sniper. He was doing a fairly good job of freaking her out, though he wasn't a professional. If he was, she would be dead by now, most likely. She ran toward the corner of the German restaurant. The brick wall would protect her from the sniper's bullets, but it wouldn't stop the freaks who were chasing her down. She looked all around as she ran around the back of the place and scanned the area. Vehicles were parked at a nearby duplex, but it would take her back out into the open. What she needed to do was take out the sniper and the freaks. She could find a car afterward and figure out what to do then. She heard the rough gags and growls of the crowd as they approached. They knew she was here. She prepared herself as they fluttered around the corner. She took them out with her pistol as accurately as she could. Some were neck shots, and they sprayed the walls with their blood. She was making a dent, but her hand was aching from squeezing the trigger so many times. They finally stopped coming, and she quickly stretched out her spasming fingers and wiped her face. She felt a sting as she pulled on the face wound and a fresh trickle of blood. Damn. She wasn't sure how bad the damage was, and she was scared to go find somewhere to look. Strange how she was so accustomed to killing people now, but was still squeamish when it came to her own injuries. She listened carefully as she crept back the way she had come. If the pack of freaks had been dealt with, then she needed to figure out how to take out the sniper. Not just for her own sake, but for anyone else that might wander too close. She wished she had a distraction of some sort. She pulled the rifle forward and made sure the selector switch was on single shot. She had an idea of where the rounds had come from, near the top floor of one of the balconies. That narrowed it down substantially. She also figured that if the shooter had any common sense, the apartment he, or she, was holed up in would be dark. That narrowed it down a little more. The moonlight was bright enough to see by, which meant she needed to stay in the shadows. She looked down at her t-shirt. Earlier, it would have been too bright and visible, but now blood had soaked into most of it, and dirt and grime had covered the rest. She approached the far corner hesitantly and lay down. The shot was going to be super far away, and she knew she didn't have much hope of actually landing it and taking him out. She had to try, and maybe she'd get lucky. At the very least, she'd show the son of a bitch that there were still people out here that would shoot back. She crawled forward, barely moving. Her chest scraped the concrete painfully, but she pushed it out of her mind with everything else that she couldn't afford to think about right now. Like how Storm had left her behind to die and stolen her father's weapons and ammo. She gritted her teeth and peered around, lining up the sights for the top third of the target building. She looked, moving as slowly as she could manage. Some lights were showing dimly up there, but she saw no movement. Parts of the balconies were in shadow, just like she was, and she realized that the shooter was probably scanning the shadows for her as well. It was a matter of who found the other first, who would be the first to give themselves away. She heard the scrape of feet and the wheezing of breath from an alley nearby. It wasn't on her yet, but it would be as soon as it realized she was there. It would also give away her position. She swallowed and tried to calm herself. If she got a chance to take a shot, then she couldn't afford to have shaky hands. It was hard to do with the low groaning and swish of clothing against bricks assaulting her ears and making her want to run. She had just decided to inch backward and try to kill the freak silently when she saw a flash. It was the reflection of the moon on a rifle scope. Chapter 16. Leaving Them Behind. Jared. Present. There was a time when Jared felt like he was all alone in the world. Even though he had his mother and sister, he had still felt alone. He spent his nights at home, doing various tasks and working on his hobbies. Once the basement was finished, he found new things to try. He would go to work and see the same people every day. He would have the same conversations. He would fill out the same paperwork. He would shoot whenever he had the inclination. It was the soul-crushing loneliness that he hated so much. He felt like he was missing a vital part of his self, his own soul. He didn't acknowledge it often, because he did not worry about his feelings all that much, and it felt a bit womanish to be thinking about things like that. So he ignored it mostly, unless he was drunk. He didn't get drunk often because he was usually a mean drunk. The aggression that he repressed every day. The mean things he had to stop himself from saying to his co-workers, and even the clients he interacted with, all built up in him. The anger at being the less favored child. The guilt at causing his father's death. It all built up. At the end there, he started to feel like those people on the crime documentaries must have felt right before they snapped. It was disturbing. He was disturbed by it. The people in his life would never have suspected it, because he covered it up with jokes. That was his armor and his outlet. His jokes deflected, they disguised, they let him blow off some steam in ways that didn't end up with other people dead. They didn't harm others or himself. They were his pressure valve. He kept the darker parts of his nature from overwhelming him. One day, he had been constructing an elaborate scheme to have all the phone lines in the office connect with various businesses around the world. From the main computer switchboard, he had orchestrated it almost perfectly. He was ready to place the calls and sit back and listen from his own computer when Mr. Hubbard had suddenly walked around the corner. Behind him was the most attractive girl he thought he'd ever seen. His world had stopped. When she looked at him, he felt something click into place, and he had forgotten all about his prank. He was supposed to mentor her for a couple of months while she settled into the new job. She was going to be in the cubicle next to him. She was going to be doing the same job that he was. He suddenly felt more alive than he had in years. When she asked him why he had all the foreign numbers plugged into the system's call slots, he had a moment of hesitation. He could lie and go on with everyday work things, or he could tell her the truth and see what she did. He told her the truth. When she smiled a naughty little grin and asked to listen in with him, he fell in love with her right then. It was like a sledgehammer to the chest. That was their first prank together, the first of the many that had followed. Jared thought about that feeling now as they walked down the road. In the distance, they saw Sten's massive gate. He felt that overwhelming loneliness again. He felt like he had left half of himself back in the woods. He felt like the worst sort of traitor in the world. He felt like he had killed Anna by leaving the place where they had last seen her. The second evening, Bradley had said they needed to go. They'd run out of bottled water and food. They drank creek water and ate plants. Bradley didn't catch any more rabbits, and the nights were only going to get colder. He had convinced Jared that the only way to help the others was to go get a vehicle, and possibly more people to help them look. Jared knew he was right, but he still felt like he was murdering his love by leaving. They walked straight through, only stopping for the shortest of breaks to relieve themselves. They found a road and then a road marker. They decided to follow it to save time, even though the threat of being spotted was far more dire out in the open like that. Jared felt an urgency that he couldn't ignore. He needed to hurry, and so they took the road. Now they stood outside Sten's gate. They had rung the bell. They had waited. When the rustling from the trees came, he wasn't startled by it. He was relieved. Sten's stern, foreboding countenance gave him hope. If anyone could help track people down in the woods, it would be him. "What brings you here?" he asked suspiciously. His eyes narrowed and scanned the surroundings, then Jared's grave face. "Where's Chara?" "You heard from Harry what we were doing?" Jared asked, not wanting to explain everything. He wasn't sure he could without bursting into an embarrassing emotional display. "I heard. That was before the earthquake hit," Sten said. "You weren't able to make it through?" "We made it about 150 miles or so. We stopped at a nursing home full of old folks. That night the earthquake hit. We got out of the collapsed building eventually and started back this way. We lost the vehicles, got separated by a large herd as we were heading back this way. It was about 20 miles north and west of here. Anna and the others are out there. We couldn't find them." He couldn't look at Bradley. He stared as Sten's face went still. Jared didn't know what he was going to do. Everything seemed to go still for a moment, even the animals and the trees and the cold breeze that had followed them most of the day. "Tor!" Sten suddenly shouted. "Bring the trucks!" Jared just stared at Sten's sudden outburst. Yelling that loud these days wasn't wise. In fact, he barely heard people talk over the hushed tones they had adopted since the muties had taken over. Rustling started in the trees, and people materialized, more than he would have expected. The fact that all those people had been there, watching him without him knowing, maybe even for miles, was freaky, especially since they were wearing animal skins in lieu of coats. Some of them, anyway. He wanted to learn how to do that. The loud, throaty rumble of several diesel engines approached. The gate started to move, and Bradley's mouth dropped open when he saw Sten's trucks. They were Humvees. Or they used to be until Sten's people had gotten a hold of them. Strange designs, runes, had been painted into a camouflage pattern onto the tan body of the Humvee. Metal grates and mesh had been welded into the openings so that they could be pulled down if they came under attack. The turrets had actual machine guns mounted, and men manning them. Metal cages had been fabricated to surround the gunner, Extra steel plates, with small grating to allow heat to escape, protected the engine. Overall, the truck seemed almost impervious to anything other than a nuclear weapon, which was an actual possibility these days, Jared reminded himself. He bet they got horrible mileage, though. A man with long, dark blonde hair and a brown beard jumped down from the driver's seat of the lead vehicle. He stalked over to them, and Jared suddenly felt a bit smaller than he was used to feeling. To say Tor was large was an understatement. He stood over 6.5 feet tall and had shoulders broader than he'd ever seen. If he'd been the type to get intimidated, then he might have been intimidated by him. But he wasn't. "What the hell did you feed this guy growing up?" he said. "Turnip greens and ham, mostly," Tor said with a smirk. "This is Tor," Sten gestured to Jared. "Tor, we're going to help Jared and Bradley find some people. There's also a herd heading this way. Sound the warning, then mount up." Tor gave a signal to a man near the gate, and a moment later he heard a horn blowing. The people still on the edge of the trees faded quickly back and disappeared. The gate snapped closed with a large thud, and he heard the scrape of metal against metal behind the heavy wood logs. Jared approached the lead Humvee, and Sten gestured to the people inside to get out. What followed was the strangest collection of people that had probably ever existed in an American military vehicle. "I feel like I just ran into Khan's people on Ceti Alpha 5, he murmured to Bradley. "Shh," Bradley hissed, as Sten's people gave him a death glare. "Do you think their arms get cold?" he asked, ignoring Bradley's warning. He didn't answer. "Go take your places on the wall," Sten told them, and they filed away. He ushered Jared and Bradley into the vehicle, with Tor in the driver's seat. "May I?" Bradley asked, gesturing to the turret. "Be my guest. No firing until I give the order." Bradley nodded. "Go," Sten told Tor. Then they were leaving. Jared guided Sten down the earthquake-stricken roads as best he could. The Humvees were much better at navigating the rough terrain and fissured roads than the SUV had been, though they still did travel slowly. Walking, it had taken them a day and a half to travel the distance. Driving at the pace they were going now, it would take about 45 minutes, when he realized that everything they had gone through in the last 3 days had happened only a short drive from help. Well, the cognitive dissonance there was a little overwhelming. "So, you went over on this bridge here, camped out, then were attacked by the herd the next day. That was, what, 2 days ago now? 3? Jared nodded and studied the map in Sten's lap. The amount of green was vast, and he swallowed back his helplessness at Anna and Fletch's predicament. If they had wandered off course, or were chased off course, then they could end up in all that green. In reality, that green was forest, and the close, squiggly lines were topo lines. The hills were harsh, especially to those unaccustomed to traveling them on foot. He and Bradley knew firsthand just how hard the traveling had been. Wounded and carrying a heavy pack, it would be even worse. "Any idea of where they went?" Sten asked with a questioning frown. Jared tapped Bradley's leg, and he came down out of the caged turret. "I think we covered this here," Jared said with a glance at Bradley for affirmation. He pointed to a disappointingly small area on the map. It had seemed much, much larger and more difficult when they were searching it. Sten nodded and marked it with a pencil. "We'll keep one team patrolling the roads between here and the bridge. They can radio in the precise location of the herd you encountered, if they're still there. Tor will take another team to the east of the road you were on, and we'll take my team and head west. Chances are we'll find some sign of them. Tell them to look for an old man with a cow, too," Bradley said. Sten huffed. "You serious, Clark?" Bradley looked at Jared to see his reaction to Sten's comment. Jared couldn't muster up the enthusiasm he might have once felt. What did movie one-liners matter right now? "Yeah, we found a cow, Daisy," Bradley answered for them. "Anna found the cow," Jared corrected. "And the old man?" Sten asked. "She found him too. A cantankerous old fart, but she'd be mad at me if we left him out here." He saw Bradley and Sten exchange looks from his peripheral vision. He didn't care. He just wanted to be out there already. Every second they sat here in the Humvees was a second Anna and Fletch and the others could be closer to death. Stuart's still out there too. I wasn't worried about him because, but now I don't know. I think he would have found us by now if he could." Bradley nodded and bit his lip. Jared knew he was just as worried, but it was different. He didn't have half of himself missing out there. "Hey, we'll find them." Sten folded the map and radioed instructions to the others, who eventually turned off onto other roads. They would meet at the designated rally point, the bridge, in 8 hours. They started their search where it had all begun. The remains of the muties had disappeared, of course. "I thought you said you took down part of a herd here," Sten questioned, hands on his hips. He wore darkly stained buckskin pants that should have looked ridiculous with his combat boots, but didn't. The axe hung loosely from his belt, ready at the first sign of attack. Tor stood nearby, looking skeptical. Jared and Bradley shared a look. He sincerely hoped Sten wouldn't kill the messengers. "About that, we've got another problem," Bradley said. "You do?" Sten asked. "We all do. The world has another problem," Jared added. "Well?" "They replicate. The dead muties clone themselves if you don't burn the parts." Sten turned and walked away, shaking his head and muttering things in a language that Jared was quite sure he would never understand. He watched the man squat down and touch the dirt. He sifted it through his fingers and held it up to his nose to smell. After it dropped, Sten stood and studied the road. Tor was watching their backs. It was reassuring, that was for sure. "Where was she? When it happened, where was she?" he asked, finally finished with his strange rituals. Jared dragged Bradley into position and studied the road, remembering the last vision he had of her. "She was up there, in front, with Fletch. The old man and the cow were over there. Stewart was taking point up ahead." Sten studied the spot. What he was looking for, or possibly seeing, Jared didn't know. "The small pack came from the trees over there. It split your group, here." Sten walked to a point and stood. "This is where you were surrounded. They went that way." Jared looked to where Sten had pointed. It was the direction he and Bradley had followed as well. Jared nodded. "Let's go then. Bradley, guard my truck. Tor, guard Bradley and man the radio." In the trees, the air was cooler, and the ground was dappled with light. The trees were bursting with color. Red, orange, yellow. Some were still green. It was pretty, but it looked desolate to him because the memories he had of this place were filled with desperation and fear. The lapse in time from then to now was like a void. It was almost unbearable. "We'll follow the trail as long as we can," Sten promised. He stayed back a little, studying the man as he followed signs that Jared couldn't detect. They veered from the path that he and Bradley had taken. The change was so abrupt that he frowned. "They went back toward the herd?" he asked incredulously as they made the sharp turn. "Looks like it," Sten muttered. It made sense to Jared now why they hadn't found them. He would never have expected them to go toward the marching mutant army. They might have run into something that forced them in that direction. Maybe they knew of a place to go. Anna would have been scared and upset. Fletch was pretty badly wounded, probably not thinking straight. She also doesn't have a very good sense of direction, Jared added. "Well, most women don't unless they grow up out in the woods. Or learn," he said as an afterthought. "Anna didn't strike me as the panicking type." "She isn't, but she probably thought Bradley and I were." He trailed off. Twice in 2 days she thought he was dead. That had to have been a mindfuck. "Oh, you have quite a habit of running into trouble. You do realize that, right?" Sten said. "You have a habit of pointing out the obvious," Jared retorted. "We all have our faults." The day wore on, and to Jared's dismay, the trail ended at a stream. They went 2 miles up and down a small waterway. One end petered out, and the other ended at the lake. It was a dead end. Except for the packs. "Jared?" Sten asked. Jared ignored him and picked up the bag. It was hers. He knew it without a doubt. The other would be Fletch's, he guessed. His breathing became ragged, and his hands shook as he searched through the nearly empty bag. Why would they leave their packs behind? Moisture burned his eyes, and he gritted his teeth to stop the telltale trembling of his mouth. There were footsteps behind him, and a hand on his shoulder. I found a place inside the tree line. Looks like someone laid down there for a bit. The weather kind of blunted the shape a bit. Could have been a deer. No, Jared said quietly. He shook his head. No, it was one of them. He pointed to the ground. I'm no tracker, but I think those prints belong to more than just two people. Sten knelt and studied the tracks. Jared wanted to learn that skill someday. It seemed to be pretty useful. Maybe he would after the situation cleared up. At least two others, maybe more, wearing shoes. So, not muties. Sten shook his head. They stayed silent for a while, Sten studying the ground more nearby, and Jared watching the water. It was very still. It would have been calming if his other half hadn't been ripped away from him. He eyed the bridge in the distance, roughly judging the place the SUV had gone over, and the place Anna must have jumped from. He honestly couldn't believe she had jumped in after him. From that height, it was touch and go whether someone would survive the fall. When he thought of how close she had been to the sandbar, it made his throat tighten all over again. We have to head back if we're going to make it to the rendezvous in time, Sten said. Jared felt defeated all over again. He felt like he had failed her for a third time. First, when he had let them get separated in the first place. Second, when he hadn't found them that first day. Finally, today. Now. Jared stared out over the placid lake. The water was getting colder, losing its summer heat now that the nights were colder. Even the other day it had been cold. She wouldn't have gone in the water, not unless they were cornered. The beach toward the bridge would have led them right into the herd. The other direction would have taken them out further into the wilderness. They either retraced their steps back into the hills, or they went into the lake, he finally said. Sten slapped him on the shoulder and turned him around, back the way they had come. He knew that Jared would sit there all day if he allowed it. Jared wanted to tell him to just leave him here to keep looking, but he was almost positive that Sten would knock his ass out and drag him back to the Humvee. We'll try the other direction tomorrow. I'll call the other teams and we'll cover more ground. Don't give up. I don't think Anna would go down without one hell of a fight, and there haven't been any signs of that, Sten said. Jared gave the lake one last look. Wherever you are, I will find you. Back at the truck several hours later, the sun was sinking behind the hills. Bradley's face fell as they came back without any definite answers. Jared saw him quickly mask his grief with casual optimism. It was a good effort, but Jared saw right through it. Tor gave him a sad nod, and for some reason that made him feel worse, and in some ways better than before. It was a nod that conveyed sorrow and solidarity. Whatever happened, he wasn't alone. It was a small comfort. Jared and Bradley fell in behind Sten as he walked toward the standoffish groups nearby. They'd set up a small encampment, and a third of the 19 men were on guard duty. 3 were in the turrets. There was no fire, no jovial camaraderie, no war stories. This wasn't a camping trip. It was a search party in enemy territory, and they all knew, though Jared vehemently denied it to himself, that they could be looking for bodies. Chapter 17. The Next Step. Kate. Past. Kate breathed out evenly, paused, and caressed the trigger. The weapon kicked a little, but it wasn't bad. She had to find her target again, and that took a little bit. When she found the correct balcony, her breath shuddered to a stop. The shooter had popped up a little and had her directly in his sights. She heard 2 rapid shots as she threw herself to the side. Bricks shattered and struck the injured side of her face. She flinched as she felt something embed itself into the wound she already had. She could have sworn the shots were not from the same rifle. She didn't have time to care, because the freak that had been tracking her had finally heard her movement and come to investigate. She rolled to her back, hindered by the bag. The woman had been injured terribly, with one arm mangled beyond repair. There was a belt wrapped around her upper arm. The tourniquet had worked and had kept her alive, but unfortunately, the bitch was insane. There was no tourniquet for crazy. Kate rolled forward onto her knees and grabbed the dangling leather strap. She yanked hard, using the momentum to pull herself and the knife up into the angry monster's face. The blood sluggishly gushed out onto Kate's shirt. It was already beyond saving anyway, but the fact that the blood might be infectious scared her. She had open wounds that she needed to protect. She needed to find something to bandage herself up with. She pushed the corpse to the ground and slung the rifle over her shoulder again. She was still trapped. She didn't know where the second shot had come from, but the sniper had almost gotten her a moment ago. Kate wouldn't assume anything about his state of being. For all she knew, he had a helper up there. She slumped back against the wall. She just needed to rest a few minutes, then she would find a car. She looked over at the writhing mass of corpses nearby, with a faint disgust and a hint of inquisitiveness. She really wanted to know why they coiled themselves around like that after death. Perhaps they didn't yet realize that they were dead. Their bodies, anyway. She slid down the wall near them, hoping that they might disguise her a bit in case any more of them came along. She didn't know how they detected their prey, if it was just random chance or some enhanced sense. The sound of a footfall made her perk up from the half-dazed state she had sunk into. She hadn't slept for almost 24 hours, and she hadn't eaten for half that. She was running on empty. All she could do was muster up just enough energy to raise the rifle in one arm and prop it on her hip in the general direction of the threat. She held her breath as the freak came around the corner. Except it wasn't a freak. It was an asshole. "Kate?" It sounded like an exclamation, or a curse. The figure rushed forward, scanning the corpses for any threat. "Decided to come back and take the rest of my stuff?" she murmured. She was pissed, enraged, actually, but she didn't have the energy to show how much. She felt strong hands tilting her face upward slightly and heard the tiniest catch of breath in his throat, but he otherwise didn't display any emotion. At all. It must not be too bad, then. "Do I still have a right eye?" she asked cynically. She hadn't been able to see well from it in a while, but it could just be crusted over with blood. "Get up," he said. "We have to move." "Fuck you. You left me to die. You can shove bamboo slivers under my fingernails later. We need to go. Now," he said. He was taciturn and frigid, so pretty much his normal self. "I won't forget this," she said, and hoisted herself up with his help. As soon as she was upright, she jerked herself away from him and stood alone. She put the rifle over her shoulder and pulled her knife again. There was no use drawing even more attention to themselves if they didn't have to. "We didn't leave you behind. I sent Red and the others to take out the sniper. I came back to get you out of here, or your body," he said baldly. "We ran into a pack at the end of the street. It took longer than expected to put them all down." "The guys okay?" she asked. "They were when they left to take out the shooter." He said it uncaringly, as if they would either make it back or they wouldn't. He couldn't possibly be as indifferent as he portrayed, could he? She stopped at the edge of the building and looked cautiously out into the street. The car was undrivable, but the supplies were still good. She didn't want to leave it behind, especially since part of the ammo was in there. They would need every bit. "I saw the driver's seat. Thought it was a headshot," he said casually. She looked at his face and noticed a tick in his cheek. "It almost was. Heard it punch the seat near my ear. Not sure what caused this," she said, gesturing to the ruined side of her face. "It bled quite a bit. We'll get you stitched up when we get to the armory. Got a medic there." They heard the crunch of tires on glass, and she saw the Jeep, the Tahoe, and the pickup truck coming around the corner. She realized that she was nervous that maybe some of them hadn't made it. She was pissed off about that, too. She didn't want to get close to these people. She didn't want one fucking thing to do with them beyond tagging along to kill freaks. She was going to have to double down on this whole caring about others thing. She was too soft. Her hands shook as she sat in the ruined driver's seat of her car and reloaded her mags. Her blood puddle was still wet, and it gave her unpleasant flashbacks to the incident itself. Just another traumatic event to add to all the others. One day they might all catch up to her, but maybe not if she ran fast enough. She said nothing as the guys shot her surreptitious glances while they unloaded the supplies into the other vehicles. She knew she looked hideous, maybe even permanently maimed, definitely scarred for life. She could feel the deep cut where the blood had dried, from her right temple down to where it curved toward her eye, and then her top lip. If it had gone any further, it would have gotten her eye, and probably split her lip all the way down. In her old life, she probably would have been panicking, hyperventilating, and calling an ambulance for herself. Now it just kind of seemed like another shitty situation on top of all the other shitty situations she had lived through today. Was she lucky or unlucky? "Move out," Storm commanded. He gave Kate an icy glare and nodded toward the jeep he was driving. She debated ignoring him and riding with someone else, but in the end she complied. It was only because she didn't want to be sucked into a conversation with the others. With Storm, she wouldn't have to worry about getting too close, feeling too much. With Storm, there was no danger of getting attached. They passed the road to Jared's house, and she felt a short, sharp pang in her gut. She hoped to see him again someday. The knife he had given her for Christmas had saved her life. Maybe one day she would be worthy of facing him again. She frowned grimly at the window and the darkness ahead. He didn't try to talk to her until they reached the armory. It was only a short drive down the old highway, and when they got there, she was surprised to find a few other people already there. Lights were shining, though she didn't think that was a good idea. From the look on Storm's face, he didn't think so either. There were a few vehicles in the parking lot already. She wondered if their owners were inside or dead. When they parked, she gathered up her gear, including the rifle, and got out of the truck. Her muscles had stiffened up, and her face was beginning to swell from the injuries. She dreaded going inside. She bet she looked just like one of those freaks. They probably would have shot her on sight if she'd shown up alone. Storm and the others regrouped in the grass in front of the armory. She hung back, pacing the perimeter of the nicely mowed lawn, not wanting to be a part of their little powwow. There was movement inside the windows, and she wandered closer to see. The door opened swiftly, and she held perfectly still as 3 men armed with rifles started walking toward her. They were aiming right at her. "I'm really fucking tired of being shot at tonight, so if you could lower your fucking weapons, that'd be great," she fumed. That made them falter for a moment, long enough for Storm to thrust himself in front of her. That kind of irritated her as well, like she needed his help. "Mullins, Reed, McCain, the captain still here?" he asked them. They immediately relaxed and approached him, giving her a wary glance. Storm's guys edged in behind her, and the action made her uneasy. She didn't like the feeling of people behind her. She slid sideways just enough to put the brick wall of the armory at her back. She felt a little safer there, and she focused on the conversation. "Nah, Stark moved on to Thompsonville with the rest of the guys. We're ordered to wait here until noon tomorrow, then head out. There's talk of some big action going on up there, clearing the land for miles." "Really?" Storm said. The frown on his face was unsettled, as if he didn't know what was going on. That unsettled her. He seemed like a man who always knew everything. "Let's get inside. We need food, water, clothing, and the medic," he said, nodding to her. 10 sets of eyes turned in her direction, and she stared back. She clenched her teeth and followed Storm into the building. The air conditioning felt foreign and wonderful, but she was highly aware that the lights showed her repulsive injuries clearly. She wanted to shrink down and try to make herself invisible, but that felt cowardly. After everything she had been through, the last thing she felt was cowardly. She raised her head and stared unflinchingly at the few faces they passed. She heard whispers behind her, and she knew they were talking about her. She caught a few phrases, and she was afraid they were exaggerating the things she had done. The last thing she wanted was some kind of notoriety. She got her mother killed. Nothing she had done, before or after, could ever make up for that. At the end of the hall was a large windowless room. There was a large whiteboard on the wall, and some old government-issued furniture. It looked like any other armory office, she supposed. Storm let her in, and a few moments later, a man with a medic bag came to sit next to her. Storm gave him a look, and he began to examine her face. "You need stitches," he said apologetically. She nodded once, taking a page from Storm's book. "I'm going to give you some medication." "No drugs," she said, adamant. "Sure? You'll have to hold still. It's going to hurt," he warned with a look toward Storm. "Nothing," she affirmed. "Okay, lie down on the table here and let's get you cleaned up." She laid down, and he stuffed something soft under her head and neck. She felt him probing the edges of her wound. Eventually, he opened his kit and took out some tweezers. She closed her eyes and held perfectly still as the stinging pain started. The cleaning felt like he was trying to scrub her face from her skull with a piece of sandpaper. Then he did a little more digging around. He started listing his finds for Storm, and she would have rolled her eyes if she wasn't so worried about moving. Glass, brick fragments. Some shrapnel, looks like. Did she get shot at? He asked incredulously. She couldn't see Storm because her eyes were closed, but he must have nodded. There's a sniper. It was close. She drifted as the pain increased. At one point, she felt a rough, cool hand across her forehead. It held her head down firmly, but not forcefully. It was a comforting weight, and she focused on the feeling of it when the sharp, stabbing pain of the needle and the unpleasant tugging feeling of the thread threatened to break her composure. She couldn't stop the tears that leaked from her closed eyes, but she'd be damned if she was going to yell or cry out loud in front of Storm. Eventually, what seemed like hours later, he was finished. Sweat and blood on her shirt made her feel sticky and uncomfortable. She was going to ask the medic, a nice, reasonable man, for some clean clothes when Storm spoke up. Check her sternum. She took a pretty hard hit earlier. Her eyes flew open, and she glared at him. What fucking arrogance! I'm fine, she ground out, and winced as the stitches near her lip pulled. She touched it gingerly and felt the hot, puffy skin. She wished she hadn't touched it. It felt horrible and ragged. Frankenstein's monster. I'd feel a lot better if you let me check it. Chest injuries can be tricky sometimes, he said. Storm raised an imperious eyebrow, but his face was rigid and bitter and bordered on disgust. Good. At least if he thought she was repulsive, then he wouldn't try anything shady. She stared at the wall over the medic's head and pulled up her shirt. When she reached the underwire of her bra, she lifted it just enough for him to see the injury. She knew it looked bad. The medic started to reach out with an alcohol-soaked gauze pad, but a growl from Storm stayed his hand. He finally offered the pad to her. She took it and cleaned off the crusted red mess from her chest as best she could, while holding up the bottom of her bra with her other hand. It didn't look any better cleaned up. A livid mark spread out from the center of her chest. It was just another layer of soreness on top of all her other aches and pains. Storm stared at her chest blatantly, a stony frown working its way over his features as he took in the bruising. Damn, the medic whistled. What hit you? The question was for her, but she looked right at Storm and raised her eyebrows. I did, he ground out. Storm turned on his heel and left, and she didn't feel bad about it at all. It was almost dawn when Kate woke up from her short nap. She felt oddly energized after so short a sleep, though her body ached more fiercely than she had ever felt. No part of her didn't hurt. She tugged on the boots the medic had found for her. Her own had been soaked in blood and other fluids, and she gladly abandoned them for the lighter-weight military boots. He'd also found her a pair of multicams in her size and a t-shirt. She still had clothes in her bag, but the heavier-weight multicams would be better for the dirty work she'd certainly be doing soon. There was no doubt in her mind that the day ahead would be filled with fighting and death and running. It gave her a sense of purpose, and she couldn't wait to start. Her mother's death wouldn't be avenged by a few measly kills. It might take her a lifetime of fighting to begin to make up for it, even if her lifetime will be a bit shorter than she would have liked. She went to the bathroom and worked herself up to look in the mirror this time. Her face hurt, along with everything else, but the medic had given her some over-the-counter pain medication to help. She locked the door behind her and approached the mirror. She was more nervous about this than she was about going out to fight the freaks later. She took a deep breath as her reflection stared back at her. It was unexpected. Wow, she sighed. She gingerly touched the stitching along the side of her face. Some of the swelling had gone down, but it was red still. Her hair was wild, and she took it out of its braid. The braid had at last tamed the curls and made them less crazy. She still had blood in her hair, and it wasn't working well as a hair product. Her green eyes were dull and had dark shadows underneath. To be expected, she supposed. Overall, she still kind of looked like herself. With a lot of stitches, she was going to have a permanent sneer on the right side of her mouth unless she could find a plastic surgeon somewhere. Her eye was pulling a little, too. It wasn't quite as hideous as she had expected, though the day was still young. There were plenty more injuries to be had. She grinned a little at that, and winced at the feeling of it on her sensitive top lip. A knock at the door had her reaching for her knife handle. Bathrooms had scarred her for life. No way was she ever going to forget to be vigilant in one. She went over to the door, moved the large trash can from where she had shoved it, unlocked it, and cracked it open. It was the medic. "I came to check on you," he said. His eyes were kind, and he was probably a good man. She didn't want to get familiar with him. He was too nice. "I'm fine," she said, "trying to figure out which blood type looks best on me, and how to get it out of my hair," she joked with a straight face. He looked at her blankly. "I'm pretty sure it isn't all mine," she explained. "Oh, yeah, I could see how that might be a little gross. Hold on," he said, and left in a hurry. She waited for a few heartbeats, and he was back. "Here, put this over your stitches and lean over." He handed her a towel, and she did as he asked. She stared out into the hallway with her good eye as he poured warm water over her head. Her hair was way too long to easily wash in the sink, but he didn't complain. His fingers combed gently through the tangles, loosening the blood and other things that had come to rest there. "We're pulling out soon. Captain Stark wanted us there by early afternoon. They'll be doing some major cleaning up in T-ville today." "Why?" she asked. "They're clearing out all the pockets of crazies so they can turn that place into a major operations center for the area. They want to make it a refugee center of sorts, too." She flinched at that and pulled away. "That's enough." She turned away from him and dried her hair. "Thanks," she added. "No problem," he said. "Any time you need blood washed out of your hair, then I'm your guy," he said with a laugh. She grinned as best she could, and was startled when Storm suddenly filled the doorway. "If you're finished flirting, it's time to shut this place down." His tone was harsh, and his face was solid granite. He didn't give her time to come up with a suitably abrasive retort. "He's in a bad mood today," the medic said, cleaning up the mess around the sink. "How can you tell?" She was in the windowless room waiting for the guys to come back from packing up the supplies. She had tried to help, but Storm brushed her off and mentioned something about her stealing more of their weapons. She flipped him off behind his back and came back here to get her stuff ready. She already had her pistols strapped and ready. Her knife was in its holster on her belt. The extra magazines for each weapon were loaded. She was loading her bag with a few MREs she had found and some extra batteries for her flashlight. She didn't want to be bogged down by too much stuff in case she had to run, so she took out the canned foods. She would stash them in one of the vehicles. When they finished their preparations, they came back to the office. "Okay, guys, this is it. Anyone who made it through the clusterfuck at the stadium and wanted to rejoin the unit is probably already here. We can't wait any longer. There's some major shit going down up at T-ville, and we're needed to beef up security there. Plus, you know Stark will throw a bitch fit if we show up late and make his ass look bad in front of the top brass," Storm said to the room. The men were all attentive, and she thought it was the most that she'd ever heard him say at once. "Any civilian who wants to leave should do so now," he said with a clear look her way. She was the only civilian. She gave him her best death stare, and the 20-plus people in the room looked away nervously. There were no other women, and she wondered about that. Surely their unit had some, somewhere. The only explanation that she could come up with was that they had either gotten killed at the stadium or had gone to be with their families. Whatever the cause, it made for an uncomfortable atmosphere to be surrounded by so many men and looking like some kind of patchwork quilt. "Shouldn't you leave a note in case some of your guys show up later?" she asked, interrupting his next statement. That's a good idea, the medic said, and went over to the large whiteboard. He scrawled a large message and waited for Storm's approval. She read it over but couldn't make sense of it. It seemed to be satisfactory, though, because Storm gave a brief nod. They concluded the meeting, and a few men went off to shut down the generator as they left the building. The brief respite and safety had been nice, but she was ready to get her hands dirty again. Resting led to feelings and thoughts that she wanted to stay dead and buried. Outside, the vehicles were lined up and ready to go, minus a black pickup and a white Suburban. She ran her hands along the tailgate of the truck and clenched her fist. "Load up, Kate. You're with me," Storm barked. "Why can't we take this truck?" she asked. "It reminds me of my brother's truck," she said, trying to keep the wistfulness out of her voice. "Because that's Bradley's truck. Bradley would personally castrate anyone who stole his truck," Storm explained. "Besides, if anyone can make it through that shit out there, it's Bradley. He might want it back." "What about this one?" she asked, nodding to the SUV. "That belongs to Stewart. Bradley would also castrate anyone who stole Stewart's truck. They're closer than brothers," Storm said. She nodded, then thought about what he had said. "Wait, are they together?" Storm rolled his eyes and walked off toward the Humvee they had pulled up from around the back of the armory. They would be in the lead truck because Storm didn't trust anyone else to lead the convoy as effectively as himself. She was dealing with a surly, abrasive, aggressive narcissist whose frosty looks could scar for life. He was quite possibly the only person that could help her keep her shit together so well. Her dislike of him, and her need to prove him wrong at every turn, would keep her more female sensitivities in check. It worked out well. She jumped in the back seat of his Humvee and was surprised that he wasn't driving it himself. She didn't ask why. A man was sitting in the back seat with her, and another man was standing in the turret. Her fellow backseat passenger looked a little surprised at her presence, perhaps even a little pissed at having a woman along. His next words confirmed it. "Bad luck having a fucking Trixie along," he muttered. That was tough. He could just get over it. "Yeah, you ought to be careful. Bad things happen to the people around me," she retorted. It was closer to the truth than he would ever know. Red was driving and gave her a small smile as they pulled out. Her rifle rested on the floor, muzzle down, where she could reach it in an emergency. There was no talking other than the concise orders that Storm gave Red. "The back roads will be better, but I think we can make better time on the interstate," Storm said. "What about traffic jams?" she asked. Surely everyone else would have the same idea. Storm ignored her, and Red was the one to answer. "True, it's a relatively flat drive to Thompsonville on the interstate. We can most likely get around any pileups or jams. If not, we can move them." Honestly, it didn't matter much to her one way or the other, so she stayed quiet after that. If the scorn on the guy's face next to her was any indication, he wanted her to shut up too. The interstate wasn't as packed as she had thought it would be. Some vehicles had even been moved out of the way to allow traffic to flow. Probably military traffic. She saw small clusters of freaks in the fields and through the thick green vegetation on the roadside. Sometimes they were stopped by the barriers, other times they lunged for the convoy as it passed. Those unfortunate few were quickly splattered under the Humvee tires. It wasn't until they were a third of the way there that the first real obstacle presented itself. It was a hell of an obstacle. "Told you so," she muttered under her breath. Storm whipped around and shot her a freezing glance before radioing back to the others to halt. She looked past him to the large pileup ahead, trying to ignore the ache in her chest and the sharp pulling in her face. The line of stitches felt hot and irritated, and it was probably going to sting badly when she started to sweat more. "Damn," she breathed. "This is a real fucking soup sandwich," Red grumbled, tapping the wheel anxiously. A large tractor-trailer truck had jackknifed and blocked both lanes. The far right side was bordered by a guardrail and a deep culvert beyond. There would be no traversing that, not even in the Humvees. The left lane had no guardrail, but it also had a deep culvert. It was the only way around. If they went back to the last exit, they would lose precious time and waste resources. "I'll go check it out," she said, and jumped out of the vehicle. She heard cursing from Storm and a murmured comment from her seatmate. She didn't want to know what was said, as she suspected that it was far from complimentary. They needed to realize that she was an independent agent here, not some recruit. She would make her own decisions and not take orders blindly. If they didn't like it, she would take her shit and leave. She raised her rifle, ready to shoot at the slightest twitch of a corpse, of which there were plenty. Cars had run right into the back of the jackknifed truck, and most seemed to have been fatally injured, if not killed outright. One body was moving, and she saw that whatever had happened to the person hadn't been enough to kill them immediately. It had been out here for over a day. It also didn't have any legs, but that seemed to predate the shitty situation they were in now, if the wheelchair it was sitting in was any indication. There was blood in its teeth. How long would it survive without the ability to get around easily? She stabbed it through the neck. Even a legless freak was a danger to the unwary. She looked over at the convoy. Storm was out of his seat, rifle ready. He was covering her ass, apparently. She heard the thuds of feet behind her, and he raised his rifle. She looked behind her and saw two freaks running for her as best they could on jerking, unsteady legs. Bloody foam dripped from their chins. She could take them out quietly, she was sure. Pretty sure. She was still sore, and her strength and reflexes hadn't quite recovered from the various beatings she had taken yesterday. She held up a hand to forestall Storm's gunshots and hoped he listened. They came at her at exactly the same time, shoulder to shoulder. Not an ideal situation, that was for sure. She jumped to the right at the last second and shoved that one down hard before it had a chance to spin around and grab her. She brought the knife up and buried it deep in the hilt to the other one's skull. The handle jerked from her hand as the body fell heavily to the road and began to twitch. Shit! The other one was snarling and trying to rise. The hands and arms were grasping the asphalt in a jolting push-up. She didn't think. She jumped on the woman's back with her knees and rode her to the ground. For one split second, she was clueless as to what she should do next. Call for help? Shoot it? She felt a moment's hesitation, and only the freak clawing at her leg spurred her into action. She saw her mother's face in her mind, her death at the arena. All the deaths. Children, old people. These things were the enemy. They weren't human. They were bad. Just bad. Less than nothing. She grasped the woman's blood-crusted hair and bashed her forehead into the pavement. Over and over, she thrust the freak's skull onto the hot road, until she heard crunching of cartilage, until she felt the splintering of bone, until the blood and other gore sprinkled her arms and face, until all that was left was a dead, writhing freak, just like the one that had killed her mom. She got up, sweat soaking her clothes and running down the sides of her face. It stung on her wounds. She looked up, and that was when she saw them. Men from the trucks had gotten out and walked to see what the holdup was. She was it. She was the holdup. She felt the adrenaline still rushing through her body, and she wanted to kill more. Instead, she planted a foot on the first freak's back, leaned over, and jerked her knife free from the bony prison it had been stuck in. Embarrassment threatened. She wiped the blade carefully on the monster's shirt and placed it deliberately back in the sheath at her waist before she looked back up. Storm and a few others were left standing there. The others had loaded back up into their own vehicles, probably trying to figure out if they could trust her not to go apeshit on them all. Storm gave her a look that she couldn't decipher. It was cold, sure, and remote, but she thought she saw the faintest edge of something else. Kinship? Affinity? It could have been her imagination, just a trick of the light. Chapter 18. Anna's Disappearance, Part 1. Anna. Past. This way, Fletch said, pressing a hand lightly along her side to guide her in the direction he thought they should go. She was deferring to him because he had the training to keep them mostly on course and knew a bit about traveling through the woods. We should go back, she said again, for probably the 100th time in the last 30 minutes. We can't. There's nothing we can do. Your hand and arm are fucked up, and I'm running on empty. His voice was sluggish, and she studied him more closely. Was his skin always that pale, or was it a trick of the dim light? She reached out to feel his head, and he flinched. Shit, you're burning up, she said. She thought rapidly through their options, but could only come up with one thing they could do right now. She knelt in the dirt and pulled open her bag. She rummaged through the woefully small jumble of food and gear until she found what she was looking for. "Midol?" he said, with a disgusted and reproachful look on his face. "Midol is just a pain reliever and fever reducer, and you need it. In fact, I'm going to make you take it whether you want to or not." She looked at the raw-looking stitches along his neck. "You could have an infection," she said worriedly. "I'll be fine," he said. She handed him a bottle of water and 2 pills. He eyed them again, dubiously, then swallowed them down. "If I get a period, I'm blaming you," he said. She laughed a little at that, even though her mind was already ahead to ways they could go back and find Jared and Bradley. If there was anything left to find. She closed her eyes tightly and swallowed back the tears. They were fine. They had to be. If anyone was going to fight their way out, it would be them. "You hear that?" he asked. She cocked an ear to the direction he was indicating. She heard nothing for a moment. Then it became clearer. "You think it's them?" she asked hopefully. He frowned in confusion, and she listened harder. It didn't sound like footsteps, and whoever, or whatever it was, wasn't being very quiet. In fact, it sounded rather rapid. There was a harsh swishing sound, like people dragging something heavy through deep piles of dead leaves. It was coming closer, very fast. "That's not human," he yelled, and raised their only weapon, a pistol. They stared out at the approaching monstrosity in horror. It was scuttling along on the ground, legs moving so rapidly that they couldn't see them. Its elbows and knees were pale gray flashes of skin at the level of its head. It left a trail through the decaying leaves on the forest floor. "Oh, God, it's one of the crawlers!" she yelled and stumbled back, clutching at Fletch's shirt fearfully. "Run!" he urged, and fired their last 2 rounds at the thing's head. She whirled around, hearing Fletch's harsh breathing right behind her, and beyond him the faint skittering and growling of the wounded thing coming for them. She ran until her breath came too fast, her legs ached, and she couldn't go another step. Fletch was in worse shape, and as soon as they stopped, he collapsed down onto his knees to rest. They listened carefully, but didn't hear anything. Yet. She got out a new bottle of water and mixed in a hydration stick. She got on her knees in front of Fletch and felt real fear. He looked bad. Dark circles ringed his eyes, and his skin was pale. He wasn't sweating. "Drink this," she said. He sat back on his heels, and she pressed the bottle to his lips. He finally caught his breath enough to drink. "Thanks," he said. "Finish it." "You need some too," he said. "I've got plenty left," she lied. "And you can take more pills at dark, I think." Fletch sat resting while he looked around. He wouldn't be going much further. They needed to find shelter for the night. She hoped that Jared and Bradley would come to find them before then, or Stewart. "We've gone in the wrong direction," Fletcher said, studying the shadows. "Look at the sun. We've gone west. We should have gone southeast. We can go back the other way tomorrow. I think you should rest for the day. It's starting to get late anyway." "All right, let's find shelter." He stood and hefted his bag on his back. She paused, uncertain whether to try and help him or not. He took off in the direction they had been going, no doubt seeking shelter a little further away from the mutie that pursued them. "That thing was creepy," she said, walking alongside him to make sure he wasn't going to just fall over. "Nah, you gotta pretend it's something else." Like what?" she asked skeptically. "Like a giant flesh-rending caterpillar?" he questioned. She smirked, and she was happy to see the slight smile on his exhausted face. "It's the lake," she said dumbly. "We're all the way back at the lake." "Yep, the bridge is down that way," he said, gesturing down the shoreline. "Maybe 8 clicks or so. I'm not sure." "How far is that in English?" she asked wryly, staring at the placid water. What things lurked in there? He grinned. "About 5 miles. He spotted something a little further up the shoreline and nudged her arm with his fingers. "Come on." They made camp a short way up the shoreline, The gravel was large and hard to walk on, especially when they were already tired. "We'll camp up here. It'll be protected from any wind, and it won't be as cold as down there on the bank." They had found a small cave-like opening in the woods. It faced the trees and protected them. It also hid them for the most part. "Can we risk a fire?" she asked. It was going to be cold later. She just knew it. Already it was getting chilly, and the sun was still up. "Better not. We have a blanket, and we can drag in some pine boughs to insulate us from the cold ground. We'll be warm enough," he assured her. "Just warm enough not to die in our sleep?" she asked. "Exactly." They sat on the large pile of pine needles and boughs at the back of the small hollow. The sun gave them enough light to finish their supper, but it would be full dark soon. She was dreading it. "Let me see your arm," he said, laying his hand, palm up, on the blanket. She held her arm out. "It's fine." He studied it in the fading light and seemed satisfied by her assurance and the way it looked. He felt her forehead for fever before nodding. "Yep, I think you'll live." She grinned and bumped his shoulder gently before digging in her pack nearby. "Here, take this. Better save the other two for tomorrow morning." He took the pills and washed them down with a little water. He blew out a deep breath before speaking. "Tomorrow we'll follow the shoreline to the bridge and the supplies we had to leave behind before. It'll help us a bit. Then we'll parallel the road and head to Stin's. We can watch for signs of the others on the way." He sounded so sure they had made it, but she wasn't. Wouldn't Stuart have found them by now, if not Jared and Bradley? And Albert? Was he okay? "Let's get some sleep. No watches tonight." She laid down carefully, feeling a little strange about sharing a blanket with Fletch, but too tired and cold to care very much. She heard him lay down beside her and felt the warmth of his arm along hers. He was like a furnace. She hoped it was just his natural body heat and not a fever. The blanket shifted as he turned on his side toward her. "I can feel you're shivering," he said in the pitch blackness. "I'm good," she said, trying to still her chattering teeth. It wasn't below freezing, surely, but it was cold enough. Too cold. He seemed to hesitate a moment. "Turn toward me." She felt extremely awkward as she rolled toward him, bumping his chest and thighs with her elbows and knees in the process. "Careful, I'd like to have kids someday." She snorted. "Sorry." His arm, heavy and blessedly warm, pulled her closer to his front until her nose rested in the hollow of his throat. She hoped it didn't hurt his stitches, sleeping this way. "Fucking hell, is that your nose?" he whispered. "It's like a dog nose, all cold and wet." She chuckled and brought her arms up between their chests so that her hands wouldn't be so uncomfortably close to his groin. She flattened her palms against his chest as he drew the blanket up to their ears. She had to admit, she was almost warm enough to be comfortable. "Thanks, Fletch," she murmured, and closed her eyes. He tightened his hold on her and made a humming noise in response. A short time later he was snoring softly. Even through the terrible threat of those caterpillars finding them, she couldn't stay awake anymore. The next morning she felt frigid air on the upper third of her face and buried her head further down. She pulled the blanket up higher and closed her eyes, trying to stay warm. The light was still blue, and frost covered everything outside of the little cave they slept in. Fletch groaned softly and stirred behind her, his arm tightening across her stomach. He squeezed her ribs gently, shifting his hips, and his hand began to move further up. No." "Fletch," she said, and elbowed him in the gut. He jumped and immediately snatched his hand away. "Anna? Shit," he swore. He turned away, taking the blanket with him. "Fuck, sorry. I didn't know. Oh, God." She giggled as she turned to look at him. His hair stuck up at the back, and he looked shocked. She didn't think he was lying. Fletch wouldn't do that. "It's okay. This time. Next time, I'll cut your hands off," she warned. He sighed and seemed to deflate. He gave her a rueful grin. "Yes, ma'am," he said, sarcastically. Still, you're much nicer to spoon with than any of the others would have been. Imagine Jared and Bradley cuddling up together, he said with a smirk. She laughed out loud at that. She felt more optimistic today. Things weren't that bad. They had only gotten separated. All they had to do was keep heading to Sten's and they would find the others. She felt his head again and was concerned about how hot he felt. She only had 2 pills left. 1 pill now and another later? Or both now? I'll take 1 now and save the other. He took it and they ate stale granola bars for breakfast. When they got to their supply dump near the bridge, they might be able to find something else to eat. They had taken the most useful things with them on the cow, but there had to be some good stuff left behind. We'll have to be alert as we get closer to the bridge. There's no telling where that herd is now, whether they dispersed into the area or kept going on the road. She nodded and squinted in the distance. It was going to be a beautiful day. They would find the others today, for sure. Let's go, then. We should try to take it easy, though. No running unless we have to. I'm kind of worried about your stitches. I'll be fine. Been through worse than this, he said. Really? She frowned. Nah, I lied. This is pretty much the worst. He shot her an arrogant grin. God, that is such a Jared thing to say, she huffed. I know. Chapter 19. En route. Kate. Past. Take it slow. Stay alert, Storm said. Yes, Miss Daisy, Red said sotto voce, but still loud enough that she heard it and smirked. Storm narrowed his eyes and gestured forward with his hand. He pulled into the deep culvert at an angle, and Kate hung on for dear life as her side of the Humvee lifted into the air, then dipped and dropped sharply as they climbed up the embankment. The man next to her was grinning, and she felt a fleeting stab of irritation for no reason that she could discern, except that she just didn't like him. There was something about his demeanor or his personality that just rubbed her wrong, and she knew they would never be friends. That was fine. They didn't have to be. She didn't want to be friends with any of these people. They made it to the other side of the culvert and found that it was exactly as she had predicted earlier. Impassable. Storm gave the order and Red pulled to a stop. The guys jumped out from the Humvees behind them, rifles already scanning the area. She was glad to see the guys from the stadium, had gotten over whatever shock they had been in. They still seemed extremely young to her, but they were gaining that look as more time passed. The look that said they've seen some extreme shit and lived to tell about it, and would probably see more before they died. They all would have that look eventually until this whole situation became normal. Normal. She shook her head at the thought. Psychotic cannibal sickos eating people would become normal. Remember the rally point? Storm asked her. If things go south, we meet up back at that deserted exit. Right, he said, and got out. The man in the seat next to her practically stared a hole through her head. His eyes were distrustful and mean. She could tell he wanted to say something, but there wasn't time. Plus, he had just watched her beat someone's head against the road until they died. It was probably a little concerning to most people, even if it was just a freak. She got out, taking the initiative and going over to the jumble of vehicles that needed to be moved. It looked like the best place to clear would be a hole on the right side of the 2 lanes. That would leave them in a type of bottleneck going through, but it couldn't be helped. They didn't have the equipment to move the larger tanker truck that had tilted partially over the guardrail and the steep drop into the woods beyond. She eyed the tanker for a moment. She wanted to try to use a heavy vehicle or two to push that son of a bitch down into the tree-covered ravine, but the hazardous warning stickers all over the tank portion changed her mind. Stay with Red, Storm said as he approached with some men. They were heading through the twisted snarl of metal and plastic. The hell I will, she said, and formed up at the end of the line. The look Storm gave her was unnerving and, frankly, terrifying, and she struggled to maintain her composure and not break eye contact. Even if he was a complete sociopath, she wasn't going to give in when she wanted to do something just because he said so. They filed through the wreckage, and she shortly realized it was worse than it had looked. This was a massive pileup. In some places, she had to climb through the wrecked vehicles. It was harder than it looked, when every surface held the potential for causing fatal wounds. She already had enough stitches, thank you very much. That thought brought the pain in her face back to the forefront of her mind, and she winced. The sun was burning hot, and the metal around them was scorching. Waves of heat rolled from the surfaces. It was pretty miserable and stinky. She would die before she complained, though. They made it to a clearing on the other side, and Storm held a hand up to halt. They all took a knee, and she followed suit. She was still extremely sore, and the action hurt her much more than it should. She felt like a 90-year-old woman. She would probably loosen up as the day went on. Johnson and Young, take those trucks and start moving these vehicles to the side. We're going to clear a hole right through the middle of this lane. The men scrambled off to the trucks, warily watching the trees beside them. It was dark in there, and still. She turned back to Storm as he directed the others to provide overwatch. She started searching the nearby vehicles for supplies, not wanting to wait to be told what to do. She was sitting in the passenger side of a small sedan when Storm came over to her. She smelled him right before she saw him, and the scent overwhelmed her at first. Of course, there was sweat, but underneath that, there was a spicy, earthy scent that was strangely attractive. She felt as if she could sit here and breathe in that scent all day and be fairly happy doing it. That errant thought pissed her off. "What?" she snapped, closing the glove box after finding a bottle of painkillers. They would come in handy. She put them in the small duffel she had found in the back seat. She didn't look at him as she searched the rest of the vehicle, keeping anything that might be useful. She felt him, though. "There will come a time when I will give you an order and you won't obey it. You'll put every man here at risk because of your ego. At that time, I will not save your ass at the expense of the others. Do you understand that?" he asked, without one hint of feeling. He was looking at her strangely. "Of course, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Or one," she said. "Precisely." He either ignored or missed her reference. It made her miss Jared. He would have appreciated it. "Search the vehicles," he said. She gave him a sarcastic salute. It irked her that he ordered her to do something that she was already doing, something that was her idea. He went back to directing the others while she worked. After she finished the first cars, she moved further into the wreckage, working her way back to the waiting Humvees. The men posted on the top of a nearby wrecked semi-trailer looked at her as she passed but made no move to stop her. She moved beyond the range of the overwatch, and so she became a little more wary of her surroundings. She didn't want to become dependent on these men to protect her. She wanted to stay sharp on her own. The sounds of their efforts filtered clearly through the ruined cars and trucks, and despite her best efforts not to get used to the company of other people, it did make her feel a little less alone in this graveyard of corpses. She paused at a large SUV that had tinted windows. It looked mostly undamaged from the front, except where it rested against the back end of a semi. But she rounded the back and saw that the entire frame was bent. A large pickup truck had smashed into the rear end, and neither vehicle would ever drive again. She eyed the interior of the pickup and saw dead bodies, but no freaks. She heard a skittering rock and spun around. In a nearby Prius, another body rested. The corpse was gruesome as the rest. A woman, presumably, rested halfway through the front windshield. Her head was tilted unnaturally toward the sky, and half her skull had caved in. Her skin was bloated, and bloody foam had dripped from her open mouth. Flies swarmed her body, and the more she listened, the more flies she heard around her. They were everywhere. The smell wasn't pleasant either. It reminded her of the time Jared had left groceries in his truck, and they had gone over in a really bad way. After she finished gagging, she had made fun of him for weeks for that. What if Jared wasn't okay? What if he'd had an accident, like these people? No, he was fine. He would be fine. He had more of a chance of making it through this thing than many people, and he would be better off if she weren't around. She drew her gaze away from the woman's corpse and turned back to the SUV. There was probably some really good stuff in a vehicle like that, and she intended to clear it. Her only hesitation was the tinting on the windows. It was so dark that she couldn't see anything inside. She could deal with freaks, But there were certain things that she didn't think she could do. Dealing with kids was one of those things. She really didn't want to open the fucking door and look inside. But she wasn't going to pass up on something that might save their lives someday. She took a deep breath, a mistake, and stalked up to the driver's door. It opened easily, and a man leered at her from the seat. She flinched, pushing her knife in front of her in defense. Her jaws clenched as she stumbled back a bit from the grinning corpse. He was dead. He couldn't hurt her. She was being an idiot. She needed to regain her calm, the deadened emotions that allowed her to operate effectively. She wasn't sure that medication was the way to go on this. She would need it later, maybe, after all this was over for the day. She brought her mother's face to mind. Yep, that worked. She felt the bone-deep rage settle in her for the long haul, and she pulled her knife in case anything else lurked inside the vehicle. Whatever was in there, she could handle. She climbed up to the driver's seat and leaned around the stinking corpse to look into the back. It was dim, but she saw nothing that warranted alarm or disgust. She could see a lot of boxes, and she was anxious to find out what they contained. She was going to have to go in through the rear seat and climb into the back portion to pilfer through the things. There was no other way. While she was in the front, she snagged the cigarettes, the lighter, and the bottle of unopened Gatorade in the cup holder. The console held useless CDs and a porno mag. She shook her head at that. She unbuckled the corpse and tossed it out into the road, but there was nothing she could do about the puddle of bodily fluids he had left behind in the seat. She wrinkled her nose in disgust and tried to stay out of it as she checked the glove box. She found a pair of sunglasses, aviators that probably cost more than her car, and pocketed those. That was it for the front. She climbed out, carefully avoiding stepping on the dead man, and jumped in the back. The boxes in the back seat were in a disarray, a jumble of survival essentials and camping gear. The wreck had caused it. She saw a few weapons in the back floorboard and grabbed those eagerly. Any silent weapons was going to be extremely useful, and this guy had apparently had the same idea. There was a bat on top of the pile, and she wondered if driving some nails through it would make it more effective, or if it would just weaken the strength of the wood. Underneath that, a long pike-looking thing that might be worth keeping. She wasn't exactly a pikeman, but someone else might want it. Beneath those things, and a few heavier hand tools, was something different. It aroused her curiosity. A matte black handle stuck out, maybe 30 inches in length. She couldn't imagine what it belonged to. It was just lying there, just waiting for her to pick it up. She wanted it, whatever it was. She reached out and grabbed it, and it was a little heavier than she had been expecting, but not too much. She stepped out of the vehicle, studying the sheath of the weapon curiously. She had been expecting an axe or something of that nature, and was a little disappointed to find that it wasn't. She slipped it halfway out and frowned. A hammer? It was some kind of long-handled hammer. She pulled it the rest of the way out and stared. Okay. It was a hammer with a wicked-looking spike on the other end, where the claw would usually be. Who the fuck was that guy, and what the hell was this? A low, vibrating hum filtered through her shock at the strange weapon, and she whirled. In the open door of the SUV was a creature so startling that she squeaked, actually squeaked, in shock. Her mouth dropped open and sweat stung her stitches, but she didn't move. She didn't even breathe. All she could hear was the whooshing of her heart in her ears as the thing stared her down. Its eyes were serpentine, like the freak's, but that was where the similarities ended. This thing's hands had fingernails longer than was normal. It had its mouth opened in a furious hiss, not very different than a freak except for the teeth. No, what scared and fascinated her the most was its skin. It was shifting in the light. It appeared to mimic the black leather of the SUV seat that it perched on. Where the hand-like things touched metal, they gleamed like metal. It was hard to look at. The only way that she knew it had been human was because it was wearing clothes. The Hello Kitty t-shirt was especially incongruous, and she would probably laugh about it later, if she lived. She thought about calling out, but she knew the thing would be on her before she could. It didn't look very friendly. There were a few moments in time when the thing was violently growling at her, and she was frozen in shock, which seemed to last forever. They were at an impasse, and the longer she stared, the weaker she felt in relation to this new monstrosity. The freaks were kittens compared to this, and she felt woefully fragile. She did the only thing that came to mind, and it was really stupid. It was something Jared would probably have done. "Come at me, bro," she called out. She blamed Jared for her cringe-worthy last words. A vicious snarl ripped from the thing's throat as it lunged for her. Even though she had been prepared for the thing's movement, she wasn't prepared for how fast it was. It was unnatural, which was also kind of a stupid thing for her to think, considering cannibals roamed the earth in massive hordes. She swung the only weapon she currently had in her hands, which happened to be the hammer-like thing. She heard a man curse in the background, but she was more concerned with the way the spike had embedded itself into the upgraded freak's neck. And it didn't die. It snapped its head to the side, lunging with its razor-sharp teeth for her hands that still rested on the handle of the weird weapon. Its arms swooped out with an intent to eviscerate, and she instinctively recoiled. She kept her guts intact by a very narrow margin, and the thought made her ill. She heard booted steps behind her, but they were still too far away. The seconds felt rushed in her head, as though an eternity had passed. But everything had happened so fast. Whoever was coming to help her just wasn't close enough. She kicked out at the midsection of the raging monster, and it felt like kicking solid earth. A claw caught her calf muscle, and a line of fire ignited across her leg, but it was inconsequential. Her kick had the intended effect, and the thing lurched back, freeing itself from the spike of the hammer. The monster was now free to roam, but it seemed to be fixated on her. She was kind of glad, because she could see Storm blaming her if it started killing his men. He'd probably shoot her himself if that happened. She spun the handle in her hands and whipped out with as much speed and force as she could muster as the thing threw itself toward her again. Her arms positively creaked, and she was certain that she had torn something vital in her shoulder. But the impact, and the corresponding thump into the thing's strange flesh, was satisfying beyond measure. The side of the freak's head caved in, and black gelatinous chunks splattered everything within a 2-foot radius. The body gave a massive shivering twitch and thudded to the searing pavement. The hammer pulled itself free, and she just kind of stared at it a moment. She wasn't sure what this thing had originally been intended for, but it was pretty much her new favorite weapon. Buffy? Where the hell did you find a warhammer?" a familiar voice asked. "And what the hell is that thing?" The voice sounded as freaked out as she felt. A warhammer. She turned and saw several things that she didn't want to see. The first was the look of worship on one of the younger guy's faces. The very last thing she wanted or needed was some kid with a crush. The second was only slightly less annoying. It was her Humvee seatmate's look of lust and loathing and something else. She didn't care to parse it out. The third thing wasn't entirely unexpected, and she told herself that it didn't matter anyway. It didn't mean anything to her. His opinion, good or bad, was unwelcome. His approval or disapproval was unwanted. "It seems to be a Freak 2.0, she said, giving the new creature a little kick. They all just stood for a moment, disbelief warring with dismay in their features. She definitely knew what it felt like. Storm's jaw was clenched tight, and he narrowed his eyes at her in a glare before giving Red, standing nearby, a hand signal. Red shook his head and gave her a grin as he walked toward her. He started to say something, but the monster's corpse started to change. Storm was halted by the shocked noise one of the guys made. They stared down at the rapidly blackening body. It became charred-looking and rigid. She didn't know why it had happened or what it meant. She only cared that it was now dead, and she cringed as she shifted the gore-coated hammer to a better position. Her shoulder burned a bit, but still functioned, so she ignored it. "Well, shit always happened to you?" the man who seemed to hate her asked. "Yes, shit always happens to her," Storm rumbled. His gravelly voice was cold, as always. "At least I do shit," she said with a pointed look at the idiot across from her. She didn't know what his problem was with her, but she wasn't going to just take it without some pushback. She had probably done more to help his unit in the last 2 days than he had done since he had enlisted. And she wasn't even trying. "Yeah, stupid shit," he said, getting in her face. Storm got between them and thrust the guy away with a firm shove. His hand on her chest was slightly less forceful, though the pressure on her bruise still hurt. She stepped away from the angry man, but couldn't stop the sneer on her face. She knew she shouldn't antagonize him, but she couldn't seem to stop. There was something there, something within him, that she was reacting to. She couldn't help it. The animosity between them was unlikely to ever end. "Dumb cunt," he spat before turning away and leaving to go back to the Humvees. She watched him go, feeling like she now had to watch her back against more than just the freaks. She sighed. The apocalypse was just so fucking exhausting. Storm whirled on her and got in her face, almost pressing her up against the SUV in his rush to scold her. Unlike the other guy, Storm's rage was icy. His face didn't flush. His chest didn't heave. He didn't posture and curse. He stared. He became still. The only signs of his displeasure were the icebergs in his eyes and the tick in his jaw. He became stone. The heat of his body emanating near hers was the only thing that seemed remotely normal about the man. She honestly wouldn't have been a bit surprised if his body had been as cold as his emotions. "When we reach our destination, our time together is finished. You and your supplies will be transferred over to whatever local authorities are protecting the civilians, and I'll expect you to stay away from my men." "Gladly," she said, returning to the SUV where it had all begun. "In fact, I'm going to find a car that runs and leave now. Save you the trouble of chauffeuring my ass around." He stepped back without a word and left her there with Red. "You shouldn't antagonize him," Red said to her. "My breathing antagonizes him," she huffed. "And that other asshole needs to be taught a lesson." She put on the new-to-her aviator sunglasses, and he raised an amused eyebrow at her. He helped her pack the gear she had found in the SUV. Much of it was useful, and she tried to separate the things that she would need the most. Definitely food and water. She also wanted some extra weapons and gear. She put these into a separate bag and shifted it onto her back. She was keeping the warhammer, though she'd have to find a good way to carry it around to have her hands free. For now, she would rig up a sling of some sort and hope she didn't impale herself on a spike in the meantime. "That other asshole's name is Feckley. You really going ahead by yourself?" Red asked. "Yeah, I'm not doing anyone any favors by sticking around with you guys. We're all better off this way." She was going to miss Red, and the medic. Feckley and Storm could go fuck themselves. The apocalypse was giving her a potty mouth. Her mom would have been horrified. Chapter 20. Anna's Disappearance, Part 2. Anna. Past. "Shh. Move to the tree line and step carefully," Fletch said, looking back at her. "We're getting close to the bridge." After their somewhat awkward wake-up this morning, things seemed to be back to normal between them. She was still worried about his fever. They had one fever reducer left, and he was flagging. She could tell it was a struggle for him to just keep moving. She tried to take the point, but he wouldn't hear of it. He gestured for her to stop, and they both dropped their packs and knelt right inside the trees. The sun was shining weakly overhead, and the clouds were beginning to roll in. There might be a storm this evening, and that meant they would need to find shelter soon. Fletch was breathing more heavily than was warranted for the situation, and she was just about to insist that they make camp here when she heard it. "Hear that?" Fletch frowned and turned an ear to the water. "A motor?" "It's a boat. Maybe it's Jared or Stewart," she said. "Anna." She jumped up before he could finish and ran to the shore. She didn't want them to pass by. She saw a white hull in the water, with a large wake behind. It was a large boat, almost a yacht, and she thought they moored here sometimes, since this lake connected to the main riverways through a series of locks. She supposed it was possible Jared or Stewart would find one nearby. It was possible that others could too. Bad people. Fear shot its sharp tendrils through her gut, and she cursed her impulsivity. She never would have been this stupid before. Her search for Jared and the others had clouded her judgment. "Anna, pretend you're alone," Fletch begged, hidden in the trees. "All right," she said, and mentally crossed her fingers that subterfuge wouldn't be necessary. The boat curved closer, and she wondered if it would even be able to make it close to the shore. It seemed not, because it stopped a short way offshore, and 2 women and a man descended the short ladder to 2 jet skis floating behind. The presence of the women was reassuring. It relaxed her a bit, even though she was extremely disappointed that it wasn't her people on board. She unclenched her fists and forced her tears back. She would still need to be wary. The women watched closer, and they looked fairly young, maybe her age or a little older. They both had big smiles on their faces. The man lagged behind, and he seemed a little more circumspect. "Boy, you have no idea how glad we are to see you," the older-looking woman said. Her grin was bright and cheery. "We haven't seen anyone new in ages. Thought we were the last people on Earth," she said, coming forward and holding out her hand. "I'm Marjorie." Her grip was firm and calloused, and she looked Anna right in the eyes. Her eyes were dark, almost black, and they didn't match her sunny disposition. Shark eyes. The errant thought triggered something in her, something instinctual. Something was off. She felt it. It was a bad feeling. It was imperative that they didn't think she was easy prey. She was going to have to go against Fletch's wishes and hope that it worked. Anna thought fast. "Yeah, well, my people are all right in there. We've got so many people to feed, you know. Hunting is a full-time job for all the men." She gave a forced laugh that she hoped sounded natural. She glanced at the other woman and the man behind her, including them in her little charade. The other woman smiled a little, and it was just as cold as Marjorie's. The man was looking at the tree line nearby. He turned, and they had a silent communication which only made her anxiety worse. "How many people do you have?" he asked, with a funny little twist of his mouth, as if he was just trying to carry on the conversation. "Yeah, right." "Oh, quite a few. We picked up strays here and there. They'll be back here any time," she said. "Hunting, you say? They didn't leave anyone here with you?" he asked, his eyes boring into hers with an intensity that scared her. "There are several just inside the trees there," she said, jerking her head to the trees. He grinned a little. "Why do you only have 2 packs sitting out here?" he asked, moving a little closer and putting his arm around Marjorie. She saw Marjorie flinch a little, but it was quickly masked. She was in trouble. She glanced out at the boat and saw people lining up on all 3 decks. Some had rifles with scopes. The jig was up, as they say. She was going to do the only thing she could, save Fletch, and hope he could find the others and get help. She sighed loudly and hung her head. "I lied. Those are my packs, but they got too heavy. I had to stop and take a break. I'm out here all alone, and I got scared when you guys came up. Look, I'll just get my stuff and go. I don't want any trouble." "Now, we couldn't let you do that. What kind of gentleman would I be to let you go wandering off out there alone? No, you'll come with us. Safety in numbers and all that. We've got fresh meat and some coffee. Get you a nice warm place to sleep." His hand came out of his pocket with a pistol aimed at her, and she froze. "Please, Georgie, go back to the boat. Tell Frank to bring the raft," he told the other woman. She obeyed without question, and he never took his eyes from Anna. She hoped Fletch didn't start yelling or fighting now. They didn't have any ammo, and his strength was pretty much gone. He definitely didn't have enough to take out these people. Those men would put holes into everything on the shoreline with their volley of bullets. "Let's go get your packs and be on our way," he said, gesturing with his pistol. They walked over to the tree line where she and Fletch had been waiting. Instead of a Fletch ready for action, as she had feared, she found something worse. "Fletch!" she yelled at his immobile form. He was lying on the ground, and he wasn't moving. She couldn't even tell if he was breathing. She started to run over him, but the man with the gun wasn't having that. You stay right there." He walked over to Fletch, warily. She saw Fletch's empty pistol still holstered on his leg. She halfway thought it was a trap, and that Fletch was going to pop up and attack the guy. But it didn't happen. "Fletch!" she screamed. The man raised his pistol with a slight grin at her. "Say bye," he said. Marjorie stood smirking on the beach, as if she saw this all the time. Maybe she did. Maybe they did this to everyone they met. She had to think. What could she do? Her heart flopped crazily in her chest as the man squeezed the trigger a fraction of a millimeter. "Wait, you don't want to do that," she said. "Oh, I don't?" he asked sardonically. "Why would that be?" "Because he'd had medical training. He can do surgery, and he knows about medications and infections." "Duke," Marjorie said, and gave a slight incline of her head. Wait, what? She felt the dynamics shift as Duke held his fire on Marjorie's order. She didn't know if her situation was better now, or worse. That afternoon, Duke and Frank loaded her and Fletch into the small boat, tossing their packs aside after emptying them of anything useful. She would have cried at that if she hadn't been so scared. Jared had given her that pack back at the little cabin. "Settle down," Frank barked at her. Fletch was tossed unceremoniously into the bottom of the boat, and she winced as his head and neck tilted to the side, threatening to rip the barely healing wound. She scooted over and brought his head into her lap and kept it steady. His skin was hot, but not dangerously so. She didn't know why he was unconscious unless it was the infection, or if he was turning. That thought made her heart skip a beat. It was a little similar to the way Stuart had turned. Time would tell. She knew that these people wouldn't just tie Fletch up if he turned. They would kill him. She had to get him away from them before he woke up and exposed her lie, or before he turned. And what were the chances that he would be like Stuart, instead of just a regular biter? The large boat loomed over her as they got closer, and she could see that the people on board were mostly men, though some women were interspersed among them. They all seemed to have weapons, and they were all leveling interested stares in her direction. She literally felt like a piece of meat. A tiny flame of pure hatred began to burn in her heart. "Get him up there," Duke told Frank. Marjorie and Georgie hung back and supervised the operation, one with dark, insidious eyes, and the other with disinterest. She climbed the short ladder to the lower deck and wondered what Georgie's role was. "Get him to the holding cabin," Marjorie said to Frank before turning her predatory gaze to Anna. "And you, what can you do?" Anna racked her brain. What could she do? Did she mean skill-wise? She had taken too long thinking this over, if the suspicion that burgeoned in Marjorie's eyes was any indication. "I can fight. I can cook. I can help with minor medical issues," she said, praying that nobody aboard had any actual medical issues to disprove her claim. Marjorie blatantly scanned the crowd of grinning men and women behind her. "We have enough fighters," she said with a sardonic lift of her brow. "You might have to earn your keep in another way." Grunts and filthy laughter filtered down to her over the lapping of the water. Embarrassment and disgust made her cheeks burn and her stomach roil. "Put her in with her friend," she told Duke. She turned back to Anna. "Don't try to get away or you'll be made an example of. You wouldn't get very far anyway." She raised a hand toward the top of the boat, and Anna followed her gesture. There were snipers stationed on the top deck at each end, but that wasn't all. They were mutants, like Stuart. Only they probably weren't as nice. Marjorie's holding cabin was small and dark. Duke took her in, stroking his finger along her waist before locking her in with a grin. "I'll be seeing you later," he promised quietly through a crack in the door. The door snapped shut, and the padlock on the outside rattled with a finality that made her shudder. A boatload of heavily armed people, 2 muty snipers on watch, an unconscious Fletcher. How the hell were they going to get out of this? "Anna?" came a low voice from nearby. The darkness was complete, and she had to feel her way carefully across the small room. There was a built-in table on one wall, and a small cot on the other. Nothing else that she could remember seeing in the dim light that had filtered in when Duke brought her. "It's me," she replied. "What happened? Let me feel your head." She reached out a hand and found the edge of the bed. Her fingers found warmth, and she followed his arm up, carefully skimming the side of his shoulder to his face. The last thing she wanted to do was re-injure his neck. She carefully patted where his forehead should be. "That's my nose," he said sarcastically. She squeezed it lightly, making him huff in exasperation before moving on to his forehead. It was really warm, but not too warm. A low-grade fever, most likely. "I don't understand. Why were you unconscious?" she asked. "Are you okay? Do you think you're changing?" She sat on the floor by the bed, and he reached out to grab her hand in the dark. He turned over and tugged, and she got up and laid next to him. The cot wasn't meant for two, but at this moment she didn't care. Fletch was her only link to home. He was her safe place right now. "I didn't like the looks of them. When I saw the boat, I knew they didn't make a habit of collecting strays. I figured if I presented a threat to them, then they'd just shoot me right off the bat. I didn't want to get shot, so I faked it." "I'm sorry. I tried to get them away before they found you. Fletch, they have 2 muties as snipers, like Stewart." She heard a long exhale and felt it in her hair. "That's not good." "I know. It means that when we kill them all, we might have to take them out first if we can." Her mouth dropped open, and she felt overwhelming doubts fill her mind. They couldn't kill them all, could they? "There's like 20 people on this boat," she said. "Oh? How do you think we're just going to kill them all without being killed ourselves?" she asked. "With intelligence and ferocity." "That really clarifies things. Thanks," she whispered. "We're going to be weak and sick and timid," he said. "You don't exactly look weak and timid," she said. "And I told them you were almost a doctor, by the way." "Shit. Really?" "Yeah. I didn't know what else to say that would keep you alive. They pretty much said that I would be earning my keep on my back," she said nervously. "No, you won't," he said, squeezing her upper arm. It was reassuring, even though their situation seemed pretty hopeless and there wouldn't be anything he could do to stop it. "So, I'm a doctor?" he asked. "Sort of. Maybe a med student or something. See, I kinda told them you could do surgery." She trailed off as he snorted. "Shit," he raised an arm, and she could tell he was running a hand through his hair. It had gotten long, like the rest of the guys, and though he tried to keep his beard trimmed, he looked like a different person from the man he'd been at the start. "Sorry." "Don't worry about it. You did what you had to do, and anyway, they won't be needing surgeons," he said darkly. They floated in the dark, feeling the listing of the boat in gentle waves. They had anchored somewhere near the place they had been picked up, judging by the short travel time since they'd been in here. She wondered if they'd leave her alone tonight. As soon as she had thought that, there was a rattle at the door. "Quick, get in the corner. Huddle down. Act scared," he said, giving her a little push. "Act? I am scared," she hissed. "We'll get through this. Follow my lead." The padlock was removed from the outside of the door, and a shadow carrying a flashlight quickly entered. The clump of boots on the floor rang out. A lantern clicked on, and a harsh white light filled the space, giving the occupant's skin a sickly, pale cast. "Still out, said the stranger. She looked up from his cowboy boots. Cowboy boots on a boat, for goodness sake, and nodded. He sucked his teeth and fumbled with the keys for a minute, before setting them on the foot of the bed. He felt Fletcher's head. "Still fairly warm. The stitches look infected. If he's a doctor, then why did he allow them to get so bad?" he asked suspiciously. "We lost most of our stuff during the earthquake. Then we got attacked by some of the muties. We haven't had much luck scavenging lately," she said. Her voice trembled a bit. "He's going to need to be up and about soon, or they'll make him bait," the stranger said with a grin. "Bait? For fish?" she asked. "No, not for fish," he mocked snidely, then shook his head. She cowed back down in her corner when he came over to her. "I was supposed to get first pick on the fresh ones, but now that I see you up close, I can tell you ain't my type. Get you some meat on your bones and a bath, then we'll talk," he said, lifting her thin arm up with disgust. "I don't want to be your type," she said, not able to stifle the retort.
"I like that sass," he said with a grin. "But you better want to become my type, 'cause they won't let you go unused for long. Best take me up on my offer, or they'll give you to Frank. Frank ain't easy on women. They don't tend to last, if you know what I mean. Leastways, with me, you'll get decent treatment." She swallowed the bile at the thought of Frank getting to claim her, then decided maybe this guy was a better shot at getting more freedom of movement. She didn't know what he considered decent treatment, but it had to be better than whatever not lasting meant. "I could eat," she said. He grinned at her and hauled her up by the arm. "Then let's go get you some food, little lady." The man fed her and kept the other's hands off of her, though she saw the looks. They were oily and leering, and she knew her time unmolested was limited. Extremely limited. She shrank back toward the stranger. Joe, he had said his name was, as they found a place on the upper deck. The meat was gamey and had a bitter undertaste that she didn't enjoy, but she ate it anyway. She was healing and needed every bit of strength the food would give her. She made sure to pocket some for Fletch, too. If Joe noticed the theft, he didn't say anything. The night was cold, and they had small grills set up at either end of the boat for cooking and hot water. The boat rocked on the waves gently in the night. The shore was too dark to see, and the moon was covered by clouds. After she ate, Joe took her back to the room with Fletch. She gave him the meat and the bottle of water she had snagged, and they settled in to wait. It was a long time before anyone came back for them. She desperately needed to pee, and she was afraid she wasn't going to be able to hold it much longer. Fletch must have been feeling the same way. Daylight streamed through the cracked door. The lock had barely rattled, and she hadn't had time to leave the small cot. She sat up as Marjorie came in, smiling at the sight of Anna in the bed with Fletch. "Well, aren't you too cozy? Has he woken up yet?" she asked, putting a hand on the pistol by her side. "Yes, he started to come around a while ago. I told him to rest." He looked back down at Fletch, who was starting to stir. Marjorie strolled over to them and kicked Fletch's booted foot. "Hey, get up, Doc. We require your services." Fletch groaned and struggled to sit. He leaned his elbows on his knees as if he could barely support himself. "I'm your huckleberry," he murmured out. Jared. It was pure Jared. He had more of an impact on them all than he probably ever realized. "Get up," Marjorie said again, warningly. Anna helped Fletch to stand, noting that his fever seemed to have gone for the time being. He looked pale and weak in the light, which would hopefully help him appear less of a threat. Anyone who knew Fletch would know that he could be an extreme threat. These people didn't realize who they were messing with. The thought gave her some comfort. "What happened?" he asked. "Frank cut himself. It needs stitching." Marjorie followed them, carefully keeping her pistol ready to draw at the slightest sign they would rebel or make trouble. "Can we use the bathroom first?" Anna asked carefully. Marjorie stared at them for a moment before nodding toward a small door. Anna went first, then Fletch. She was self-conscious about peeing with them just outside the thin door, but it couldn't be helped. She didn't think Marjorie would be very accommodating in that regard. On deck, she saw that it was later than she anticipated. It was late afternoon, and the sun's light was waning. The boat was moving toward the opposite shore, and the bridge was nowhere in sight. In fact, nothing looked familiar. "Where are we?" she asked, turning to look back at Marjorie. "Far away from where we got you to, just in case you were lying about being alone," she said. Frank was sitting on a wooden box nearby, with a dirty rag clutched around his palm. He gave her a disturbing grin when he saw her. She huddled close to Fletch, but Fletch only looked down at his feet and moved away. He couldn't help her, she realized, not without giving away the game. She hoped his plan worked, whatever it was. "Let me see it," Fletch mumbled out, timidly stepping toward Frank. Frank glared and held his hand out challengingly. Fletch flinched back away from the abrupt movement. Cowering. He was actually cowering. The cut on Frank's palm was deep and dirty. It was going to hurt, and she hoped Frank didn't take it out on them. "I'll need a sterile suture kit and some painkillers. Antibiotics as well,"
Fletch said, and took the hand in his to study it more carefully. "It'll need— Take him to the storage area. Let him find what he needs. If he tries anything, shoot him and I'll stitch you up myself," Marjorie said. Frank and Georgie led Fletch away. She felt completely alone among these rough people. They'd probably murder her as soon as look at her. She felt a tug on her arm, and she whirled. Duke was grinning and leading her to a cabin nearby. "Shit." "Where you going with the little lady?" she heard from somewhere overhead. Joe. "I'm fixing to break her in, seeing as you don't want her," Duke said, squaring off to the man above as best he could. Joe's face lost its jovial inquisitiveness and went hard. She looked down and winced as Duke's hand tightened on her upper arm. "Now, I don't think you want to be doing that," Joe said, dropping the false geniality. A small crowd was starting to gather, and she felt uneasy as the gaze of one of the muty snipers caught hers. He, grinned at her, and she trembled at the sudden fear. "Why would I want to do that? She's fair game by your own rules," Duke shouted. Joe's rules? Marjorie stood nearby, smirking as the scene played out. She had been under the impression that Marjorie ruled this roost, but if Joe was making rules, then he must have some involvement. "I didn't turn her away," Joe said. "In fact, your hand is now damaging my property." Duke looked to where he was squeezing her arm in anger. He shoved her away, and she caught herself on the railing. Chuckles ran out at that, and she fought to hide her temper. Her anger would only endanger them right now. If she attempted to fight back at all, they'd watch her more closely. Joe crossed his arms and tilted his head down at Duke, who only glared back. "You touch her, you will never be breaking a filly again, and that's if you even survive." She watched the tense standoff and the power struggle that seemed to be happening in front of her face. Any sign of weakness, and she knew it would be all over. Marjorie was watching the men with interest, but not consternation. She was tapping a knife blade on her lips as their gaze seemed to settle on Joe. Duke backed down after a few moments' hesitation. Joe stared at Marjorie and gave her a nod. Then she left. Anna was left alone in the middle of the deck, with sharks circling. There was blood in the water, and it wasn't hers. It was Duke's. Chapter 21. Limits are a mindset. Kate. Past. "It runs," Red said, shutting the hood after tinkering with the battery cables. "It's a piece of shit," she said. "Give me one of those Humvees," she added with a smile. "No can do, Buffy. Besides, we don't need a Humvee. We'll be fine in this Ford. Ford made some good vehicles." He slapped the hood and a rusted piece of the fender fell to the ground. The engine was also making a worrying clicking sound. "It's a Ford Windstar. From the 90s. And what do you mean, we'll be fine?" "I'm going with you, and this thing has plenty of cargo space for our gear." "You aren't going with me," she said. "You can't stop me." "I'm telling Storm." "I already told him," Red said smugly. "Red, I don't want you to go with me. I want to be alone." She tossed her bag into the passenger seat of the questionable vehicle and got in the driver's seat. Red opened the back door and climbed in. He pulled his own pack off and readied his rifle before climbing up into the passenger seat, knocking her bag to the floor in the process. "Look, just give me a ride to the armory. I'd much rather take orders from you," he teased. She huffed and shook her head with exasperation. "I don't blame you. Fine, you can go." She wasn't going to make a habit of collecting strays, and the first chance she got, she was going to be rid of him. They pulled away from the crowd of men finishing up the cleanup operation. Red waved to a few, and gave Storm a jaunty little salute that made him scowl. "Why did you salute him? He's not an officer," she asked, giving him a curious glance. "He used to be. Resigned his commission," Red said. She waited for further details and got nothing. It was probably a good thing. The less she knew about Storm, the better. The pileup in the road seemed to be an anomaly. They found over the next 20 minutes that many cars had already been moved out of the way. The pileup must have happened after the road had been cleared the first time. They were coming up on an overpass, and she slowed when she saw the cars clustered underneath. She watched carefully, and she saw Red bring up his rifle and flip off the safety. He gave her a nod, and she drove on. As they got closer, she saw a pile of mangled, bloody flesh. Red's window was down, and the stench filled the entire van. The decaying meat smell and the rotting blood, combined with the buzzing of millions of flies, made her gag, and she sped up to get away from it faster. "Look out!" Red shouted, and jerked the rifle up. She gripped the wheel and swerved to avoid the line of freaks that had dropped down from the overhead. They looked strange, like the ones she killed back at the pileup. Their skin changed and reflected the light in a bizarre way. The expressions were just as menacing as the normal freaks, but the claws and gaping mouths of jagged and broken teeth were worse. Red fired through the front windshield, but her swerve messed up his aim. He fired again, and she saw one go down. She aimed the van for the cluster of 3 that blocked their passage, and prayed that the vehicle could take it. "Hold on!" she yelled. The impact was jarring. The slamming thuds of the bodies hitting the front was sickening, and the bullet-marked windshield was splattered with gore. She sat in shock for a moment after the hit, not quite realizing yet that the vehicle wasn't moving anymore. "Out! Get out!" Red yelled, and shoved her toward the door. She gasped as the eyes embedded in the broken window glared at her, and the thing's teeth started to snap. The window was breaking piece by piece as it struggled to get her. She yanked the warhammer from its resting place by her feet and jumped out of the van. Red was circling around the back and firing at something out of her line of sight. She pulled her pistol with her right hand and backed up toward him. "How many are there?" she asked after he stopped firing. 3 left. 2 went up, and 1 is around here some— "Here!" she yelled as the creature came tearing around the front of the smashed van. She put 2 rounds in its head and wished she had a shotgun, even though she was a little scared to use them because they were so loud and kicked like a mother. It went down, and she turned as Red fired a shot into the one wriggling its way out of the glass. It seemed not to notice the large chunks of meat it was gouging out of its skin. The bullet ended the freak's struggle, and only the thoughtless twitching remained. "Grab our packs, leave the rest. We might be able to find another vehicle and come back." "Screw that. I'm not coming back here," she told him. She handed him his stuff and grabbed her own. She holstered her pistol and buckled the straps to her bag. They needed to leave, now. The disgusting aroma of rotting people and festering wounds wormed its way into her mouth and nose, and she struggled not to vomit. She couldn't allow herself to get distracted from the threat above, or wherever it was now. 2 left?" she asked, rapidly following a nodding Red out into the bright sun. He watched overhead as they stepped out from underneath. She had expected another airborne attack from the remaining freaks. The lack of it was suspicious. They climbed the embankment as stealthily as they could. Who knew if those things could hear, smell, or see better than they could? They were for sure stronger, though. It definitely brought down her odds of survival from where they had been this morning. They gained the top of the overpass, and it was empty. She looked around in confusion. The area was open ground, except for the small town over near the exit. They should have seen a retreating freak, even with the weird-ass chameleon skin. "We should look for a vehicle. On foot, we're just 2 walking corn dogs," Red said. "Yeah, well, that shitty van didn't really help us out much. We should have much better luck here." The small area had once boasted a sandwich shop, a donut shop, some fast food places, a real restaurant, a bank, and 2 gas stations. Vehicles abounded, but finding one unoccupied and with gas and keys would be a challenge. "Hey, look, the power's still on," she said. "Damn, I forgot how expensive gas was," he said. The lights, the hum of air conditioners, and the flashing signs were eerie in the otherwise still town. They watched for a moment, scanning for freaks or just regular people, but saw nothing. The sun was hot on her head, and she could feel her skin starting to burn. They needed to find some kind of shade soon. She hefted the warhammer to the front and took off down the center of the highway into town. "You going to keep that LARPing gear? It ain't really that practical," Red said, side-eyeing her hammer. "It's a real hammer," she said defensively. "And besides, what are you going to do when you run out of ammo? It won't last forever." "I was thinking of making more," he said. "Besides, as much ammo as there is floating around out there, I don't think we'll need to be worried about running out just yet." "Don't talk shit about my hammer," she warned. "It could be bad for your health." She was joking, mostly. He smirked a bit, but he stayed silent. The first vehicle they came across was an old Bronco. She stepped up to look inside, There was nothing in there, but the keys were in the ignition, so she pulled the handle. It wouldn't budge. "What the hell?" she murmured, looking at the locking mechanism. "Why would someone lock their keys in their vehicle at a time like this?" "You don't want to know," came Red's reply from the back. She looked to where he was cupping his hands on the tinted glass, peering in. She did want to know. Part of her problem was that she couldn't handle mysteries. The search for arcane knowledge had gotten her into trouble in her childhood quite a few times, as she had stumbled onto things that Jared hadn't wanted found. She had never learned her lesson, unfortunately, and probably never would. She took a quick look around and cupped her hands against the glass. "Gross," she said, wincing. Inside, a man lay dead. There was an old wool army blanket laid out in the back. On this was a corpse with a bag over its head, and tiny tablets of something resting nearby. He had chosen his own way out. "Let's move on," she suggested, and led the way without waiting for an answer. "We should find a vehicle, then go ahead and fill up the tank and some cans. Maybe we can load up some stuff from the gas station, too." They made their way cautiously into the more densely clustered area. There were all kinds of places for things to hide, and she felt more exposed than she was comfortable with. In fact, she felt watched. They found a pickup truck parked at the sandwich shop. It was a large extended cab with a full bed and a good towing capacity. She was going to claim it if she could find the keys. She opened the door and was grateful there was no scent of death inside. She climbed up while Red watched her back. The keys weren't in the ignition or the console. She reached a hand under the seat but came up with nothing more than an empty soda bottle. She tossed it aside and reached up to pull down the visor. She didn't think anyone kept their keys in their visors anymore, but she had to check everywhere just in case. It was empty too, and she dropped her head to the wheel. They were going to have to go inside. She wasn't sure if she hoped he would be in there or not. "Come on, let's go get a sandwich," she said, nodding toward the shop. "You sure? We can look elsewhere," he offered. "Nah, this is fine. There will be some stuff in here we can grab too." The store was lit up and the glass front showed that it was empty. She pulled open the door. The blast of Arctic air that gusted out at them was overwhelming after being too hot for 2 days straight. It was almost foreign, being so cold now. "Damn, that feels great," he whispered. She nodded. They looked around. Nobody was behind the counter. The veggies and meats in the bins were still out. Cookies sat in their little cookie corral, and she salivated at the sight. She was definitely snagging some of those. "Let's check the bathrooms," he said, and she groaned. "How about we don't and say we did?" "Keys," he reminded. He pulled a knife from his belt and took the lead. She kept an eye out behind them. She glanced over at the digital clock on the wall. It had only been about an hour since they had left the convoy. She didn't know how long it would take them to finish moving the obstructions, but she hoped to be long gone before they rolled up on their wrecked van. She could only imagine the smug looks that would pass between Storm and that Feckley bastard. Well, that wasn't exactly right. Feckley would be smug. Storm would probably be pissed off that she had gotten Red into trouble so soon after leaving. "The woman's room is clear," Red said. They went further down the hall, and he cracked open the men's door. He crept in and she followed, holding the door open in case they needed to back up fast. Red was stepping around to check the stalls when she heard a chilling sound to her left. "Dear God," she said, as the ragged breathing increased, and low grunts echoed through the small space. The fucking freak was behind the door. "Red," she called, a split second before the freak started to smash the door against her shoulder. She raised the hammer, spike first, and quickly leaped back. The man was a mess. He was missing an ear and part of his nose. His upper lip had been savagely ripped, or chewed, away, and he was left looking like a partial, grinning skeleton. The gnashing of his teeth was loud. He clawed at her arm before she could stop him, the scratch going deep and drawing a ragged well of blood. "Ugh!" she yelled, jerking her arm away and bringing down the hammer ineffectually. Red jumped on the fiend from the side and stabbed him in the neck. The freak went down hard, and she heard a loud pop. "Damn, I think his neck broke," he said, gingerly getting up and pulling his knife out with a meaty squelch. "Bathrooms," she mumbled. "Always the damned bathrooms." She went to the body and searched its pockets. She found a set of keys with the right logo and she hoped they were the right ones. The odds were good. Also, valuable lesson learned. The hammer was an open space weapon, not so great for little bathrooms. It makes sense. People don't feel well, they go to the bathroom, Red said, washing off at the sink. She nodded wearily and took a turn to clean up a little, use the toilet, and wrap a bandage around her arm before they went to check the back of the little shop. It was empty, though there was a suspicious puddle of congealed blood near the drive-through window. The manager's office had little of use except a first aid kit, which she liberated from its place in the desk. The food in the walk-in refrigerator was still good, and they took a few minutes to grab some sandwich supplies. They assembled them in hand, not wanting to trust the surfaces too much. Who knew how the illness spread? "That's a good sandwich," Red said, around a mouthful of meat and cheese. It was really good after eating nothing but junk for 2 days. Hers was loaded down with fresh veggies, too. She loved them and lamented the fact that they would be gone soon. She knew nothing about gardening, so probably wouldn't be growing any of her own in the near future. Hell, she probably wouldn't even live long enough to learn anyway. She grabbed a couple of cookies from the container, but stopped at the door. Red almost bumped into her as she went back to get the rest. He grinned and took one that she offered, but didn't say anything. Outside, the stifling wet heat smacked them in the face, and she kind of wished she hadn't eaten so much. Her stomach was uncomfortably full. He held his hand out, and she stared at him uncomprehendingly. "The keys?" he said, waggling his fingers. No, I'm driving." "Do you think that's a good idea?" "What the hell does that mean? It wasn't my fault the freaks wrecked the van," she said. "Yeah, but that makes 2 vehicles in 2 days," he said. "Not exactly a good record. You're like kryptonite to vehicles." "That is not true, and I'm still driving," she said, and took the driver's seat. "Fine, but this is the last time. Next time, I'll be doing the driving." The truck started right up with a throaty grumble. The gas gauge was near the quarter tank mark, and she sighed. Filling up gas tanks and bathrooms seemed to be especially hazardous to her health, but they were both necessary things to do. She pulled across the street to the gas station and parked at the one nearest the entrance. There had to be freaks somewhere in this town, and she wouldn't be a bit surprised if that place was here. "Look," Red said, pointing at something out on the road. She looked, squinting in the bright sun. "What?" She didn't see anything. "See the sign?" A big blue letter H stood out starkly among the others. A hospital. She had a very bad feeling about there being a hospital nearby. "Not exactly reassuring, is it?" He snorted. "Let's just get this done fast and get back on the road. At this rate, the convoy will pass us by." "You think they'll go straight through if they see the van?" He sighed. "Probably not, but I don't want them to have to come looking for us." She didn't either, and she was uncomfortably aware that it was partly her ego that she was concerned about. She developed a reputation, for better or worse, as an independent. She was someone who didn't need rescuing, and she relished it. It gave her the freedom and strength to do what was necessary, even if she was using visions of her dead mom to accomplish the gruesome work. Looking for a knight in shining armor to save her every time she got into trouble was going to get her killed a lot faster than just doing the job herself. She would need to take care, though, and not cause too much offense to the men in the process. She didn't want to get into a pissing contest with them. She was kind of afraid that she already was with Feckley. That had been a mistake, and she felt a smidgen of regret about the way she handled it. It hadn't been very mature of her. Honestly, she just wanted to be left alone to do her thing, with minimal interaction with other people. They approached the gas station cautiously, and she had a visceral tug in her gut as she remembered doing the exact same thing with Storm yesterday. Her stitches throbbed and itched in sudden reminder. Her arms stung from the deep scratch. They were distracting her. She pushed all the uncomfortable physical feelings away and focused on regaining her stony emotionlessness. It was getting easier to find that state of mind. Maybe she should make it permanent. A psychiatrist would probably have a field day with her, if there were any left alive anyway. They entered the station in single file, Red watching her back this time. She appreciated his insight and his realization that she needed to participate. The station was just as luxuriously cold as the sandwich shop had been, and it would be too easy to get used to it again. The front was empty, and so they went through the little hallway, past the probably occupied bathrooms, and to the small storage and break room area. There was a woman seated at the table. She was alive. Shit! Kate lowered the warhammer in shock as a curl of smoke drifted toward the ceiling. The cigarette was burning itself out in the woman's hand. She looked at them with an expression of emptiness and acceptance on her face. She looked older than her years, her face tired and haggard. Her skin had a slight green tinge that alarmed Kate. She took a drag of the cigarette. A small revolver rested near her hand. "Are you okay?" Red asked, walking slowly toward the woman. She just shrugged and picked up the pistol casually before pointing it at them. "Everything is over. They're gone," she droned. Her eyes were dead, and her face was pale. She still wore her name tag, and it was obvious that she worked here. She must have been here since it started. "Who's gone?" Kate asked. "My family. My daughter, my son, my husband." She broke off and twitched violently in her chair. Kate raised the hammer again, startled at the familiar movement. "You're sick," she said. The woman nodded. "I had a fever last week. I thought I got over it, but I started feeling strange yesterday evening. I figure I have a day left, maybe. I've seen how fast." She broke off again and smoked the last of her cigarette. "Well, I'm glad I don't have to die alone," she said. "Oh, and don't go into the men's bathroom." Then she raised the pistol and shot herself in the head. Red's mouth dropped open in shock, and Kate could only stare. The shot rang in her ears, and she whirled around to make sure it had drawn nothing in. She saw Red mouth a curse, but she turned away to go out to the register. There was nothing more they could do here. She regained most of her hearing in those moments, and when she did, she heard a familiar cacophony from the bathroom. She pressed the buttons on the register to allow the pumps to work, grateful that they were similar to the ones Storm had shown her yesterday. "You need the bathroom before we leave?" she asked with a tilt of her lips. "Very funny. And no, even I have my limits." "Limits are a mindset," she said seriously. She never believed it more than she did now. They filled up the tank without incident and were back on the road within minutes. She took the exit ramp backwards so they could make a stop at the van to transfer their supplies. They stopped before approaching the overpass again. She didn't see movement. The pile of bodies was still rotting, and the flies were still buzzing. The only things that were different were the totaled van and the blackened corpses of the strange freaks. "Well?" Red asked. She raised her eyebrows in answer and accelerated. They made it to the van without incident. She was expecting an attack every second that Red spent loading the supplies, but it never came. Perhaps the freaks didn't want to risk it having some of their numbers decimated, or maybe they didn't even think like that. Maybe something else caught their attention and drew them away. "All right, load up and let's move. We can make it to Thompsonville within the hour, barring any more complications." She knocked on the dash with a wry smile. "That ain't wood," Red said with a smirk. Chapter 22. Dropping J-Bombs. Jared. Present. "I'm scared," Jared said quietly, staring into the small fire they allowed themselves to have at dawn to heat up some coffee. It was a big statement for him. He also immediately regretted it and wished he could take it back. No sign of Anna, Fletcher, Stewart, or Al and Daisy. Nothing. It's like they dropped off the face of the earth. Other than the bags discarded at the beach, he would have almost believed it. "Some fear is fine. It keeps you alive," Sten said, sipping his hot drink. "I'm scared because I think about killing, and it makes me happy. I want to destroy every last threat to my people. I want to slaughter them, annihilate them, and not just the mutant sons of bitches, but people too." Jared squinted into the rising sun, the lines around his eyes deeper than they had been before. He could pass for one of Sten's people. I think I liked myself better when Anna was the only thing that made me happy.
Isn't there darkness in everybody? A secret place where they hide a multitude of potential sins? A pit of their own little chosen vices? Realizing yours and acknowledging it doesn't make you a psychopath. It makes you wise. To know it is the first step in understanding it, and if you understand it, then you can fight it, Sten finally answered.
What if I don't want to fight it? Jared murmured.
Well, actually, I think that does make you a psychopath.
Jared gave a half-hearted grin, but it didn't reach his eyes. There was no real humor in him right now. Maybe not ever again if they couldn't find Anna and the others. We're all going to be psychopaths by the time this is over, Jared warned. They sat in silence a moment longer. The rest of the camp was going about their orders, and Jared knew they'd be leaving soon. Tell me about your own pit of vice, he said, changing the subject a little.
Brother, you don't want to step into my hell,
Sten answered, shutting down and losing his conviviality. I saw the heads on spikes, Jared reminded him.
Yeah, well, I'd rather you leave here today believing that was the most screwed up thing I've ever done,
Sten said cryptically. You mean you've done something worse than decapitating muties and sticking their heads on spikes?
Objectively, yes. Subjectively, no.
Sten picked up his cup and wandered away.
Well, that is as clear as mud, Jared said, frowning and a little upset to find that Sten had stolen the rest of his coffee.
You mean the soups regrow their body parts? A man asked Jared. There was a condescending look on his face that Jared took exception to. Soups?
Super Draug,
Sten supplied helpfully. Jared raised an eyebrow and looked back at the questioner. No, actually. The man nodded patronizingly at that and nudged his body with a taciturn smirk. You owe me a deer. Actually, it's worse than that, Jared finished, his raised voice showing his impatience at the interruption. And if you'd care to listen instead of making dumbass assumptions to gain some fucking venison, then I'll tell you how, he said, tilting his head with a hard look at the interrupter. The circle of Sten's people looked at Jared a little shocked. Obviously, no outsider ever spoke to them that way, and he waited for Sten's reaction.
Eric.
Sten's voice was stern in the cold early morning air. The man he called flicked a glance at his friend before coming over to where Sten and Jared stood.
Chief? Do you interrupt my briefings with inane chatter?
Sten asked in a low voice while moving into the man's personal space.
No, Chief. I expect you to accord Jared the same respect as you would me. You also forfeit your right to be on the mission today. You'll take third shift every night for 3 days, Sten said.
Yes, Chief. The man gave Jared a nod in apology and then returned to his place. Jared hadn't expected that reaction. He hoped it didn't paint a target on his back with Sten's people. As I said, those things aren't just regrowing injured body parts. They're growing whole new bodies with every piece they lose. About a week ago, we left a cabin about 2 counties over. We had a small group of muties attack us one morning at dawn. We killed them, cut them up and left them in pieces in the driveway. The next day they were still there, only their numbers had grown, and they had begun to move. The only way that I know of to stop the regeneration, or cloning, whatever you want to call it, is to burn the body parts. Everyone looked concerned, but not overly stunned. He supposed waking up to a bunch of cannibalistic mutants kind of made them a little more immune to shock. From now on, we have a new SOP. We do not leave the bodies to rot. We burn them, every last piece. Every man carries tools to make fire. Understood? Sten asked in a raised voice. The assemblage's answering shout was loud and in the affirmative. Then let's get out there. Team leaders, see me for your grids. He projected a positively regal air. It made Jared feel like a lowly warlord in comparison. When he found Anna and everyone else, and he was going to have to seriously consider adopting Sten's leadership style, except with more jokes, because he didn't think he could give them up permanently. Sten assigned grids to every 5-man team. Some would leave on foot and search this area, and some would take their Humvees and venture further out. Seeing them all congregate for their grids, Jared finally realized the sheer manpower that Sten controlled. He really did have an army, and right now that army was helping him find his people. He felt very fortunate, and resolved to try and stop poking fun at their bearskin cloaks. Some even still had heads attached, which must have been a little awkward to move around in. Either way, he didn't feel much like joking around anyway. "We'll find her, or she'll find one of us," Sten said with a thump on Jared's back. "Those others, too." "Where are we going?" Jared asked. "We're going to a marina a little further down south. If she didn't get out of here on foot or by car, then she would have taken a boat. Or been taken by people on a boat," Jared said. Sten allowed that was possible with a nod of his head. "We may find something more there." The drive was mostly in silence. Bradley manned the .50 caliber while Tor drove. The large man didn't offer any commentary and seemed to be solely focused on getting them to the marina in one piece, or at least getting Sten there in one piece. Maybe he was the official bodyguard? "Bodies in the road," Tor called, and Jared leaned forward to focus on the small pile of remains. The Humvee stopped, and Bradley watched vigilantly. If they were going to be ambushed by anything, now would be an excellent time for it. Jared popped open the door at the same moment Sten gave Tor the okay to exit the vehicle. There was no rustling in the dead leaves, or birds calling in the trees overhead as they walked slowly toward the corpses. They were messed up, but the flash of brown hair among them had him sick and sweating in the chilly morning air. He prayed harder than he ever had in his entire life that it wasn't her. "Ain't her," Sten said upon reaching the bodies first. That gave Jared the confidence to move in closer. The first thing he noticed was the woman's battered face. She hadn't been ripped open, and her throat was intact. Her clothing was a different story. "Humans did this," Sten spat bitterly. "The man suffered too." He was right. The man had suffered the same unnatural fate the woman had. The abuse was perhaps even worse. Whoever they had dealt with hadn't been concerned with the end result of their torture. Jared clenched his fist on the knife hilt at his waist and recalled his words to Sten earlier that morning. Right now, he wanted the blood of the perpetrators splattered on his face and hands. Knowing that they could have taken Anna, "We'll get them," Tor growled, chest heaving with anger. "This was 3 days ago, perhaps," Sten said. "They didn't die here. They were dumped." "They feel invincible," Jared said. "They must have a sizable group." "Mine's bigger," Sten said, eyes narrowed at the road in the distance. "And way more savage than anything these puling bastards could ever comprehend." The way that Tor was currently caressing his sword on his back, Jared could well believe it. He didn't feel sorry for what they had coming to them. "We have to stop them," Sten said. "We'll find our people, but we have to stop the ones that did this. They can't be allowed to live." Sten acted almost apologetic, like Jared was going to have something to say about it. He frowned and realized that they may have talked a little, but they didn't know him. They had no idea what he was capable of. Hell, he barely knew what he was capable of, and what he did know was borderline mass murderer material. That alone was pretty much enough to guarantee that he perhaps wasn't the one that needed to be the moral compass here. "The sooner the better," Jared said in short agreement. It was dreadful work, but they pulled the bodies into the underbrush to hopefully rest more naturally. It wasn't dignified, but it was better than lying in the road like dead animals. Bradley looked on coldly, still watching for threats, and Jared realized he was seeing Bradley as he must have been during the deadliest periods of his deployments overseas. The drive to the marina was quiet. Jared knew each man was preparing in his own way for whatever they would find there. He pushed every other thought out of his mind, except for the work at hand. Find Anna, find Fletch, find Stuart, find Al, find the damned cow, kill the murderers. And not necessarily in that order. Chapter 23. Arrival and Departure. Kate. Past. The easy route to Thompsonville ended well before they made it to the exit. From miles away, she started to get the feeling that something big was going on. The thick black smoke burgeoning from the skyline in the distance was a major clue. Another was the endless line of cars on either side of the road. They had been cleared very violently by something big. "Damn, you know anything about this?" she asked Red. He shook his head. "Storm didn't mention anything on this scale." She was still driving, but she slowed the closer they got. They heard loud pops and thumps reverberating through the open air. Smaller staccato reports signaled the use of machine guns. Single shots were lost in the discordance, but bursts of rifle fire from all sides of the small city reached them. It sounded like the small battle outside the arena times 10,000. It sounded like a war. "Well?" she asked. "We wait here for the convoy." His tone brooked no argument, though she wouldn't have argued anyway. It wouldn't be smart to go in charging alone and wind up wedged between two enemies. She had no doubt there were two enemies, the sane and the insane, the sick and the well. It didn't take more than an hour for the convoy to catch up to them. The lead truck, Storm's truck, called a halt well behind the pickup truck. Within machine gun range, of course, since they didn't know for sure who was actually in the truck. "Stay here," Red said, and jumped out. She listened for once. She had no desire to see any of those people. She had done well keeping the guys out of her mind for the afternoon. She could do it longer, too. She could forget about them completely, eventually. As soon as she detached Red from her side, he seemed to have wriggled his way into her affections, slightly. Oddly, though they bore no real resemblance to each other, Red kind of reminded her of Jared with his easygoing tenacity. She was going to miss him. Storm, on the other hand. Storm was Storm. He was like nobody she had ever met before. She wasn't going to miss him. She watched in the rearview mirror as Red conversed with Storm. He nodded after a moment and gestured to his arm. He shrugged, then came back. He blew out of breath as he sat beside her. "They picked up chatter on the radio. Unencrypted," he said, as if that made any difference to her. She nodded and gestured for more information. "They're clearing out a buffer zone for 1 mile around the armory in all directions. That's what all that's about. Apparently they met some resistance. We'll follow the lead truck in." Of course they would. She allowed the first Humvee to pass, then pulled out behind it. She kept a good distance back to give them room to maneuver. She was anxious about what was to come. The closer she got to the armory, the closer she was to making a choice. Storm didn't want her with his unit. Therefore, she would have to stick with the civvies or go on alone. She was leaning toward going it alone. She had allowed the injuries and the emotional connections with these people to sway her from her original state, her original goal. Her life was now only about one thing: killing enough of those freaks to make herself feel better, and to try and gain some measure of revenge for her mother's death. She didn't care if that made her seem like a psycho. Those things weren't people anymore. She was seeking absolution, and the only place she was going to find it was in the thick of the fighting. She would help clear this town if she could, then maybe move on toward the next. If she ever found herself back toward Jared's way, maybe she could make a niche for herself there somewhere. The outskirts of the small city had been fired upon by the military, but the buildings hadn't yet been torched. The further they pushed in toward the armory, the thicker the acrid smoke became. There was a haze over the area, and bodies, human and freak alike, lay on the shattered pavement and broken glass-covered sidewalks. Many were civilians. Some were military. There were a few blackened corpses, the new freaks they had found along the way. That concerned her. That meant they weren't just an anomaly. They were an entirely new, stronger threat. "Watch that pole!" Red called, and she swerved around a light pole that was falling into the road behind the lead Humvee. The action got her adrenaline pumping a bit, and she felt wired. They reached a heavily populated area surrounded by stacks of fencing and rolls of concertina wire. Many men, and even some women, worked to construct the barriers along the streets, while others provided overwatch for them. "Roll on through," Red said, as the Humvee waited for the large military vehicle that blocked the entrance to move. They got curious stares from the workers, her especially, as they idled at the gate. The pain in her face was making itself known, and her arm still throbbed mercilessly. She would have to seek out some antiseptic and some light painkillers when she could. She couldn't afford to dull her senses with anything stronger than a couple of ibuprofens. She pulled to a stop inside the wire, and in front of the large Thompsonville armory. She pulled her weapons into place on her body, slipped her bag on her back, and hefted the war hammer over her shoulder into a deceptively relaxed-looking position. She could bring it down in a swing at a moment's notice. "Come on, Martell," Red said, glancing at the hammer and giving a wink. "Funny," she said. He led her to Storm. The men were all dismounting, and Storm sought her out immediately. His jaw was tense, and his face was like ice as his boots pounded the asphalt. It looked almost as if he were coming over to attack her, though she knew that couldn't be right. He was pissed, that was for sure. She held her ground, not even flinching as he stopped mere inches from her face. His eyes pierced hers and held her like a butterfly on a pin, and she didn't like it. She lifted her chin and set her own face into an expressionless mask. She pulled the coldness around her like a cloak and relished the relief from those pesky feelings. She wanted to shift back and forth on her feet and end this odd standoff they had going. He struck faster than lightning. His hand grabbed her arm with a sharp smack, and he pulled it up in front of his face. He was oddly gentle with it, despite the abruptness of the action. The bloody, dirty bandage was a telltale sign of the trouble they had on their way there. Something wild lurked behind his icy blue eyes. Anger, for sure, but maybe even fear? That couldn't be right. "You have a bad habit of having near-death experiences," he growled out, tilting his head for emphasis. "Pot and kettle," she said snarkily. "Someone needs to take you in hand before you get yourself killed," he spat, dropping her arm like it was on fire. "I'd like to see anyone fucking try," she said between gritted teeth. They stared each other down, animosity and rage and planet-sized egos burning between them both. She heard a clearing throat. It was loud enough to penetrate the thick fog of loathing in the air, and the sounds of battle in the background. "Storm, if you are finished escorting the civilian, I need to see you in my office," the man said. Kate looked over to see who dared to talk to this man with that tone. It was an officer. Colonel, judging by the burn. Storm tilted his head in a silent question and raised an eyebrow. The officer stared back impassively, his eyes running down the ugly stitches on her face and neck, then to the strange weapon she carried. "And confiscate her weapons before putting her with the others," he said, as though he had the right, as though she was nothing more than livestock to be herded. Several things happened simultaneously then, and the situation balanced on a knife edge. She pulled the war hammer almost without thinking and held it out in front of her protectively. At the first twitch of her arms, nearby men with rifles lined her up in their sights, and Storm swiftly stepped in front of her with a hand held up. "Nobody takes my weapons ever again," she snarled to them all, shifting from one foot to the other in preparation for either an attack or a hail of gunfire. She was beyond caring about the repercussions. She was beyond caring about politeness. That order had most likely gotten a lot of people killed yesterday. She looked Storm in the eye. "I'm leaving, right now." She backed away from them all, not missing the soldiers lined up at the fence, drawn by the strange tableau of a civilian woman wielding a hammer against their commanding officer. She prepared to jump in the pickup truck when Storm's voice finally rang out. "Stop," he said. It wasn't a suggestion, but she reached out for the truck door anyway. He turned to the men, including the officer. "She stays with me. I owe her a debt." He stared down his commander. "And she keeps her weapons." Another few minutes passed, and finally the colonel glanced at his watch. He sighed. "Be in my office in 5. Jennings, come with me." Then he turned and left, taking his retinue with him. Her guys breathed a huge invisible sigh of relief, all except for a few. One shot her a glaring smirk. She pretended that one didn't exist. She was certain that he had been hoping for a hail of gunfire outcome. "What do you want?" he asked her seriously. "What do you mean?" "What do you want? Are you fucking deaf?" he repeated. "I want to kill as many of them as I possibly can, then kill some more." He seemed a bit taken aback by her statement, as if he was expecting a different answer, though she didn't know why. She studied him as he studied her. Then he nodded sharply. "That can be arranged. Stick with us and you'll get your chance, but we cannot be enemies. I cannot have you dismantling the cohesion of my unit. This is what will keep us alive, not your lone wolf bullshit. You want to kill? Fucking great, but don't lessen their chances of survival while you search out your vengeance. Do you get it?" "I get it," she spat. "Last opportunity," he said. "Can you follow me?" She paused. Could she follow this man's dictates to accomplish her goals? "Can you let me follow you?" she returned, "without trying to constantly shelter me? I don't want it, and I don't need it," she promised him. He stared her down, possibly seeking out her sincerity. He would find her 1,000% sincere. "Very well. Come with me." "I'm sending everyone to Nashville, all except a select few to hold this place," the colonel said. "Why Nashville?" Storm asked. Why Nashville indeed? Other cities were nearer that could possibly use their help. She hung back as unobtrusively as possible, hoping to hear more. "Nashville hasn't fallen yet. There is still a chance," the older man said wearily. "St. Louis? Memphis? Springfield? Fort Smith?" Storm asked. The colonel shook his head. "All down or falling fast. Troops there have pulled out and are en route to Nashville to bolster the forces fighting there." All those people, millions and millions of people, dead or dying or becoming freaks. It was almost unimaginable. "When do we leave out?" "In 1 hour," he said regretfully. "I wish I could give you longer, but there's no time. It's coming right down to the wire." "And who will remain here?" Storm asked. She chewed her lip nervously, forgetting about the pain in her body for a moment. Surely he wouldn't try to make her stay behind. She would follow the others alone if need be. "We'll leave a few good men to hold the place. We don't expect much resistance. The enemy numbers have been dramatically reduced by clearing the town. The fortifications will provide a good barrier to attack. I'm confident that a squad with the right weapons can hold this place temporarily. Jennings will stay behind, and we have a couple of good men that I know personally who just showed up, Bradley and Stewart. They'll be able to hold this place until we return." "Well, I hope you're right. Now we need to prepare," Storm said, and started to lead her out. "Storm, wait." He looked back at the colonel. "Stark is missing. Went out with Charlie team and they didn't make it back. I'm sending men out to search." Storm pinched the bridge of his nose and nodded before practically dragging her out into the hall. In the hallway, she dodged the inquisitive looks and halted Storm's fast walk with a hand on his arm. "A squad to hold this place? That's like, what, 10 or 12 guys?" Storm nodded. "Is he fucking insane?" she asked, horrified. "He's the colonel. My hands are tied." He motioned for her to head down the hallway while he stopped off in the bathroom. She passed a small cluster of men in the hallway, noting their military haircuts and their civilian clothing. They looked tired and a little familiar, but she couldn't place them. They probably just had those kinds of faces. "It was a real shit show," one of the men said. She could relate. The last 2 days, she looked at the time, 3 days, had been nothing but a shit show. She passed them without a word and followed Storm to a large supply room where the others were congregating. They had final preparations to make, and she desperately wanted to find some painkillers. She fiddled around there for about 10 minutes before Storm joined them. They slowly packed some things in bags, as if they didn't want to go. "Storm!" a voice called from behind them. They stopped in the doorway as the medic came up to them. "I just want to check over her stitches and load her down with the antibiotics, and some painkillers, and clean bandages," he explained, nodding toward her. "Why?" Storm asked. "I'm one of the lucky 10. Jennings told me that I'm going to be staying here. Something about them needing another medic." He looked apologetic, but he also looked livid about being separated from his team. "I'll have a word with him, Starnes." "No, I'll be fine here. Just have to find something to keep me busy. It's going to be boring as hell, man," the medic, Starnes, said with a wry grin at her. She grinned back a little. Despite not wanting to go, she had started to like the guy.
I hope it's boring. Who is the OIC? Storm asked.
There isn't one, Starnes said, raising his eyebrows.
Probably better off that way, Storm joked.
She saw the tension in their interactions and realized they were trying to cope with being separated. Bradley is the NCOIC, rolled up a while ago.
Bradley's here? What about Stewart?
She remembered now that it was Bradley's truck that she wanted to steal. Commandeer. Guess Storm was right about him. Of course, he's here too. You ever seen those two apart? They had a rough time of it, apparently.
Haven't we all? Well, we'd better get ready. We'll get this Nashville thing done, then come pick you up, Storm said, slapping the man on the shoulder.
You better, and you better bring Buffy back too, or you'll answer to me. Storm scowled at that, and she smiled. She held out her hand, and he took it gently. Take care of yourself, she said. You too. I'll leave your supplies on your bag. Then he was gone. The colonel had ordered 3 of Storm's men to stay behind, and since no officers in Storm's unit were present to object, he had to agree to it. He didn't like it. What she had formerly thought of as his angry face seemed to actually just be his face, like a man version of resting bitch face. Resting bastard face? Now she saw his real angry face, and she vowed to never be on the receiving end of it, or at least be far enough away that she could run. The other guys that they had brought with them from the armory and Kennedy were sent out to bring back the clearing teams in the surrounding area. The colonel had lost radio contact with many of them, and he wanted them to roll out in 30 minutes. When they came back with only 20 bloody, shocked, and devastated men from the various clearing teams, everyone's spirits took a nosedive. How many were there before? She whispered to Storm as the survivors passed them in the hall.
Over 100, he murmured, as the men were speaking.
A group of returning soldiers were talking to Jennings in the hall. Storm and Kate went out and listened in. What she heard wasn't good. Everywhere, man. I mean, we cleared the fucking stores and that gas station. The whole damned area was clear, had a good line of sight and everything. When all of a sudden they just came filtering in from the trees out behind the apartment complex that Lund was taking care of. Did you see Lund and his guys out there? Yeah, we saw them. He trailed off, and Kate thought she knew what he had seen. They waited as the man closed his eyes and collected himself. We saw them torn apart. Some snatched up from the trees, screaming. The fucking screaming. All right, that's enough, Storm said, interrupting his remembrance. We need to mount up. You guys get back to the Humvees while I have a word with the colonel. Kate started to walk away when Storm called back. Kate, my Humvee, he said. She didn't turn around, but the guys near her turned to look at her. It was like getting caught being bad by the teacher, then being made to sit next to the teacher's desk. She didn't like it, and she thought seriously about getting into a different Humvee just on principle. She wanted to go to Nashville, and she didn't want to have to go that far by herself. She also didn't want to break whatever truce they had cooked up between them. When he wasn't shooting her icy death rays with his beautiful blue eyes, he was kind of calming to be around. Still tagging along where you aren't wanted? A malicious voice hissed in her ear. She jumped, and it pissed her off. She looked at him, face carefully blank. She wouldn't allow him to goad her again. Thankfully, he wasn't going to be in their truck, and she wondered if that was his decision or Storm's. She took the back passenger seat and was happy to find Red on the other side. She shut that shit down right away. She nodded at him coolly, and he smirked as if he knew exactly what she was doing. Storm came along shortly after with another man that he called Harley, who drove. The route they had chosen was fairly direct. It would have taken them 6 hours to reach Nashville on a good day. She had no idea what it would take now. Maybe 12 if they didn't encounter any obstacles. Storm showed her the route. They were sticking to state highways on this one. The only part she didn't like was that they would have to cross the Mississippi near Dyersburg. Dyersburg had a somewhat large population, and she didn't like getting too close to the area. They'd have to be extremely vigilant. The entire journey would be treacherous. It would be a 500-mile juggernaut, with no guarantee that they would even make it to Nashville, and no idea what to expect when they got there. Inexplicably, She looked forward to it. Chapter 24. Search and Destroy. Jared. Present. The marina sat at the end of a winding paved road. The road had been utterly destroyed by the earthquake, though the ground beneath was still relatively intact. No major fissures, at least. He wondered if the worst damage to the west was because of fault lines. He knew almost nothing about geology, but he did know the fault lines were there. They got minor quakes from time to time, but the last one that had been that big had to have been 100 or more years ago, at least. Still, the road was passable, and with the Humvees they had no trouble. The parking lot of the lonely abandoned marina was almost empty, except for two beat-up-looking passenger vans. Some had bloodstains or rust on the fenders. He couldn't tell which from this distance. There were plenty of places for the muties to hide. "Let's clear the office, then we'll head on down to the dock," Sten said. He radioed in their location, and they jumped out. The day was becoming more overcast, and it looked as if a good storm was brewing. The temperature was sure to drop this evening, judging by the cold wind blowing in from the north. He hoped they found Anna before then. "Tor, guard the truck." Tor gave a nod and began scanning a 360-degree radius around the strange Viking Humvee. Jared wondered just where Sten had stolen the trucks from. Maybe they were even from Bradley's unit. "I came here when I was a kid," Bradley offered. "Changed a lot since then." "The whole world has changed a lot since then," Jared said. "We have gas-powered engines and moving picture boxes. There's also this thing called a—" "That's enough," Sten murmured. Jared quit. He was just going by road anyway. He wasn't feeling it, and they could probably tell from his lack of enthusiasm. "Office looks undamaged," Bradley said. The door was unlocked, and they entered cautiously. They heard a strange, vibrating noise, and he thought it sounded a little familiar, but he couldn't place it. He gave Bradley a questioning look, but received a shrug in return. "I don't like it," Sten said, stopping in the office area. A curious, slapping noise came to them, and Jared's heart skipped a beat. There was no mistaking that, and he saw Bradley realize it as well. "Get out!" he called, yanking backward on Sten's shoulder. They backed out quickly, but it was too late. The strange centipede-like muties swarmed from somewhere in the back and rushed them. Jared saw the flash of Sten's axe as he took the head off one of them. If he'd had time, he would have marveled at that. He pushed his knife blade between the freakish pincers on what used to be a human face. A fucking face! The hilt stopped dangerously close to the jagged teeth inside the beast's mouth. The black, gelatinous blood made the hilt slippery, and he grasped it harder to keep from slicing himself open on the possibly poisonous incisors. Hell, for all he knew, they could infect people to make more vile human centipede monstrosities. Then the terrible remembrance caused him to change objectives. They couldn't just slash and dash. They had to kill and burn. "Don't forget about the clones," he called out to the others, each wrestling with the foul thing's brethren. "Kill them all!" He didn't know if they had already remembered that, but they needed to all be on the same page. Jared left his knife wedged firmly in the dead, writhing creature. He'd have to pry it out later if he could. He pulled a pair of scissors out of a cup on the desk and jumped into the fray. They were giving Sten and his axe a wide berth. Bradley was in danger of being overwhelmed, and he didn't even know it. His heart leaped in his throat as one of them reared up behind Bradley like a cobra. It was a full 6.5 feet tall, at least. Its mouth was a wide, deadly chasm. It weaved a moment, then poised to strike. Jared wasn't going to make it in time. "Bradley!" he screamed. Bradley stopped battling the one in front of him for a split second, and Jared saw it all happen. Bradley was going to get his head bitten off right in front of him. The other creature would go for the guts. He was about to lose his best friend. "Duck!" Sten shouted. He didn't wait to see if Bradley would obey. He reared back with both his arms and tossed his axe through the air. Jared saw it spin, and he knew that it was going to hit Bradley. His heart stopped completely, and his lungs seized. Bradley went down in a blur. The axe buried itself into the head of the rearing anthropodal mutant behind him. A loud, double-toned screeching assaulted them all, and Jared covered his ears. Sten threw himself forward into the scuttling creature stalking the overwhelmed man. Jared reached out and snagged Bradley's wrists and jerked him across the dirty tile, away from the rapidly snapping jaws. Jared lunged forward as Sten gained his feet and squared off against the fiend. He circled around, drawing the scrabbling thing around with him. Any second, and it was going to dart toward him. Jared grabbed a ladder-backed chair that was near the wall and broke it over the creature's head. It barely phased it, except that now it hissed and stalked him instead, which is exactly what he had hoped for. Sten, heaving a massive breath, jerked the axe from the corpse's skull and, in one fluid move, split the top of the last scurrying sentinel. This time, there was no hideous screeching. They all hunched over, catching their breaths and finally reclaiming their weapons from the various bodies scattered across the small office. Jared found a case of water under one of the desks and snagged 3 for them. He chugged it down in one go and tossed it in the nearest trash can. The others were finishing up as well, and it was time to check out the docks. "You think there are more?" Bradley asked. "I think there are always going to be more," Jared said darkly. "Pretty safe bet," Sten added, leading the small troop down to the docks. They saw many boats, still covered and safely tucked away in their slips. At the further end, in deeper water, were the bigger boats. Cabin cruisers and larger fishing vessels floated gently on the peaceful gray water. "Look at that," Jared said, nodding toward a large lump of fabric at the furthest end of the dock. He frowned at it, not comprehending what it was, until Bradley recognized it. "It's a boat cover," he said. "A damned big one, too." "You think the owners would have left it lying there?" Sten asked. "Not unless they were in a hurry. That's a custom job." "Big boat. Custom cover tossed aside like trash. Those 2 passenger vans out in the lot. My guess is that there was a group of people here and they took his boat. They're out on the water somewhere," Sten said. "Don't forget about those people in the road," Bradley reminded. Jared shook his head and clenched his fists together, wishing he could get his hands on them. "I would bet my life that whoever took this boat also took Anna and Fletcher, and maybe Stuart and Al, too." "Tor, give me the handheld." The acrid, burning smell of charred muties filled the air. They had doused them in diesel and lit them on fire. Jared hoped they would burn well enough that they didn't replicate. Tor gave Sten the handheld radio from the back of the Humvee. "I want you to go back and get 15 men. Patrol these roads here, back and forth. Stay in range of the lake. We're going to take a boat out and do some searching on the water." They grabbed their gear from the Humvee, and Tor did as instructed. Jared was hopeful that they would find them sometime soon. Without anyone operating the locks, the boat would have to stay in these waters, or the people would have to abandon their ride. He didn't think they would be abandoning the safety of that boat anytime soon. Not until they were forced to. "We'll radio in every 2 hours. Click once to acknowledge. Click twice for say again. Click 3 times for emergencies," Bradley said. "And check on the fire," he said with a nod. Tor smacked him on the shoulder in a friendly, yet potentially fatal in a smaller person, gesture. Bradley stumbled forward a bit to regain his balance before returning the gesture. Tor smiled at the attempt. Jared felt a little more optimistic now that they had a solid lead. They had a chance to actually do something besides stumble around blindly looking for who knew what. Even if these weren't the ones that had taken his people, they might still be worth killing if they had committed the atrocity that they had seen lying in the road. "Better keep the hole in the water," Tor told Sten, and passed him a black box. Sten nodded, tucking the box under his arm. At the dock, they chose a boat with a motor that Sten said would be quiet, yet be able to scoot at any moment. Jared knew next to nothing about boats, so he kept his opinion to himself. Sten powered it up and checked the gauges. It was a newer model, and the panel was all high-tech, but he could see the throttle well enough. "We'll keep it at idling speed until we know what's what." "Why did Tor tell you to keep the hull in the water?" Jared asked. Sten glanced at him from his position at the wheel. "Sound travels on the water, especially at night. If you're going fast enough for the bow to rise, you're going fast enough to be heard by everyone and their brother." They settled in, stowing some of their gear. Sten placed his mysterious black box in the watertight compartment, and they were on their way. Jared saw Tor leave, and he realized that this might be it. This might be when they found Anna and Fletcher, or maybe even Stuart and Al. Or this might be when they found their bodies. The lake was a little choppy, due to the rising wind. Going in would be cold for sure, so he was hoping that Sten knew what he was doing.
That reminded him of the bridge accident, and he spoke up. "Watch out for the sandbars," he told Sten. Sten gave him a disgusted look and turned back to watch where he was going. They were following as close to the shore as they could safely. The plan was to go up one way, cross over, then come back down the other. They would go as far as necessary. "I grew up on this lake. I know it better than most," he huffed. With his long hair and beard blowing in the wind, and the axe resting on his back, he truly did look like a Viking. Jared amused himself with the image of Sten's whole family jumping on boats and pillaging campsites. Anna would have appreciated the visual, he was sure. She did a lot of eye-rolling at his humor, but he was sure that was just a cover for how hilarious she thought he really was. That's what he was going to tell himself anyway. The afternoon wore on into late evening, and he was getting a little discouraged. It was starting to get dark, and there was no way they would be able to navigate without using lights, and that was dangerous. He brought this up to Sten, who held a hand up for silence. "Got it covered. Take the wheel," he told Bradley. Jared watched as Sten pulled out his black box and unlocked it. Inside, there were two components. Bradley whistled, and Jared grinned. "I know what those are," he said, pointing to the night optics. "But what is that for?" "Infrared spotlight," Bradley answered, earning a point from Sten. "We may need it if the clouds don't clear off. Looks like they're going to stick around. Wind's picking up, too." "Storm coming," Sten told them both. "I know of a campground not too far off. Better find some shelter there until it passes." The rain started before they made it to the campground. It poured down, slashing at their faces. The thunder roared overhead, and the whitecaps rushed the boat. There was blackness all around, and it started to make Jared anxious. Lightning was a worry, as was the lack of visibility. What if they had a sandbar and capsized? Sten looked positively maniacal at the helm, grinning widely with rivulets of water streaming down his face. The partial glass enclosure hadn't been a match for the multi-directional rain shift. "There," Sten said, pointing ahead. Jared squinted, but couldn't make anything out in the deeply obscured gloom. It looked exactly the same as any other part of the lake, dark and blurry. As they came closer, Jared made out a hulking, white shape floating at the last covered slip. It was uncovered. "There's our prey," Sten murmured, and shut down the engines. Hope began to burn in Jared's heart. Chapter 25. Chilly Supper. Anna. Present. "Anna?" Fletch called, getting her attention. She turned from the cabin window port. It was dark and storming outside. She couldn't see anything in the blackness. She knew they'd taken shelter from the storm at a dock, but she didn't know where. She didn't even know if it was safe. There could be a herd of muties out there on shore, just waiting for them. "What?" she asked, turning away from her dark thoughts. "Take this when you go. Do not drink it," Fletch said, handing her an opaque water bottle. "Why?" She opened it up and tried to see inside, but all she saw in the dim glow of the lamp was a liquid. It didn't have a smell. "We're getting out of here, and that's how we're going to do it." His face was almost scary in its intensity as he tapped the lid of the bottle. He was certain that whatever was in this container would get them free. "Is it poison?" Her mind ran through the options. Rat poison? Something else? "As good as. It's a massive dose of fentanyl and clonazepam and a few other things, dissolved in water. These people have a massive stockpile of it, and judging from the way some of them act, I'm guessing they have more than a few addicts on board." "This will kill them for sure?" she asked. "Get it into the chili pot tonight when Marjorie takes you out to help. Ladle yourself out a small bowl before you stir this in. Then eat while the others eat. They'll start to feel it pretty soon with the amount I put in there. When they start to drop, grab the keys and come get me out." "You make it sound so easy," she grumbled. "If I could do it instead, then I would," he said. She was scared to death. What if someone sees her poisoning the food? They'd kill her right off or make her wish she was dead. That wasn't the scariest thing, though. "What about the muties?" "Just grab whatever weapon you can and get back to me as fast as possible," he said. "I don't think there is any way we can take them out first like I wanted." This was going to suck. The kitchen of the boat was small, and unlike the other meals, they had to cook food in it because of the weather. Chili had been the evening meal for the last few nights, and was expected to be again. It was good, filling, and easily fed a crowd. Yesterday evening, Marjorie had brought her up here to cook for them, supervised, of course. She had been tasked with doing it because everyone else hated to cook. She was grateful for the chore now. She was led into the workspace and left there with a stern warning. The outer cabins held enough space for some to linger and drink and play cards. Sometimes they got boisterous and loud, but tonight everyone seemed oddly subdued. The bad weather, probably. She went about her normal preparations, heating the broth and the tomato juice, adding onions and beans, stirring in the seasonings. It would need to simmer for a while, and she wasn't sure what prolonged exposure to heat would do to the medication. She decided to add it in at the very last minute to be sure. It would be risky, very risky. Marjorie, and sometimes Georgie, came in to check the progress of the food and to make sure she wasn't cooking up some scheme. They seemed to be a little tipsy, unusual for them, and she hoped it worked in her favor. Drunk people were weaker, but they were also more unpredictable. Duke sat outside the kitchen area, glaring at her occasionally through the glass. She pretended not to notice. His gaze was a threat, and she knew the minute that Joe's claim expired, Duke would get what he wanted from her. She was terrified of that, and that made her task ahead a little easier. If there was any chance at all of stopping whatever he had in store for her, then she was going to take it. Despite Joe's claim about Frank's proclivities, he hadn't paid her much attention at all, for which she had been grateful, until she learned that he had Fletcher in his sights. Fletcher's hatred of the man seeped into every conversation they had managed to have about getting rid of these people and of escaping. Frank had him alone only that one time when Fletcher was stitching up his arm, but it had been enough. Whatever had transpired then had hardened Fletcher's resolve. Joe watched her with an uncanny light in his eyes. He had some amount of power among this ragtag band of people. She didn't know how much or why, but he did. He had claimed her as his, but hadn't forced her into anything. He hadn't hurt her and had even protected her from Duke. She didn't think he was a good man, not when he controlled this bunch. But was he deserving of death? The fact that she felt guilty for planning to kill him pissed her off. Was this some kind of Stockholm Syndrome bull? For all she knew, he planned to rape and kill her later, and had done so to others before her. He facilitated, or at the very least, turned a blind eye toward the despicable actions of the others. What would Jared do? She would kill him, same as the others, but she wouldn't feel good about it. She would do anything to get back to Jared. Anything. After an interminable hour, the chili was getting close to done. She prayed the gamey taste of the meat would cover any trace of the medication. Hopefully, they were all too drunk to notice. She glanced, as unsuspiciously as she could, toward the outer cabin, where the men were playing cards and grumbling about the storm. A loud crash of thunder overhead made them all look up at the roof of the dock. She took her chance as they went back to playing. She grabbed the water bottle and unscrewed the cap. "How's the chili coming? The guys are getting hungry, and they won't take well to waiting for their supper," Georgie said, surprising her. Anna's heart stopped. She turned around, the open bottle in her hand, and raised the container to her lips. She tilted it just enough to be convincing. She felt the liquid touch her lips and flinched. The stuff wouldn't absorb through her skin, would it? She lowered it and wiped her mouth before recapping the bottle and setting it off to the side. "I was just finishing up. Would you grab the bowls from the large cabinet down in the corridor?" she asked, busying herself with looking for a ladle and stirring the chili. Georgie gave her a hard look, but left to get the bowls. Anna hurried and uncapped the bottle and poured it in. There was a sediment at the bottom from where the pills hadn't fully dissolved. It dropped down into the chili with a gloopy splat and fizzed up a little. She hadn't expected that. She stirred it quickly before Georgie came back, hoping that it would all incorporate well and that everyone would get a good dose. Then she realized that she had forgotten to ladle herself out a bowl first. Damn it. "Here," Georgie said, thumping the bowls on the countertop. "You got 5 minutes to eat before I take you back to your cabin." "Can I just sit out here for a bit? This rocking boat is making me feel ill, And that cabin makes it worse. I don't even think I can eat right now." Georgie narrowed her eyes at Anna. "Why are you sweating so much?" Anna swallowed and tried to hide the panic. "It's hot in here, and honestly, I feel sick. I've never been good on the water." "Stay here until I'm finished eating, then. But if you throw up in here or try anything, I'm calling Frank to take you back to your cabin. Pretty sure you and your friend won't like that much."
"Thanks," Anna muttered, and sat down on a nearby bench. She scanned the area as best she could, while pretending to look sick and miserable. It didn't take much. She was sick from nerves. The only weapons were the ones the others carried. The kitchen knives had all been removed. The only thing left that she could see was a skillet, and she wasn't sure that it would be heavy enough to do any real damage to anyone, much less a mutie. If only she and Fletch hadn't stayed on that beach, none of this would have happened. The first sign that the drugs were working was when Marjorie dropped her soup bowl on the floor. Anna sat, still and silent, as the woman seemed confused. She reached a hand out slowly to pick it up, and ended up on the floor herself. Everyone stared at the unmoving woman. "Lightweight," Duke muttered from the table on the deck outside the cabin, and the men laughed as they finished off their bowls. What if the medications had all settled into the bottom, and Marjorie had just gotten more than the others? What if the others got a less than fatal dose? When they all started feeling strange, they would know what she had done. If enough people stopped eating too soon, she would be in a huge amount of danger. She got up and stirred the soup again slowly, lingering over it. Georgie, still alone in the kitchen cabin with her, made a noise in her throat. She groaned and slumped over the table, upsetting her bowl. Her lips took on a bluish cast, and foamy liquid seeped out into the puddle of chili. Anna was pretty sure that she was dead, or almost dead, and the men were sure to notice if she didn't do something. She glanced out at them again. They had all stopped talking and were slowly eating. Some were sitting and staring at the table. She quickly pushed Georgie down into the seat, where her momentum carried her under the table. Her legs stuck out awkwardly, but the guys wouldn't be able to see them unless they stood up. She snagged the keys from Georgie's pocket, along with the woman's small pistol, and stepped over Marjorie's body on her way down the corridor. She supposed that the women were more susceptible to the effects than the men, and hoped that the men would start succumbing soon. She trembled as she considered the enormity of what she had done. She had murdered, or attempted to murder, over 20 people. She had done it coldly and without any real regrets. True, they were bad people, but did that absolve her? She wouldn't think about that now. She rattled the keys in the lock and quickly pushed into the small cabin. Fletch was standing in the corner, prepared to attack. "It's me. They're still eating. Marjorie and Georgie are dead or dying. The guys think Marjorie is just drunk." She handed him the pistol with a trembling hand, and she realized that she was crying. He clasped his hands to her cheeks and kissed her forehead. She wrapped her arms around him, just for a moment, before pulling away. She sniffed loudly and cleared her throat. "It'll be over soon. We'll leave as soon as we can. Then we'll find the others." She nodded, and he released her. They left the cabin cautiously and bumped right into Joe. Fletcher raised the pistol. He raised his hands into the air with a smirk. "You know if you fire, they'll hear it," he said, with a jerk of his head to the top of the boat. He meant the muties. "What did you put in the food?" he asked. His tone was conversational, and he directed his attention to Anna. Fletch gestured with the pistol, and Joe stepped back into the cabin where they had been held. "Fentanyl, clonazepam, some antidepressants, sleeping pills," Fletch answered for her. "You people had quite a stockpile." "What do you expect from a bunch of addicts? Hell, most of these were in my jail when the shit hit the fan," Joe said. "Your jail?" Anna said, confused. Joe smiled, and was almost chagrined. "I was a sheriff, a county or two over. They got the drop on one of my female deputies all in the panic. I had to release them. I convinced them I was crooked as hell, and eventually they believed it." "Were you?" Fletch asked, still aiming at him. "It helps that I had a certain reputation for allowing certain illegal activities on my watch, but I never let anyone get hurt, especially women or kids. I couldn't let these loose out here without keeping tabs on them."
Some of them are really bad people."
"No shit," Fletch said with disgust. "What's the deal here? I thought Duke was in charge."
"Duke is Marjorie's brother-in-law. Marjorie's husband was the leader here. Before. When he died, I took over."
"How did he die?" Anna asked.
"I killed him," he said after a moment's hesitation. "I killed him in a terrible way. After that, the others kind of fell in line. That gave me authority, power. He and Frank did some terrible things to the people they captured. I put an end to it, mostly."
"We can't trust you. You understand that," Fletch said.
"I don't expect you to. However, we've got a situation here now. Those people out there are probably all dead, or well on their way by now. They were dropping like flies when I left. The twins up there won't sit back and watch. They'll get revenge for it, and they'll enjoy it."
"Why? Why won't they just leave?" Anna asked.
Thunder boomed overhead, and Anna jumped. Lightning blinded her for a moment. When she regained her sight, she saw odd shadows in the doorway, and two terrible, doubled, low-pitched voices shredded the silence around them. The stench of death carried on their breaths and wafted into the cabin. "Because Marjorie was my sister," the clones said simultaneously. Fletch fired, slashing pain, screams from nearby, oddly muffled by the gunshot. Confusion reigned in the small cabin as clawed limbs fought with more fragile ones. She heard a cry from one of the men, but didn't know which. She was shoved hard into the wall by someone, and it temporarily stunned her. The lantern was smashed, and the light went out. Brief flashes of lightning became the only source of light. She knew the muties had the advantage now. She could only curl up with her head covered and hoped they overlooked her. Horrible grunts and gurgles filled the air, and the scent of blood was heavy. It filled her nose and mouth with its harsh, coppery aroma. She heard splats onto the floor, and it scared her. She was terrified that Fletch was dead, that Joe was dead, and that she was alone on a ship of the dead with two mutants who wanted her blood in payment. Soon the silence drew her, and the gasping breaths became harsh in the darkness. Muties didn't gasp like that. She gingerly crawled forward, cringing as she put her arm in a warm, sticky puddle. Someone had lost a lot of blood. She felt around until she made contact with a warm body. She felt the torso and moved up, scared that she was touching some gruesome wound without knowing about it. A hand stopped her, squeezing slightly. "I was going to stop them," the man rasped. With each word she heard a liquid bubbling from somewhere further up. "Tried to save you from them."
"I know you did," she said, and despite her best efforts, tears pooled in her eyes for the man. She was glad she didn't have to see the wound. Joe hadn't been a good man, but he hadn't been a bad one either. He had tried, in his own way, to protect her, and even the rest of society, whatever was left of it, from this band of criminals.
"Sorry for everything."
The rasping stopped, and the hand relaxed in hers. She left it there and crawled away. Fletch was here somewhere, but he was silent, and that scared her. She didn't want to find out why. She found a spot out of the blood where nothing foreign was touching her. She didn't know where the muties had gone or why, but she couldn't risk them finding her. She clutched a knife she had taken from Joe's belt. She would wait for daylight to move. Epilogue. Jared. Present.
"Did you see that?"
Sten breathed into Jared's ear. The rain, wind, thunder, and lightning made it difficult to communicate. They were huddled down in a small, partially enclosed cabin, waiting for a lull in the storm. Sten was watching the large boat, which was easy because the idiots had lights on everywhere. They didn't seem to realize that other people could be out here watching them. They probably felt invulnerable. Jared couldn't wait to prove them wrong. "What?" he asked. He hadn't seen anything.
"Something was up on the roof. Blurry. It jumped down into the boat," Sten said.
"No, I did," Jared started.
"The people, what's happening?" Bradley said, almost shouting over the wind.
Jared watched as the people inside seemed to all decide to lay down where they sat. Sporadically, one by one, they all toppled. Sideways, forward, backward. It was strange. Another blur streaked past the windows and inside, where he couldn't see through the tinted glass. "There's muties on that boat. We've got to go now," Jared shouted. Bradley looked to Sten, and Sten nodded. He fired up the motor and guided the boat across the rough water. When they were almost there, gunshots came from the still vessel. Something was happening inside. He felt the visceral tug in his gut, and the knowledge that Anna was close crowded his thoughts. It was unexplainable, but he didn't question it. There was no time for conjecture. He had to act right now. Sten cut the engine and they pulled up near the platform at the back. Bradley tied off the lines while Sten and Jared jumped aboard. They took the ladder up to the upper deck cautiously, thunder and darkness covering their movements. One false step and they would be caught. The upper deck was covered in bodies. He looked around in confusion, unable to make sense of it. Vomit frothed from the mouths of many of them. Some were twitching with seizures, wet patches showing on the crotches of their pants. Others were pale and still, lips blue in the light. It was eerie. Sten led the way down the corridor steps. Sounds of a struggle permeated the ominous atmosphere. It felt like a culmination, and he was suddenly frightened at what he was going to find. That made him move faster. At the end of the corridor below, a mutie lay still, shot through the head. Inside the cabin, it was black and silent. Waves of despair threatened him. He felt them waiting to take him under. A blur in front of them startled him, and he froze as Sten struck with his knife, as fast as the lightning that was blazing through the sky. Sten went down with the creature in a tangle of claws and teeth. Bradley lunged forward, throwing himself into the fray with his knife. Jared jumped over the silently struggling three and barged into the cabin. It was dark, and he smelled the blood. His own heart thundered in his chest, so forceful that he thought he might be having a heart attack. Under that loud pounding, he heard a sound. Breathing. "Anna?" he said cautiously. There was a sharp intake of breath and a sob, quickly muffled. "Jared!" This concludes The Replication by A.L. Masters, narrated by